Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
motherfucker, give me a
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
motherfucker, give me a
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
motherfucker, give me a specific
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
motherfucker.
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Force and Navy still use nautical miles. And what the heck is a knot? In this video, I'm going to explain the difference between a nautical mile and a standard mile, or a statute mile as it's technically called. I'll explain why pilots and sailors still use nautical miles, and then I'll explain what a knot is as a measure of speed. I'm going to make this super simple, so let's get to it. To answer the question of what a nautical mile is, I'm going to have to bring you back to elementary school geography real quick. As you know, we separate the Earth on a grid of longitude and latitude. So you can think of longitude as going long, and latitude, you can think of it as moving up a ladder. So longitude rests on the vertical axis, and latitude rests on the horizontal axis. If you look at the center of the Earth, the latitude line that runs through it is called the equator. And at the equator, we call that 0 degrees latitude. If we move north of the equator, we can go all the way up to 90 degrees north at the North Pole. And if we move south of the equator, we can move all the way down to 90 degrees south at the South Pole. The 0 degree longitude line begins in Greenwich, England. Why Greenwich? In 1884, representatives from 25 nations met in Washington, D.C. at the International Meridian Conference. They took a vote, and from that vote, they decided that the Royal Observatory, located in Greenwich, would be the prime meridian of the world. Before that was established, mapmakers were using their own national capitals as the meridians of the world, and it was becoming incredibly difficult for sailors to navigate with a bunch of non-standardized maps. So the prime meridian was established with that Greenwich line being 0 degrees until we go all the way around the Earth for 360 degrees until we end up back at that Greenwich line. Now back to latitude. As I mentioned, from the equator, we can go 90 degrees north and we can go 90 degrees south. Within each degree, that space is further divided into minutes, and there are 60 minutes in every degree. Likewise, you have 60 seconds in every minute. By creating these very specific longitude and latitude designations, you're able to pinpoint an exact location on the globe. A nautical mile simply represents the distance in 1 minute of latitude, which ends up being 1.15 statute miles. So if someone ever tells you that they're traveling 10 nautical miles, you can simply do the math to understand that they're going 11.5 miles. But as you can see, since nautical miles are based off of exact measurements of degrees of the Earth, and they take into account the curvature of the Earth, nautical miles are a much more precise measurement of distance than statute miles. I mean, a standard mile, a statute mile, the way that we got that dates back to the Roman times when they used to consider a mile to be 1,000 paces, one pace being 5 Roman feet. Over time, the measure of a foot changed, which naturally changed the measure of a mile. So essentially, the standard mile is just a much more arbitrary measure of distance. But if I'm trying to be exact, if you have a ship out there in the middle of the ocean and they're calling a mayday and the Coast Guard has to go out and help them, the Coast Guard is going to need to know, no kidding, longitude and latitude, where are you located? Because they're going to have to make sure that they have enough gas to fly out or sail out to come get you. Segue into a knot since we're trip planning. What is a knot? It is simply a measure of 1 nautical mile per hour. Back in the day, before we had high-tech electronics to tell sailors how fast they were moving, sailors would tie knots into rope at precisely measured lengths in the rope. As they were moving, they would toss one end of the rope into the water and let it unspool for 30 seconds. After 30 seconds, they pull the rope back in and count how many knots had been pulled into the water, and that's how they were able to determine how fast the ship was moving, by the number of knots that were pulled into the water. So the next time somebody tries to look fancy around you and tells you how fast the wind is moving in knots per hour, all you gotta do is multiply that number by 1.15 and you will be on the same page. If you're interested in more gee whiz type of knowledge like this, then check out this video here about the big time Druid celebration that happens every solstice at Stonehenge. Please like, subscribe, leave a comment, and share this video. Stay awesome, and I will see you.
Good morning, everybody. Actually, on a little bit earlier than I expected to. So, usually I'll sit around and kind of organize everything in the order I want to show it. So, I'm a little behind there. But in the meantime, I'll show this footage from Trinidad. This is a carnival parade in Trinidad from yesterday, I think it was. I didn't even realize it was. Oh shoot! I didn't even realize that it was time for Carnival. It's a little bit different every year, but anyway. While I'm getting these tabs organized, the lady I showed before, she's a former Air Force officer. I'm not sure if she was a pilot or not, but she wandered into my algorithm, and to be honest, I didn't know all the history behind the knot, and I used to use them on a daily basis, and for speed and distance and all that. So that's that. Today, uh, I've got a few. Actually, I didn't get around to it yesterday. I was supposed to do a standalone video essay and never got around to it. My sister came to visit, so that took up quite a while. So I've just basically got a few political news stories. Then I'm going to move into a pop the balloon, seniors, and then after that, I'll go ahead and do news for the morning crowd because I haven't actually looked at today's news. Everything I have is from yesterday. You know what? This is a story I actually want to do, and I may reuse it. All right. So there is sound along with this, but I won't bother with it because we're not going to be watching it too long. But looks like everybody. Looks like this isn't as good. Yeah, last night we watched the Carnival celebrations in Rio. This doesn't quite compare. The floats, at least. But man, I can tell that the weather's not as cold there as it is here. Wow, a lot of flesh. Let's see here. All right. Well, hey, Solid Snake. Enough with that. I think what I'm going to start with might as well start pissing everybody off right at the top. So I've actually been saying this for a few days, and I know there were those among us who didn't necessarily agree with this, but this is Politico talking about Trump's support at the polls starting to if not wane, let's just say it's softening. This says Donald Trump's honeymoon may be wearing off. Quite frankly, I think that Donald Trump never had a honeymoon. He started making a lot of presidential level decisions months before inauguration. And so he didn't really, I think his honeymoon had pretty much ended by the time he took the oath of office. He was already making unpopular decisions. Um, So anyway, new polls show a majority of Americans say he has overstepped his presidential authority and hasn't done enough to address high prices. As a matter of fact, he enacted the tariffs he'd been talking about. They went into effect yesterday for Canada, Mexico, and China. So, it's possible. Well, it's possible that's not going to help prices go down. I'll put it that way. So, two new polls from CNN/SSRS, don't know who SSRS is, and the Washington Post Ipsos show the GOP president's approval rating underwater, 47 to 52 in the CNN poll, 45 and 53 in the Post. A shift from polling earlier this year that found voters roughly divided on him, with some surveys even showing a positive approval rating. One reason for the erosion of support, a slight majority of respondents in both surveys said Trump has overstepped his presidential power in his attempts to reshape the federal government, driven by tech billionaire Elon Musk. And to be honest, I think Elon Musk is the problem. Even people who are right of center, make the joke about co-president Musk. Many of Trump's most controversial and early initiatives, including a sweeping spending freeze, have been blocked in court so far, but the new administration has still made waves with layoffs of federal workers, cuts to federal contracts, and a flood of executive orders. These activities haven't been popular, the new polling found. In the Post survey, for example, 58% of respondents opposed laying off large numbers of federal workers, and Musk, Trump's most high profile advisor, is not getting good marks either. Just 34% of respondents in the Post poll approved of Musk's role in the federal government, while 54% of respondents in the CNN poll said it was bad for Trump to have given the SpaceX CEO a prominent role in his administration. I totally agree with that. It would have been better to put an actual bean counter there with less tendencies, well, less presence on the spectrum. Americans also remain skeptical of Trump's handling of an issue the public has long said is among the most important: high prices. In the CNN survey, 62% of respondents, including 47% of Republicans, said that the president has not done enough to try to reduce the prices of everyday goods. Now, this, I think, is a little bit unreasonable. Presidents don't particularly, without taking drastic measures, don't really have that power. I don't know that an executive order would work in this case, and we're not in wartime or any sort of specific natural disaster. And tariffs, perhaps Trump's signature economic issue so far, aren't seen as a solution. 69% of respondents in the Post poll said tariffs on Canada, Mexico, and China will make products in the U.S. more expensive. Yeah, I'm waiting for my avocados to go up. Despite the doom and gloom headlines from news organizations like yours, the American people actually feel great about the direction of the country, White House Deputy Press Secretary Harrison Field said in a statement. What's to hate? We are undoing the widely unpopular agenda of the previous office holder, uprooting waste, fraud, and abuse, and chugging along on the great American comeback. Trump on Truth Social Friday morning asserted he had the best polling numbers I've ever had while railing against Democrats. Sir, Democrats haven't been in the news much lately. So, we might want to look to the future. The new polling is not all bad news for Trump. Support for him is still a few points higher than it was at this point in his first presidential term when he entered office having lost the popular vote, and his on immigration has earned higher marks than his handling of the economy or efforts to strengthen the federal government. Trump is also not the only one drawing ire. Nearly three-quarters of Democrats and Democrat leaning adults in the CNN poll said congressional Democrats weren't doing enough to check the GOP. Good luck with that. They've got bigger problems than GOP in Congress. The CNN SSRS poll surveyed 1,206 U.S. adults from February 13th to 17th and had a margin of 3.1 percentage points. The Washington Ipsos poll had surveyed 2,601 adults from February 13th to 18th, had a margin of error of 2.1 points. Well, considering the margins of error, I'm not exactly sure this is much concern, to be honest. Um, we all know that, Trump is not going to be popular with the majority of Americans, but they're just enough to keep his head above water. Um, I will say this though: if he is going to do a third term or attempt that sort of thing, he's going to have to get those popularity numbers up. So I found this actually pretty interesting. The next story. And if anyone has any comments about the last story, just go ahead and put them in the chat. Next story: Hegseth orders Pentagon to stop offensive cyber operations against Russia. I found that extremely interesting. I wonder, has he come to an agreement where Russia doesn't do it to us? The defense secretary's instructions, which were given before President Trump's blow up with the Ukrainian president, are apparently part of an effort to draw Russia into the talks on war. Yeah. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has ordered U.S. Cyber Command to halt offensive operations against Russia, according to a current official and two former officials briefed on the secret instructions. The move is apparently part of a broader effort to draw President Vladimir V. Putin of Russia into talks on Ukraine and a new relationship with the United States. Mr. Hegseth's instructions, part of a larger evaluation of all operations against Russia, have not been publicly explained, but they were issued before President Trump's public blow up in the Oval Office with President Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine on Friday. I'm not going to go too deep into this. I think the headline pretty much says it all. If that's what they want to do to draw Russia into talks, it actually seems rather strange, to be honest. Um, I don't know why stopping cyber operations would, be a major draw. Surely, surely they've got more firepower than that. Let's see what is next. Some Tesla owners um, are feeling quote remorse at buying buying Teslas. Now, this I don't understand. I personally love the Tesla, especially that one, the model with the gull wing back doors. Uh, if I ever get a couple bucks, I'm gonna get me one. Even though I think Elon Musk is a boob. So what we will do is have the AI read this story because I can already feel my voice going.
This news story was written by Toby Raji and Joe Heim. As Musk tears through Washington, some Tesla owners feel buyer's remorse. For many DC area owners, the car has gone from progressive icon to badge of shame. About 10 years ago, Tom Blackburn became one of the first 100,000 people to buy a Tesla Model S. The purchase was part of a broader effort to adopt a more environmentally conscious lifestyle, which also included installing solar panels on his Virginia home. Now, the 76-year-old is worried about the message his car might send to others, that he supports Tesla CEO Elon Musk, who has embraced right-wing politics, boosted anti-Semitic conspiracy theories on his personal X account, and become a central figure in President Donald Trump's administration. As a small act of protest, Blackburn purchased a bumper sticker that reads, "I bought this before I knew he was crazy." Marylander Carla Harn, 41, has watched the tide turn against Tesla and Musk from the front seat of her sleek, fiery red Model 3. Harn's interactions with others over her car had mostly been positive, until last year, when hours after Trump was elected President of the United States, someone threw probably a dozen eggs at her car as she drove home from work. "My windshield was just covered," Harn said. Andrew Lowinger of Northwest DC sold his Model S in November to protest Musk and his abhorrent politics and actions. "After I sold the car, I got a customer satisfaction survey from them, and what I wrote, which I still believe, is that Musk has irretrievably damaged the brand, and I would not associate with that brand again, period," Lowinger, 71, said. Across the decidedly blue Washington region, some Tesla owners, once seen as part of a pioneering sustainability movement, are grappling with the CEO's emergence as one of the most powerful right-wing political figures in the country. Musk, the world's richest person, spent at least $288 million to help elect Trump and other Republican candidates, making him the 2024 presidential election's biggest donor. Now, as head of the newly created U.S. DOGE service, Musk has raced to execute his vision of a dramatically smaller government, wiping out swaths of the federal workforce, slashing diversity and inclusion efforts, and ripping up deals with government contractors. The broad-brush bludgeoning of federal agencies and programs has been cheered by Trump's MAGA base, but it has also run into a flurry of lawsuits and legal challenges seeking to halt what critics view as an unconstitutional process. Even some of Trump's senior advisors have been surprised and frustrated by the seeming freedom of DOGE, which stands for Department of Government Efficiency, to do anything it wants, according to Washington Post reporting last week. Musk's actions are distinctly felt here in the Washington metropolitan region, which about 20% of the federal workforce calls home. Protests against DOGE have taken place almost weekly, and Tesla showrooms have also been picketed, including locations in Georgetown, Arlington, and Owings Mills, Maryland. At one of the demonstrations in Georgetown this month, protesters carried signs that read, "No one voted for the Muskrat," and "Musk robbing America." A message scrawled in colorful chalk on the sidewalk surrounding the dealership read, "You want a swastika?" For some Washington residents, the political baggage associated with owning a Tesla has become too great. "It just irritates me very deeply that the man who started the Tesla and has done other good things has, in my opinion, completely gone off the rails," Blackburn said. "I would never buy another Tesla. I have a brother who bought a Tesla at my urging and a really good friend who bought a Tesla at my urging. Neither of them will ever buy a Tesla again." The brand versus the CEO, Jessica Caldwell, an industry analyst with automotive website Edmunds.com, said Tesla owners fall into two camps: those who say they will never buy a Tesla again, and those who differentiate between Musk and Tesla. The one camp is, "I really like my Tesla. I don't necessarily agree with him, but I kind of see them as two separate entities. It's not as if Elon Musk is in my car," Caldwell said. Chris Terrell, an electric vehicle enthusiast from Chesterfield, Virginia, falls into that camp. Terrell, 58, had always wanted to own an electric vehicle, but thought they were too expensive. But as the supply of pre-owned electric vehicles increased, they became more affordable. Terrell purchased his first electric vehicle, a 2023 Chevy Bolt EUV, in May for $20,800. In September, Terrell and his wife bought their second electric vehicle, a 2021 Tesla Model 3 for $22,000, taking advantage of the Biden-era used clean vehicle credit. Terrell loves his Tesla. It's a magnificent piece of machinery, he said. Terrell, who describes himself as a center-left Democrat who rarely votes Republican, encouraged other Tesla owners to separate the business from the CEO. Tesla has 120,000 employees. They build great cars, he said. Musk is a problem, not Tesla. I'd love to see Musk step down as the CEO, and if Musk stepped down tomorrow, the anti-Tesla sentiment disappears overnight, Terrell added. Luis Garay of Silver Spring, Maryland, who owns a Model X and a Cybertruck, likened the tension over Tesla and Musk to the tension between a husband, his wife, and his brother-in-law. Just because you don't get along with your brother-in-law doesn't mean you should hate your wife. Separate that, he said. Several Tesla owners at a Tesla charging station in Northeast Washington this month declined to give their names, but said that politics didn't affect how they felt about their cars and didn't see ownership of them as making a statement one way or another. Still the dominant EV. While other EV manufacturers have gained ground in recent years, Tesla continues to dominate the U.S. market, including the Washington region. A little more than half of the 9,045 electric-only vehicles registered in D.C. are Teslas, according to a D.C. Department of Motor Vehicles spokesperson, making it by far the leading EV brand in the city. In Maryland, there are 54,290 Teslas registered, making up about 42% of the state's 129,000 registered electric and hybrid vehicles as of January 31st, according to Maryland's Transportation Department. As of 2024, Virginia has almost 92,000 electric cars registered, according to the Virginia DMV, though the Commonwealth does not track electric vehicles by manufacturer. Last year, Tesla experienced its first annual drop in electric vehicle deliveries in more than a decade. Overall sales in 2024 declined a little over 1%, as the company delivered about 1.78 million vehicles, compared with approximately 1.8 million in 2023. Last January, Musk said Tesla would experience a notably slower growth rate as the company invested in next-generation vehicles it plans to start building in 2025. Some Tesla employees and investors have expressed concerns that Musk has tarnished the company's brand, with some indicating that the company would be better off if Musk resigned, the Post reported this month. Tesla's stock surged after the election and peaked in mid-December at $479.86 a share. Since then, it has declined steadily, dropping below $303 at the close of trading Tuesday. Spokespeople for Tesla did not respond to a Post email for this article, asking if the company believes sales have been affected by Musk's role in the new administration, and if Tesla owners in the region had reported being targeted because of their vehicles. Musk has so far shrugged off the critics. Asked during an earnings call in January if his actions were negatively affecting Tesla, he pointed to his 127 million followers on X, his social media platform. I might not be popular with some people, but for the vast majority of people, my follower count speaks for itself, he said. But more Americans disapprove of Musk than approve of him, according to a Washington Post Ipsos poll released Thursday. Just 34% of American adults say they approve of the job Musk is doing within the federal government. A whopping 85% of Democrats disapprove of his new role. The anti-Elon Tesla Club. For Matthew Hiller, the backlash against Musk has been a bonanza for his side business. On Etsy, he sells bumper stickers and magnets aimed at Tesla owners who want people to know they don't support Musk. Hiller, who lives in Honolulu, said he's been receiving hundreds of orders every day for stickers with messages like, "I bought this before I knew Elon was crazy." Another, anti-Elon Tesla Club, has also taken off. "I think it creates a sense of community," Hiller said. "Like, I'm in this little club with all of the other Tesla owners who can't stand him." Sales of the stickers had been strong since the election, but after Musk gave a gesture widely interpreted as a Nazi salute at Trump's inaugural rally January 20th, the numbers skyrocketed, averaging 400 to 500 orders a day. "It went crazy. I had to get friends to help me pack envelopes," Hiller said. "That particular incident just opened the eyes of more people." Jillian Rabraca, 33, has purchased 2 stickers from Hiller. Rabraca and her husband were at one time the proud owners of a gray 2022 Tesla Model 3. The district residents still own the car. They're just no longer proud of it. Musk, Rabraca says, ruined it for them. The couple bought the Tesla because they wanted an electric car that was good for the environment, comfortable and stylish. It ticked all the boxes. What they hadn't anticipated was Musk actively campaigning for Trump's second presidential bid and becoming a dominant figure in his new administration. Rabraca said she and her husband started feeling buyer's remorse about the car during the campaign. As a Christmas novelty gift, Rabraca went online and bought her husband an anti-Elon Tesla Club sticker. But it wasn't until Musk gave his salute that they put the sticker on their car. The person who owns this company is, I'm trying to be diplomatic here, polarizing, Rabraca said. With the car being the political statement that it is, I wanted to sell it, but that's not really feasible right now. For Rabraca, buying another Tesla is out of the question. Absolutely not, she said. The cars could be free and I would choose to walk. Faiz Siddiqui, Emily Guskin, and Scott Clement contributed to this report.
Yeah, I don't know. All this sort of stuff is as performative as Elon Musk is. My main criticism of Elon Musk is that one of the things you learn, at least in the military, in any sort of leadership role, is when you have to deliver bad news or you have to do something that you know is going to be unpopular, you don't sit around and gloat. You just kind of, lend a sympathetic ear and kind of go, hey, it's got to be done. And then you move on quickly because every time he does, the chainsaw deal at CPAC or, the Nazi salute and all that stuff, all he's doing is bringing attention to what his job is. And, for a personality like his, maybe any publicity is good publicity. But, thank God I don't have his job. And I think there are people that are better suited temperamentally and probably even technologically, and and business sense wise, that are probably better suited or as suited as he is. Elon Musk is going to wind up being a big problem for Trump. Um, and this oligarchy thing is real. So America got what it voted for. So this next thing, I actually meant to play this one first. Donald Trump or the Trump administration is pausing deliveries of military assistance to Ukraine. I'm assuming that's the military equipment, which I'm sure they have, a little bit stocked up. But consequently, Europe Europe is trying to galvanize their support for Ukraine. In a way, there's always a silver lining to Trump's antics, at least occasionally. And in this case, it may actually work out that Europe takes the lead on this, which, to be honest with you, Europe should have been in the lead on this from the very beginning. I don't remember. I think what it was is, I'm guessing that we felt guilty for tempting Ukraine into into NATO. So we kind of felt a little bit of responsibility for Russia being provoked enough to invade. I wouldn't have felt that guilt. Europe would have had to have taken the lead on it to begin with. And the one thing I have to say about Putin is all he actually did is bring Sweden and Finland into NATO. We've had a net I think it's a +2 uh, addition to NATO since the Ukraine invasion. And Finland is right on his border. Uh, I haven't heard much about Finland um, being invadable. So I think I think I think that Putin's just a little bit disingenuous in this Ukraine threat. So anyway, I'm going to play this. It's only a minute. Maybe I'll just read it. Following a high-level meeting at the White House, the Trump administration has decided to pause all future deliveries of U.S. military assistance to Ukraine, according to 2 U.S. officials who spoke on condition of anonymity to discuss sensitive policy deliberations. In the wake of President Donald Trump and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky's disastrous Oval Office meeting on Friday, the U.S. president is halting the provision of weapons and military aid critical to Ukraine's fight against Russia. Also Monday, the Senate confirmed Linda McMahon, to lead the Education Department. Trump, meanwhile, is preparing to deliver an address Tuesday to a joint session of Congress. I didn't realize, is it, I guess, Tuesday? So tomorrow must be the State of the Union. I thought they usually did it in February. But anyway, I haven't heard whether we'll be covering that or not. I will definitely watch it with a 12 pack. Let's see. So now we're going to come into a little bit of opinion pieces here. And then one intel report. This is Trump is Doing Real Damage to America by David French. David French, by the way, is right of center. I think he calls himself a classical liberal, and somewhat of a dissident member of the Christian right. But anyway, we will hear what this. I think he still calls himself a Republican, has to say.
Trump is doing real damage to America. This article is by David French and read by an automated voice. President Trump is doing damage to America that could take a generation or more to repair. The next election cannot fix what Trump is breaking, neither can the one after that. To understand the gravity of the harm Trump has inflicted on the United States in the first month and a half of his presidency, a comparison with the Cold War is helpful. Republicans and Democrats often had sharp differences in their approach to the Soviet Union, very sharp. The parties would differ, for example, on the amount of military spending, on the approach to arms control, and on American military interventions against Soviet allies and their proxies. Deep disagreement over Vietnam helped drive American political debate, both within and between parties, for more than a decade. During the Reagan era, there were fierce arguments over the MX, a powerful intercontinental ballistic missile, and over the deployment of intermediate-range missiles in Europe. These differences were important, but they were less important than the many points of agreement. Both parties were committed to NATO. Both parties saw the Soviet Union as the grave national security threat it was. For decades, both parties were more or less committed to a strategy of containment that sought to keep Soviet tyranny at bay. At no point did Americans go to the polls and choose between one candidate committed to NATO and another candidate sympathetic to the Soviet Union and the Warsaw Pact. The very idea would have been fantastical. American elections could reset our national security strategy, but they did not change our bedrock alliances. They did not change our fundamental identity. Until now. Consider what happened in the Oval Office on Friday. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance ambushed President Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine on live television. Vance accused Zelensky of being disrespectful, and Trump attacked him directly. You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III, and what you're doing is very disrespectful to the country, this country, that's backed you far more than a lot of people say they should. Trump's attack on Zelensky is just the latest salvo against our allies. Back in office, Trump has taught our most important strategic partners a lesson they will not soon forget. America can and will change sides. Its voters may indeed choose a leader who will abandon our traditional alliances and actively support one of the world's most dangerous and oppressive regimes. Even if Democrats sweep the midterms in 2026 and defeat the Republican candidate in 2028, that lesson will still hold. Our allies will know that our alliances are only as stable as the next presidential election, and that promises are only good for one term at most. It's extraordinarily difficult, if not impossible, to build a sustainable defense strategy under those circumstances. It's impossible to enact sustainable trade policies, and it's impossible to conduct any form of lasting diplomacy if agreements are subject to immediate revocation with the advent of a new administration. Will any sensible world power rely on America's word or America itself? At the same time that Trump was turning on Ukraine, his administration canceled thousands of contracts funding malaria prevention, polio vaccine initiatives, tuberculosis treatments, Ebola surveillance, and hospitals in refugee camps. If these cancellations stand, then the United States will essentially dismantle a vast humanitarian network that has saved millions of lives. The same principle applies at home. Trump's waves of layoffs in the federal government, his promiscuous pardons of political allies, and his attempts to shutter statutorily created agencies mean that domestic policy is now just as contingent as foreign policy. A nation cannot effectively serve its people if it is gutting and rebuilding the civil service every 4 years. It cannot close and reopen agencies with every election cycle. Much ink has been spilled, including by me, outlining exactly how Trump is attempting what amounts to a constitutional revolution. January 6th can now be seen for what it truly was. Trump exposed his will to power and his complete contempt for the law. He is attempting to upend the structure of the American government to place the president at the unquestioned pinnacle of American power. As we experience the consequences of Trump's actions, we're learning exactly why the founders did not want the president to reign supreme. We're reminded once again that they possessed keen insight into the perils of governing a large, fractious nation by executive fiat. To properly grasp the founders' intentions, I highly recommend listening to my colleague Ezra Klein's February 5th interview with Yuval Levin, a scholar at the American Enterprise Institute. The president is elected, Levin said, but the president was not thought of as a representative figure. That office is one person in a vast country. One person can't really represent that vast country. That has to be done by a plural institution like Congress. And Congress isn't designed to act on a dime. As Levin said, the logic of the American Constitution is that only majority rule is legitimate, but that majorities are very dangerous to minorities. And that means that we want a system that forces majorities to grow and broaden before they are empowered. When the system is working, meaningful change is hard. It's difficult to build the broad electoral majorities that forged the New Deal or the Great Society, but that also means that real change is also lasting change. And that's a very good thing. Could you imagine a world in which the very existence of Social Security and Medicare hinged on a single president's whims? In reality, as Levin argues, the president exists chiefly as an administrator. He is to administer the institutions that Congress creates. He is to shepherd the treaties and alliances the Senate ratifies. He is not the person who decides whether those institutions or alliances should exist at all. If Trump is able to accomplish his will, the chaos could revive the electoral prospects of the Democratic Party. But that alone won't fix the problem, cure our instability, or heal us as a nation. That's why the court battles that are unfolding now are so vital. The Supreme Court can't make Trump support Ukraine, nor should it be able to, but it can enforce government contracts. It can protect civil servants from unlawful termination. It can protect congressionally created agencies from presidential destruction. In other words, it has an opportunity to defend the constitutional order. But even as I type the words, constitutional order, I worry that sounds too academic, too esoteric for the moment. By challenging the constitutional order, Trump is challenging the stability of the American system itself. Immense damage has already been done. How many presidential elections will it take before our closest allies once again believe we're a reliable partner? As a conservative, I've long respected the concept of Chesterton's fence, named after G.K. Chesterton, a British writer, philosopher, and Catholic apologist. Chesterton argued that the best and most careful approach to change required us to discern why, say, a fence might block a road and not to just tear it down. The more modern type of reformer, Chesterton wrote, goes gaily up to it and says, "I don't see the use of this, let us clear it away," to which the more intelligent type of reformer will do well to answer, "If you don't see the use of it, I certainly won't let you clear it away. Go away and think. Then, when you can come back and tell me that you do see the use of it, I may allow you to destroy it." Quote. There is nothing conservative about Trump's movement. He's bulldozing Chesterton's fence with glee. As Trump destroys institutions, he destroys trust, and trust, once destroyed, is the most difficult thing to restore.
All right. Well, the one thing he does get right is, a lot of what Trump is doing is just unconstitutional on the face of it. Um, Now, the problem is, this guy being a lawyer probably has probably has excuse me, more faith in the courts than I do. Um, and it's not so much that a Republican leaning Supreme Court is going to rule in his favor every time. I actually think they'll be, they'll vote according to whatever it is they think is lawful. Even though it, sometimes like that immunity ruling, in my opinion, wasn't very textualist of them. But I know I've heard it bandied about that there will be times when Trump will take a Jacksonian approach to the courts. Andrew Jackson, 150 or however many years ago, Supreme Court wanted him something having to do with the national bank or something like that, and Supreme Court ruled that, hey, the national bank is constitutional, and his response was, well, let him enforce it. The judicial branch has no means of executing its will. It depends on the executive. So good luck with that. If Trump just decides he's going to do what he wants to do, the only check that he has at this rate would be the voters. And if this winds up being his second term, his last term, even that isn't that much of a check. It'll be people after him who would suffer. Excuse me. Oh, this is another story that I actually didn't think about this. One of the possible consequences of laying off all these government workers, especially in the intelligence community. I know that some FBI agents are on the chopping block. I don't know about the CIA and the other intelligence agencies. Uh, in all honesty, I thought they would be somewhat exempt, but Trump doesn't have a lot of use for the U.S. intelligence apparatus in general. So this story, U.S. intel shows Russia and China are attempting to recruit disgruntled federal employees, sources say. So foreign adversaries, including Russia and China, have recently directed their intelligence services to ramp up recruiting of U.S. federal employees working in national security, targeting those that have been fired or feel they could be soon, according to four people familiar with the recent U.S. intelligence on the issue and a document reviewed by CNN. And I haven't gone any deeper than this story and really don't plan on it, at least at this point. The intelligence indicates that foreign adversaries are eager to exploit the Trump administration's efforts to conduct mass layoffs across the federal workforce, a plan laid out by the Office of Personnel Management earlier this week. This article's old. Russia and China are focusing their efforts on recently fired employees with security clearances and probationary employees at risk of being terminated, who may have valuable information about U.S. critical infrastructure and vital government bureaucracy, two of the sources said. At least two countries have already set up recruitment websites, oh my lord, and begun aggressively targeting federal employees on LinkedIn, two of the sources said. The document by the Naval Criminal Investigative Service, NCIS, said the intelligence community assessed with high confidence that foreign adversaries were trying to recruit federal employees and capitalize on the Trump administration's plans for mass layoffs. According to a partly redacted copy reviewed by CNN. It added that foreign intelligence officers were being directed to look for potential sources on LinkedIn, TikTok, Red Note, and Reddit. TikTok back in the news. At least one foreign intelligence officer directed an asset to create a company profile on LinkedIn and post a job advertisement, and to actively pursue federal employees who indicate they are open to work, the NCIS document says. The adversaries think the employees are at their most vulnerable right now, another of the sources said. Out of a job, bitter about being fired, etc. Doesn't take a lot of imagination to see these cast aside federal workers with a wealth of institutional knowledge represent staggeringly attractive targets to the intelligence services of our competitors and adversaries, a third source familiar with the recent U.S. assessments told CNN. The intelligence seems to confirm what was previously a hypothetical fear for the current and U.S. officials, that the mass firings could offer a rich recruitment opportunity for foreign intelligence services that might seek to exploit financially vulnerable or resentful former employees. The Justice Department has charged multiple former military and intelligence officials for providing U.S. intelligence to China in recent years. China has always been committed to developing relations with the United States on the basis of mutual respect and non-interference in each other's internal affairs, said Chinese embassy spokesperson Liu Pingyu. We oppose groundless speculation on China without factual basis. Let's see. Officials have been discussing the risk. I think we pretty much get the gist of this article. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but it's actually, like I said, something I didn't even think about as a fallout from these mass layoffs. Though I didn't know whether I for some reason I remember something about the intelligence agencies, or maybe it was Department of Homeland Security being exempt. However, the probationary employees, and most times probational employees are fairly new, so I don't know the nuts and bolts, but it is something that I hadn't thought about. And when I read the headline, I was like, "Wow, I didn't think of that." So next is an opinion piece by James Carville, none other than James Carville, uh, and I have words for Mr. Carville. Um, he's a little steamed about Democrats losing, but I watched him over the summer. I don't know that he actually has a leg to stand on. However, one of the points that he makes, I do agree with. Um, that Democrats basically have their enough of their own internal problems that they ought to just let, Trump has all three branches, or MAGA has all three branches of government. You ought to let them govern if they can. And to be honest, I can't think of anything other than the budget legislation that the U.S. House passed. I can't think of anything major that Congress has done over the past 2 months. It really does seem like Trump has usurped a lot of their power, deciding where money goes, who gets what, eliminating agencies or trying to eliminate agencies that Congress set up in the first place. So, they're looking pretty beta right now. So anyway, let's see. Let's hear what Mr. Carville has to say.
James Carville. It's time for a daring political maneuver, Democrats. This article is by James Carville and read by an automated voice. The Republican Party is all too often effective at campaigning and winning elections, but there's another fact about it that a lot of Americans forget. The Republican Party flat out sucks at governing. Even Tucker Carlson agrees with this. For all the huffing and puffing on the campaign trail in 2016, the first Trump administration largely amounted to tax cuts for the wealthy, 500 miles of a border wall, and a destructive pandemic gone viral. George W. Bush got us into a harebrained war in Iraq, and then tried to privatize Social Security while letting our financial system drive smack into the Great Recession. And George H.W. Bush governed his way into a one-term presidency because of the economy. For round two in office, instead of prioritizing the problems he campaigned on, public safety, immigration, and the border, and most of all, the economy, President Trump is hell-bent on dismantling the federal government. To accomplish this, he has put his faith in the most incompetent cabinet in modern history. A Health and Human Services Secretary, who is already targeting federal vaccination efforts, and dumped a bear carcass in Central Park as a fun prank at age 60. A director of national intelligence who was devoted to an allegedly abusive yoga-centered cult. A WWE tycoon turned head of Department of Education, and a former cable news talking head as defense secretary. Which will result in one clear thing: disorder. There will probably be more enormous tax cuts for the wealthy and Medicaid cuts, hitting a lot of other people. But there is nothing the American public despises more than disorder and a broken economy. And there's nothing Democrats can legitimately do to stop it, even if we wanted to. With no clear leader to voice our opposition and no control in any branch of government, it's time for Democrats to embark on the most daring political maneuver in the history of our party: roll over and play dead. Allow the Republicans to crumble beneath their own weight and make the American people miss us. Only until the Trump administration has spiraled into the low 40s or high 30s in public approval polling percentages should we make like a pack of hyenas and go for the jugular. Until then, I'm calling for a strategic political retreat. The Army has a term for this: tactical pause. It's a vision move. Get out of the hour-to-hour, day-to-day combat where one side, ours, is largely playing defense and struggling to defend politically charged positions, like explaining DEI or persuading voters to care about foreign aid, and take time to regroup, look forward, and make decisions about where we want to get to over the next 2 years. I don't think a lot of Americans are waiting around for us to use the same old arguments and same old language to pile on Donald Trump. They're tired of it, and our Democratic voters are tired of watching us moan and groan to cover up our impotency out of power. They want us to be smarter than that. Our first major test in the art of strategic retreat comes in a few weeks, as the Trump administration must get a budget passed that raises the debt ceiling. There are deep internal Republican divides over the budget. Republicans don't know what they want to include, they don't agree on an agenda, and they do not have a clear path forward. Mr. Trump has asked for an abolishment of the debt ceiling. The Speaker of the House, his close ally, has yet to definitively support him on it. Already, many Democrats across the party are itching at their seams for a showdown. Instead of gearing up to fight them, as we love to do, The most radical thing we can do is nothing at all. Let the Republicans disagree with themselves publicly. Do not offer a single vote. Do not insert yourself into the discourse. Do not throw a monkey wrench into the equation. Simply step away and let them flirt with a default. Just when they've pushed themselves to the brink, and it appears they could collapse the global economy, come in and save the day. Be the competent party and not the chaos party. House Democrats know this. It's time for everyone in our party, including the darlings who want to run in 2028, to understand this as well. You won't win or achieve anything meaningful going toe-to-toe with the Trump administration right now. This equation must be applied for the remainder of this year. Let the Republicans push for their tax cuts, their Medicaid cuts, their food stamp cuts. Give them all the rope they need. Then let dysfunction paralyze their House caucus and rupture their tiny majority. Let them reveal themselves as incapable of governing, and at the right moment, start making a coordinated, consistent argument about the need to protect Medicare, Medicaid, worker benefits, and middle-class pocketbooks. Let the Republicans crumble. Let the American people see it, and wait until they need us to offer our support. It's a wiser approach than we pursued in the first Trump administration, when Democrats tried and failed at the art of resistance politics. We voiced outrage on social issue after social issue. We spun ourselves up in a tizzy over an investigation into Russia. We fought Mr. Trump at every corner, on every issue imaginable, and muddied up our message in an unwinnable war. We were saved only by his lousy governing, and a lot of effort on our side finding good candidates to run for the House and Senate in 2018. Sometimes the most powerful thing we can do is retreat on the immediate battlefield and advance in another direction. It won't take long. Public support for this administration will fall through the floorboard. It's already happening. Just over a month in, the president's approval has already sunk underwater in 2 new polls. The people did not vote for the Department of Education to be obliterated. They voted for lower prices for eggs and milk. Democrats let the Republicans' own undertow drag them away. At this rate, the Trump honeymoon will be over, best case, by Memorial Day, but more likely in the next 30 days. And in November 2025, we start turning the tide with what will be remembered as one of the most important elections in recent years. The Virginia governor's race. From tax enforcers to rocket scientists, bank regulators, and essential workers, the Trump administration is hell-bent on drastically firing the federal workforce, despite the fact that federal civilian employees account for just 3% of the federal budget. These workers are highly concentrated in Virginia, home to around 144,000 civilian federal employees. It looks set to be a resounding Republican defeat. This will be the first moment when we can take the offensive back and begin our crusade again. Half a century ago, Muhammad Ali cemented himself as the greatest heavyweight boxer of all time not by punching his way to glory, but by mastering the art of the strategic retreat. Facing George Foreman, who was rolling off 37 knockouts and 40 wins, Ali deployed the famous rope-a-dope strategy, retreating to the ropes of the ring, evading punches right and left, absorbing small jabs until Foreman's battery was depleted, and in round 8 deployed a decisive knockout blow. It's round 1, let's rope-a-dope Dems. James Carville is a veteran of Democratic presidential campaigns, including Bill Clinton's in 1992, and a consultant to American Bridge, a Democratic super PAC.
I don't know. I think I think this opinion piece is probably didn't need to be written or published. Um, yeah, I don't know that we need James Carville to tell us the obvious. I don't think that Democrats are in a position to put up any form of resistance. So the regroup part, he's right. The the let's pretend we have a strategy is a I don't know. I don't even know what to call it. It's just, avoiding the obvious, in my opinion. So, thank you, James. So, the next article Next two articles, I'm still toying with not even bothering with because it'll take a turn to the more political philosophical. I don't know if anyone out in the audience is familiar with a guy named Alexander Dugan, but he is kind of like the intellectual underpinning or underpinner of a lot of Russian, well, frankly, Russian aggression and a lot of moves that Putin's doing. Um, in this particular New Yorker article, he gave a speech a while ago, and he said that he characterizes Russia as nothing less than the last phase of the true subject of history in time and space. Um, Russia basically has imperial dreams, and they basically want to punch above their weight, and they've got Trump, Trump and company, who are in their corner, telling them to let's go, rock. So this is a very long article written by the Hoover Institute talking about Dugan. Let's see, when was this written? I can't find a date on it yet, but I'm going to play some of it. There are a lot of footnotes in here too. But I want to play a little bit of it just so everybody gets an idea of who Dugan is. And again, this is a conservative think tank, um, the Europe Center. Let's see, the Freeman Spogli Institute for International Studies. Um, so it may not be Hoover Institute, or maybe it's a part of it. I don't know, but it is a Stanford, the Europe Center. So it's going to tend to be conservative leaning anyway. So I will not play all of this, but I want to play a little bit of it because it's fairly interesting. If I can figure out how to use this reader.
Alexander Dugin's Foundations of Geopolitics. Dunlop, John B. John P. Dunlop is a senior fellow at the Hoover Institution.
Oh, it is
Current
Hoover.
research focuses on the conflict in Chechnya, Russian politics since 1985, Russia and the successor states of the former Soviet Union, Russian nationalism, and the politics of religion in Russia. One perceptive observer of the Russian political scene, Francois Thom, noted as far back as 1994 that fascism, and especially its Eurasianist variant, was displacing Russian nationalism among statist Russian elites as a post-communist Russian idea, especially in the foreign policy sphere. The weakness of Russian nationalists, she emphasized, stems from their inability to clearly situate Russian frontiers. Eurasianism brings an ideological foundation for post-Soviet imperialism. 1. There probably has not been another book published in Russia during the post-communist period that has exerted an influence on Russian military, police, and statist foreign policy elites comparable to that of Alexander Dugin's 1997 neo-fascist treatise, Foundations of Geopolitics. 2. The impact of this intended Eurasianist textbook on key elements among Russian elites testifies to the worrisome rise of fascist ideas and sentiments during the late Yeltsin and Putin periods. The author of this 600-page program for the eventual rule of ethnic Russians over the lands extending from Dublin to Vladivostok, Alexander Gelevich Dugin, was born in 1962, the son, and great-grandson of Russian military officers. 3. His father is said to have held the rank of colonel, and, according to one source, he served in Soviet military intelligence, in the GRU. 4. By all accounts, Dugin was a bright and precocious youth, with a talent for learning foreign languages. He is said to have mastered at least 9 of them. While still a teenager, he joined a secretive group of Moscow intellectuals interested in mysticism, paganism, and fascism. Both the masters of this group and their disciples engaged, inter alia, in translating the works of foreign writers who shared their interests. As one of his contributions, Dugin completed a translation of a book by the Italian pagan fascist philosopher Julius Evola. Dugin is reported to have been detained by the KGB for participating in this study group, and forbidden literature was subsequently discovered at his apartment. According to one account, he then was expelled from the Moscow Aviation Institute, where he had enrolled as a student sometime in the late 1970s. According to another account, he eventually managed to graduate from the institute. 5. In 1987, during Gorbachev's second year of rule, Dugin was in his mid-20s and emerged as a leader of the notorious anti-Semitic Russian nationalist organization, Paymayat, headed by photographer Dmitry Vasilyev. During late 1988 and 1989, Dugin served as a member of the Paymayat Central Council. In 1989, taking advantage of increased opportunities to visit the West, Dugin spent most of the year traveling to Western European countries. While there, he strengthened ties with leading figures of the European New Right, such as Frenchman Alain de Benoist and Belgian Jean-François Thieriart. These contacts led to Dugin's belated reconciliation with the USSR, just as that state was approaching its final demise. It appears that, largely as a result of these contacts with the European Nouvelle Droite, Dugin became a fascist theorist. On the subject of Dugin's indubitable fascist orientation, Stephen Shenfield has written, "Crucial to Dugin's politics is the classical concept of the conservative revolution that overturns the post-Enlightenment world and installs a new order in which the heroic values of the almost forgotten tradition are renewed." It is
I'm going to stop it right there, and I'll put the link in the chat if anybody wants to read the long form version of it. If you're into political philosophy or history or anything like that, uh, it's pretty interesting. But the one thing that I want to point out when they say anti-enlightenment, what they're really meaning is basically they're anti-liberal
Oh.
and liberal with the capital L.
I thought
So
I thought that
a
it
lot of
was
these people,
religion.
what?
I thought that was usually a religion reference. Enlightenment.
Eh,
You know.
No.
Okay.
Anti-enlightenment, as in the Enlightenment. You know
Like
the
anti-Western democracy, basically. Sounds
well, yeah, liberal democracy. It all
like.
kind of comes under the heading of capital L liberal, but
Yeah.
um, one of the roots, if not the tap root of enlightenment, is ration over religion. In theory, the Enlightenment is actually anti-religious. Basically, reason is placed
Yeah.
above religion or God or anything like that. And these guys, you heard he's into mysticism. These guys basically want to go back to, well, basically, they want to institute Christian states. The Christian Orthodox Church in Russia has always been a
Yeah.
force, even during communism. And
Yeah.
if I recall, Putin is an ally of the Christian of the Russian, or I say Christian Orthodox, Russian Orthodox Church. And um, you talk about Hungary with their quote illiberal democracy, which is basically a Christian democracy, I guess you would call it. And Trump pretty much wants to move in that direction as well. And if Vance winds up president, you're going to see a move towards a more um, a larger emphasis on religion. Now, the only problem with Vance is that he is Catholic. So I don't know how that would actually how that would actually work in
Yeah.
evangelical circles, but there's a form of Catholicism, conservative Catholicism, and I think they're technical names that I can't think of right now. But there is a form, even within the Catholic community, there are more liberal Catholics and there are more conservative Catholics. And the most famous conservative Catholic I can think of, oddly enough, is who was a guy who was in Lethal Weapon. Can't even think of his name now.
Mel Gibson.
Yeah, Mel Gibson. He's a famous conservative Catholic. Like
The funniest thing about it is he openly says I'm completely not with the Vatican, right?
who?
He said Mel Gibson says that. He says I'm against.
Oh yeah,
He
yeah,
says
yeah. Well, I mean,
he
Pope
says
Francis, um,
he says
who,
he
by
says
the
I'm separate
way,
from the Vatican, and I'm like, that's the definition of a Protestant. If you're not 100% with the Vatican, right? I'm like, if a
no,
Protestant,
not necessarily.
I mean,
There are plenty of people who are. Um, he's not. He does. I think when he says Vatican, I'm thinking what he's meaning is the current Pope. Um, he probably would have been more for the Pope who was. I can't think of the Pope's name, who was more conservative than Francis.
what? Yeah,
By the way,
he's like a Vatican II guy. Vatican II. He's against Vatican II, from what
right,
I
and
understand.
there are a lot of Catholics who would still be saying all the masses in Latin and having the priest not facing the congregation. So there are plenty of those. They just aren't that common.
Yeah,
So
interesting.
I don't know if Vance is that far um, to the right, but it wouldn't surprise me if he was. I know he disagreed. Vance himself disagreed with the Pope on something or another. I can't remember what it was, but he. Why is this doing that? Wow, is my browser messing up?
I don't think so.
Um, man. Anyway, let's see what is next. If everybody's aware that Gene Hackman died under mysterious circumstances, I must say.
Yeah,
Uh, um,
I don't know what that was.
he was 95, his wife was 64, and the dog was dead too. So, uh, and there were pills about. So I don't know whether this was something planned, but Gene Hackman was 30 years older than his wife. So why she would want to go at 64 is beyond me.
Oh.
But
Well, he was
anyway, this is Ben
suicide.
Stiller kind of wrote an essay because they starred, at least in one movie that I know of, the Royal Tenenbaums. And I'm a huge Gene Hackman fan, and I'm not really into actors and movies, any more than the normal person would be. But
He's a good
I've
actor.
been looking at clips on YouTube of Hackman's different performances, and at some point, I'm actually going to go back and look at some of his old stuff. The last movie I saw, the Royal Tenenbaums, which was kind of forgettable, but Mississippi Burning and Superman. Oddly enough, the first Superman.
Nah, Superman, he was great in. He was great in
Was it
Superman.
Superman 1 or 2?
Not one. He was great in that.
But the anyway, this is Ben Stiller, the actor and director. Uh, wrote a little essay on him. So let's hear what he has to say.
Ben Stiller on Gene Hackman's Simple Truth. This article is by Ben Stiller and read by an automated voice. 25 years ago, I found myself sitting in a director's chair in Harlem next to Gene Hackman. I had been playing one of his sons in a world created by Wes Anderson, where somehow that made genealogical sense. He towered over me, both in height and stature, I don't think my character was adopted, but that might have been the backstory we both created to justify the relationship. I didn't ever feel comfortable around him. His movies were deeply embedded in my consciousness. In a time before social media and constant entertainment news, he was truly intimidating to me. He was one of the 4 actors on my Mount Rushmore, with Al Pacino, Robert De Niro, and Dustin Hoffman. When Gene Hackman said something on screen, you believed him. We had been filming the Royal Tenenbaums for about 4 weeks, and we were waiting to film one of the final scenes of the movie. A long tracking shot that would end with him comforting my character, who had suffered a great loss. During the shoot, I had found myself alone with him a couple of times, waiting to set up a shot, or, after lunch had been called, walking back to the small trailers parked on a side street off Broadway. Each time, I had tried to think of something to say to him, to somehow acknowledge how much his work meant to me. It never felt right. But here we were sitting next to each other, and he seemed to not be doing anything. The shoot was going to be over soon, and I'd probably never have a better moment to say something. Gene, I have to tell you something. I could feel the adrenaline surge through me. Even saying Gene felt adventurous. I felt a tingling in my stomach. He turned to me with a pleasant, curious smile. He had not seemed entirely happy on this shoot. While he was always courteous to me and the crew, I had gotten the feeling he didn't feel as if he had any peers on this set, people he could be himself with. This is all speculation, but I felt he missed having a buddy on the set, a contemporary. But in this moment, he was as approachable as I'd seen him. I thought about all the times so many people must have told him about his incredible work in The Conversation, or The French Connection, or Mississippi Burning. But I had wanted to tell him about the movie that really meant the most to me. I recall saying something like, I just have to say, and I know you have obviously done so many great movies, just like incredible performances. I was looking at him to gauge how he reacted. Were his eyes glazing over at yet another actor telling him how much his performances meant to him? He didn't seem to know where I was going with this. I felt as if I was driving a car straight at a cliff and about to go over the edge. But I have to say, for me, there is one movie you made that means so much to me. It might sound crazy, but I think it's the reason I wanted to make movies. It's The Poseidon Adventure. It literally was my favorite movie when it came out. I think I was 7 or something, and I went to see it in the theater about 10 times, then watched it repeatedly whenever it was on TV. It was so formative, and you were so good in it, and it just for me was my favorite movie for so long because of the excitement of that incredible score, and those actors and the action and just all of it. It really changed my life and just made me want to make movies. He smiled a little. He looked forward, thinking perhaps about the movie as if it hadn't crossed his mind for a long time. Then he grinned and said, Money job. Someone called for the actors. He got up to get ready for the shot. I sat alone for a moment, trying to figure how to take that. He had not felt the need to explain it or even acknowledge how good or bad he thought the movie was, or its impact on me. He just got up, as if it was no big deal, a conversation that might or might not continue. I sat there wrestling with this knowledge, that what had been one of the most formative performances in my young life, a performance that had moved me so much, had been some sort of a blip to him, a job to pay the bills. We got on the marks and we did the scene. My character opened up to him about having a difficult year, and he put his hand on my neck and he looked at me, his eyes inches from mine with a deep honesty and empathy, the powerful kind of look I had seen him give on screen many times, and he said, I know you have. I believed him. A few days later, I heard he was trying to get tickets to see a Broadway show with his wife. I had a connection and got him seats. He insisted on taking my wife and me out to dinner with him and his wife as a thank you. To be honest, the dinner was incredibly awkward. He addressed my wife as Mrs. Stiller. Betsy Arakawa, his wife, was warm and kind, even though I never could get over feeling I was floating out of my body most of the time. Whenever the subject would come up in conversation for years after, I always couldn't believe that dinner happened. I never crossed paths with him again after that. I've told the money job story before, but a couple of years ago something happened that changed how I think about it. I sat down and watched The Royal Tenenbaums with my son. He had never seen it. I hadn't watched it since I lost my own father. I found myself getting emotional, thinking about my dad, and the experience of making the movie all those years ago, and getting a chance to actually work with one of my idols. In the film, Gene Hackman's performance doesn't ask you to like him. He plays each scene simply and truthfully and with full commitment, but always with a sensitivity and humanity underneath it all, just like in the Poseidon adventure. I don't think it was a money job, but I never asked. Ben Stiller is an actor and director.
Mm.
Well, once again, an essay that did not need to be written.
Yeah, that was kind of long-winded.
But I'm sure we can say he's an actor and a director, but not a writer.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Gene Hackman, you
Well,
gotta
but Poseidon was good though, right?
the
You
what?
remember that Poseidon Adventure from the
Oh, I
'70s?
remember it. You know what?
That was a good
I
movie.
remember it, but it seems like I saw it on TV. I don't think I saw it at the theaters. Or was it
Oh
even?
yeah,
It had to have been in the theaters.
it was from like '72, so it was long ago. You
Oh,
know, he was
I
young then.
remember seeing it, but I think it was on TV. You know how they used to do the like movies on Saturday night, like
Hmm.
those
Sure.
midnight movies.
Yeah, of course. Well, yeah, I guess I was listening to you earlier as I was waking,
To
and I
about
was
what?
hearing. I was listening to you earlier as I was waking up, and I was listening to your article on Trump, and I don't know what he's doing, but he's crazy. So it's wild-eyed what these guys are doing. And the
Um,
last thing I heard was,
I think they're doing what their fans want them to do.
well, this is what really pissed me off. Like, there's other things. And yes, he's affecting business. He's affecting, I mean, I'm in the DC metro area. I've got 20 projects on hold that are supposed to
Really?
be underway. Oh, yeah, it's everyone's in DC area. I mean, everybody's like, what's going to happen with the money? I got a job at the Department of Justice, which has just stopped. NIH stopped all these projects. So, but this
What is your
happens.
company? Did your company get rid of DEI?
No, it's not. It's not DEI. It's just federal spending.
Oh, yeah, I know that. But what I'm saying is,
No,
he wants all the contractors, if they have anything that smells like DEI, they
I
need to
think
get
that's
rid of it.
just. I thought it was just with the
Did you
federal.
fire all the
Oh
blacks yet?
no, they're not. That's not going to happen anyway. That's not going to happen.
Oh, do you hear that they're throwing all the transsexuals out of the military out?
I heard that, but that kind of goes back to a don't ask, don't tell. I would guess. That
Well,
was the initial.
the problem with that is it's not exactly like don't ask, don't tell, because it actually costs money. The hormone treatments and any surgeries or anything like that. So it's not a matter of be who you are. I think one of the main problems, and I don't necessarily disagree, that hey, you got to spend money to let these people be who they're going to be.
Well, I think if you ask 90% of people, reasonable people, I'm not talking the far right or just lunatic fringe, right? Most people don't really give a shit, but I personally don't want my tax dollars or insurance company to pay for it, you know. In a sense, I
Well,
mean,
I
it's
mean, you don't get to control insurance companies. They're going to do what they want to do.
well, I see it as a
And
largely
quite
cosmetic.
frankly, before you get to, well, go ahead and finish your argument because I have a problem with this taxpayer money bullshit. People don't seem to understand what taxes are.
Well, okay, we can talk about that, but my thing is, I personally feel it's largely a cosmetic surgery. And what I mean by that
You got
is,
to have hormone treatments.
well, but yeah, well, that's a good point. But if you're getting plastic surgery on your genitalia, I'm like, that is, I mean, if I felt like let's say a woman feels that she was born in a body with too small of boobs. Right? She feels like a big-breasted woman, even though she's not. God made a mistake or whatever, right? Why couldn't she just make the argument that she should be able to get breast enlargement surgery, much like trans
I
surgery?
actually think that well, I know insurance companies will, at least some do. Breast reductions, for instance, can be paid for.
But you got to prove
Um,
it's a back. You got to prove it's hurting your back.
yeah,
You
well,
got to
all you
prove
need is
it's
a doctor. I mean, sometimes it's obvious. The thing is that, a lot of it, I happen to have known someone who had a breast reduction. She
yeah.
was still young, but I guess what she's looking to do is head off future problems. But the
Well,
argument that my tax dollars shouldn't go to pay for this, I disagree with that argument. Once you pay your taxes, it's no longer your money. So it's kind of like a tithe. Once you put the money in the collection plate, putting your hand back in it at a minimum is bad form.
but I
So
still feel
people need to get off the idea that they're tax dollars. Okay, once you pay the taxes, it is the people's money, not your money.
what's the collective. Yeah, you're right, but I still think the people
So
should
the
have.
the I my tax dollars, you don't control your tax dollars. Uh,
Well,
you
not
know,
not individually, not
basically
individually.
lose control once you hit the send button, or sign it off at H&R Block or whatever.
Well, here's my issue. There's a guy right now, and it's the dumbest thing I've heard him say is he wants to abolish the debt ceiling altogether, and that guy's the president. So we're talking about it's the dumbest thing I've ever heard him say, probably. I mean, there's many dumb things he said, but
Well, he's not the
I'm
first to think that it should be abolished. The only reason there is a debt ceiling, that's legislative. I don't It's not constitutional. We don't have to
but
have a debt ceiling.
well, I theoretically the House should be checking the expenditures and then appropriating the money. Um, the issue is if you get a house in there and they just run away with it, they can spend the country's treasure into nothingness. And certain people think we can just sell treasury notes forever. Um, they quote unquote print money, but there is a fiscal reckoning that will happen. And
I don't,
we're
to
kind
be honest with you, I don't think there will be.
well, it is getting
Well,
far.
who's
It's
gonna
getting
who's gonna impose the fiscal reckoning? Who's gonna say, government, you need to stop printing money or issuing treasury bills, or who's gonna tell us no?
the problem is so like right now the one of the largest the interest used to be like the 15th item on the budget, and it's now like the second or third. And what that means is it cuts into all other spending, which I mean that's a big deal. Like when it's big, it'll be eventually be bigger than Social Security spending, and it'll hamper everything else that we do as a country.
How
So,
so?
well, when the interest is 50% of the budget, 30% of the budget, or larger and larger, they got to keep borrowing to fund that. Eventually,
Well, I
people
mean,
start
in
buying
theory,
it.
they could borrow forever.
Well, it's kind of like this. What'll happen is when you go get a loan for your house, and I'm gonna give you an example, there's only so much asset value that you have in the house. So eventually, and the higher, the more money you want, the debt to income starts to come into play, and then like we got to sell these
Right.
treasury bills. We got to pay more and more interest on them. People will stop buying them. Governments will stop buying them. They'll lose faith in the dollar, and we're getting close. I'll tell you that much. We are getting very close to that. We
Mm,
got close to it.
who? I mean,
I
there.
promise.
If you're assuming that there has to be winners and losers, uh, basically there are way more losers than the U.S. government. I don't think even China comes close to, as far as full faith and credit. I don't think China comes anywhere near um, the United
No,
States.
people are still putting money into the United States, but we definitely have to get the budget in order. Think about it like this: the budget, the interest is, I think, was 800 billion last year. What could you do with that money? 800 billion. What could you do with that money? You could, I mean, that's the defense budget. People bitch about that. That's the defense budget was the interest budget. We could put it into every program, but we got to pay down some of this bullshit. So, which by the way, it's happening the wrong way, the stupidest way you can do it, to slash everything that's working.
Well, you know what? The reason they do it is it's the easiest. It's the path of least resistance. Just basically throw everything against the wall, and what doesn't stick, you keep. That's essentially what they're doing.
The right
And
way to do it, and these idiots should have been doing this forever. You can look at the GDP, you can look at what the revenues are, and you can say, this is what we're going to spend as a percentage every year. It's forever. Like how they fix Social Security, they tied it to inflation. It goes up with inflation. When you go on Social Security, like a couple years ago, they raised Social Security by 8.6%. That was the inflation rate. You don't have to do nothing after that. It's done, right? These idiots could tie it to GDP, inflation numbers of it. What the government spends every year, it's easy, you know? Nah, we want to dick around with this thing every year with, you know, these omnibus packages and shit. I just feel like the government's just done such a disservice to people.
yeah, well,
Who just
um,
want to get reelected. By the way, I think when they shut the government down, I think the
that
senators,
would be the
the
dumbest
House,
thing the Republicans could possibly do.
well, I think what they need to do is this. They need to start fining these senators, right?
They need to
And
what?
then start fining them. You got to
Firing them.
fine them. Fine them.
Fine them how?
And,
For what?
well, it should hit their paycheck. You know, it should hit their pay. Oh, you're going to shut the government down? It's going to cost you a bunch of money.
Right. Well,
So,
they'll
or do
never
so.
vote for that.
No,
But
no.
the thing is I'm trying to figure out who who's going to be hurt besides the Republicans if they shut the government down. Democrats, you know, basically Democrats, and I agree. The one thing I do agree with Carville on is they got to govern now. Let them.
Yeah.
If that doesn't mean you have to sit there with your, sitting on your hands. If you disagree with something, disagree with it, but let them govern, because I agree with him. There's enough there's enough issues internal to MAGA that they won't be able to govern. Look at how they how contentious it got picking the Speaker of the House a few years ago.
Well,
Kevin
what's really
McCarthy,
interesting,
and there was just that Freedom Caucus is a den of vipers.
I think the one thing there are some people within that are they're not really MAGA. They're even like I like Chip Roy, and I like David Schweiker, the budget hawks. I like all that. Chip Roy's largely that, but he also is Freedom Caucus. But I don't think he's MAGA. I think he's keeps his mouth quiet usually when it comes to Trump. He's scared of him, of course, like everybody is, but he's a budget hawk. He comes up every week and talks about we got to get this shit in order. And I wish the Democrats would get fiscally sound, like in other words, have people like that. So, because socially, I am a Democrat. Socially, just fiscally, I don't like their approach to how they handle the budget in any way. I think it's terrible. And I even align with the hawkish military. Generally speaking, I think we should project power and we should be engaged in Ukraine and other conflicts for sure. I'm pro NATO, but I mean, I'm probably 75% Democrat on a lot of stuff, but they don't talk about the damn budget. The only one talking about it's the Heritage Foundation. So, and they're still talking about it, even though Trump wants to get rid of the cap. I mean, what an idiot. So dumb. Let's just get rid of it. So, and we've got 100,000 dead Ukrainians. Eh, oh well. So, I have a Stanley. What do you think about this theory? I think I know Trump's play on Putin. You want to hear it?
Is it to perform fellatio?
No, though perhaps. I think the other showing at the White House the other day. I think he told Putin. You got to think about how because Putin's got to want out of this shit.
Say that
He's
again.
Putin's got to want out of this at this point.
Why? He's got him.
Well,
He's got him an extra country.
they've been they Stanley they've had the same front lines for 2 years. It's a it's a World War One type meat grinder at this point. Like they have the same front lines for 2 years. So he's throwing
Well,
men at it.
his secret weapon though is Trump.
I would say that here's what I think.
Did you not
And it's
hear
a
what Trump told Zelensky? He doesn't have cards to play. So
well,
apparently, Trump
well,
either Trump thinks he holds the cards, or it's basically, hey, I'm dealing with my equal, who is Putin.
I think what he means is um just I think what he means is him versus like Ukraine versus Russia. Ukraine will run out of men first. He has no leverage. Like he has
Oh
no
no, no,
leverage.
I know what he meant. What I'm saying is Zelensky. I think I think this was doomed to fail from the beginning. This war is way too drawn out, and
Yeah,
this
I
is
agree.
basically going to turn into a Vietnam where nobody exactly gets what they want. But the
Yeah,
thing is I don't. I'm dubious about giving Russia anything more than a stalemate
I agree. I think that it's. I think here's the deal with
because I don't
Putin.
care what the reason was. They crossed the border, not the other way around.
Oh, I agree with you. But I think here's what he wants. Here's
Why?
what he
Why
did.
are these women so willing to be so revealing?
I don't know. Is this a carnival still?
This is Trinidad.
Okay. I don't. I can't answer that, buddy.
Well, I
Can't.
mean, I'm like, if you got a great, if you got a lot of assets, yeah, sure. But you got to know thyself.
Yeah. I don't know. It's more debauchery, like a Rio.
Well, they
Yeah.
should do it at night, not in daylight. How about that?
Well, look, here's what I think Trump's doing, though. I think he told Putin, because at this point, Putin is throwing men and resources at this, right? And the front lines haven't moved. I think if Putin gets what he's taken so far, which is nice chunks of land, and Zelensky's gone, I think Putin would cease fire, right? So you got to think about what Putin like. What would what would he's going to walk away from this thing going, okay, I got rid of Zelensky and he quote unquote got rid of the neo Nazis that were in because remember he said there were neo Nazis in the Donbass and he was clearing them out, right? So he would save face to a degree, and that would call he would Putin would accept that, I think. but Zelensky's got to go.
Well, I'm just it sometimes kind of shocks me that um, to be honest, I think the reason they don't like Zelensky is because they're all anti-Semites.
Trump's not an anti-Semite at all. I
Oh,
think
sure he
he's
is.
no. Oh my God,
Oh,
dude!
absolutely he is.
Look, he will fund Israel forever right now. I
Okay,
promise
well,
you.
they don't. Israel's a different matter. That's like biblical, but you can be an anti-Semite and still support Israel.
Nah, Kushner's a Jew. Kushner's a Jew. His son-in-law's a Jew. He talks
You
God.
can still be pro-Israel and be an anti-Semite.
I don't. I think you're wrong on that one, buddy. I do.
No,
He's.
I'm pretty confident in my opinion.
I mean, I don't look. I think he does. I think they don't like Zelensky. I think they jumped him. Him and Vance jumped Zelensky because it's part of the plan to get rid of Zelensky. That's what I think.
Oh well,
So,
yeah, because he's Jewish and they're anti-Semites.
no, it's for Putin. Listen, there's more anti-Semitism in the Democratic Party than there is in the Republican Party.
Yeah, sure there is.
Really? I
I would,
mean,
I'm gonna bet it's about equal.
I know. Well, I know who's
And here's
protesting
the deal.
this right now.
My view on, just racism in general. I don't think I think one party is just a little bit more willing to call out their overt racists. But I have no illusions about America in general, and quite frankly, we all swim, black, white, Hispanic. It doesn't really matter. We all swim in this racist pond called America. So we're all affected by it, even white people.
Well, I think you were talking about that sociology teacher, Sam something from Penn State, and I've had a chance to watch him. You remember you were talking about that guy, the
Um,
soc teacher,
you
Soc
talk.
190.
Is it? He's got a Substack. Is that who you're talking about?
Yeah, he
Rod.
yeah he it's Sam something. He's a white guy with like a goatee,
Oh yeah, yeah,
and
yeah. I know you're talking about the videos. Yeah.
he's great in my opinion because I mean he is really if you watch his class, I've
I
learned a
need to
lot of
get back
stuff.
to watching one or two of those.
He just had a thing, and it was he was talking about driving while black. He was like he always covers subjects, right? And they prove that at dusk, less black people get pulled over, right? So they prove that driving while black is
Oh yeah,
illegal.
they proved that years ago.
And
Also, the same. This never gets put out, but Roland Fryer, in that same report where he basically said, disproved that black men or black people in general are targeted and killed by police more so than other
they're
groups.
harassed more. They're
That
harassed
there,
more.
yeah, exactly, and that never gets highlighted. And in my
Yeah.
opinion, if you're more prone to be harassed or manhandled, you're more prone to do a Sandra. What was her name? Sandra, the woman who died in Texas. She died in
Uh,
custody. Uh, I take me a minute to remember her last name. Being pushed around, being manhandled more, puts your life at risk more
well,
than
yeah, you're gonna
not
push back.
manhandled.
He had a study, and I
Sandra
thought it
Bland,
was
that's right, DiCapriona.
I thought it was a it was it was it was really in the same class. He had a thing where he was showing that they did a poll on each group, and the questions were, hey, who do you think that uh, racism has gone up against each group, right? Right, like Jewish people. white people, black people, Latino people. And every group individually picked their own group as there being an increase in racism against. The whites said there's more racism against whites. The Jewish people said there's more. The Muslims said there's more racism against Muslims. Black people said there's more. So
Was
each group,
Muslim a race?
it was one of the categories, the subcategories. Latinos said so. What they learned from it was that each group felt that there was an increase in racism against their own group, which then showed your group is more likely to ad- find things or see things that was racist against them only, right? So, they're more aware of it and they're looking for it more so than the other groups, right? So I think the DEI thing is part of that
Okay,
is, hey,
DEI, I have no clue how that comes into it.
well,
Um,
in other words,
I
in other
think
words,
I actually think
well, hold on.
concerning the poll you're talking about,
Yeah.
I think all the groups are probably right. I mean,
I mean,
they can all talk about increases and probably be right.
I get maybe you're right.
America's a racist country. Okay, we
Yeah.
all swim in the same racist pond. And if all the groups are seeing increases or at least perceive increases
That's
in,
perceived. Yeah.
racist behaviors towards them, they could all be right.
Well, yeah, I think people look for, like what I was saying about DEI is you now hear white people saying, oh, you're racist against me. And Jewish people, oh, you're racist against us because they're looking for it, right? Latinos, oh, you
I
guys
don't
hate us.
know. I mean, oversensitivity, saying you're oversensitive to it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Being oversensitive doesn't disprove the existence. It might disprove the degree. But
Yeah.
the one thing you also have to notice is any group that has a loss of power, and sharing power is obvious is arguably a loss of power. They're going to feel discriminated against.
I don't, I don't,
That's not even a debatable point.
I
I
think
mean,
it is.
you go into those same sociology books, and somewhere in there, it will talk about people who are disgruntled because, oh, hey, this used to be an exclusively white club. Now we got to think of the Masters. You remember the Masters used to be all white and male? They didn't even allow women at one point, white women. And there was a
I,
big hullabaloo because they had integrated a while ago, but just letting women in was a big deal.
I think that I will say that I've personally never felt a sense of power. Um,
Okay, let's not talk about individual. That's the other thing that people do that's just annoying. They want to personalize universals and they want to do the opposite. Your anecdotal experience doesn't disprove,
well, okay.
the existence of, anything either.
Well, let me add to that. I do know that there was a group of people that I was introduced to at 18 that were wealthy people. And, my upbringing. That's when I realized there is a percentage of people that have a privilege. And because they were wealthy fucking people, let me tell you. And that's when I realized I was white trash. I was like, because I met people that had a fuckload of money, and I dated a girl, and I'm like, holy shit, like these people are super rich, and I could see the classes real distinctly at that point. I could just see them, like, okay, you know. Prior to that, I thought that I had a normal, well, it's pretty normal. Everyone kind of lives like I do, but that's when I was like, holy shit, some people, and there's a pipeline. parents that are wealthy put kids in private schools that
But
are wealthy.
I don't think that's quite what we're talking about.
Why not?
Back in oh my lord, back in the oh, I don't know, back in, let's just say, the 1700s, the 18th century, there were people who wanted to take po white trash up in the hills. The Scots Irish up in the hills. There were people who wanted to put them into slavery. And
That's
the only reason they kind of shot down the idea is because those people had guns. So
well,
they weren't
I
going
would
to
say
be
that
enslaved so easily.
I would say that they were my people. So they were my people. But well, actually, I know West Virginia was where they were from. My group, because my granddad moved out of there. But no, I'm with you. I mean, a few people had a whole shit ton of money back then, you know.
Right. Well,
So
I mean, the thing with the U.S., and I'm sure there must be other, maybe Brazil or somewhere, where race is sometimes inseparable from class. There are people who say that race is a class in some ways. So, the intra, let's just call it the intra white discrimination where class becomes an issue, is not the same thing, or in my opinion, even a parallel to black on white racism, or vice versa for that matter. They're not the same. The power dynamic isn't the same.
that's it's a very Marxist idea, the whole power
No, it's
thing.
not Marxist at all. I mean, if you made $1 million tomorrow and you were Jed Clampett, the Beverly, the Beverly Hillbillies are the perfect example where, everybody, like the banker, Mr. What was it, Mr. whatever the dude's name, Drysdale. Mr. Drysdale, when the Beverly Hillbillies first get there, he's treating them like shit. And then he finds out they got $5 million, and he's their personal banker now. So, money changes everything in a class dynamic, at least an American class dynamic.
Yeah, but
A
I think
$5 million in the hands of Orion. Let's just go back to like 1940. $5 million in the hand of Orion is going to be treated differently than a 5 million, dollars in the hand of some guy living in a tar paper shack, um, in the down in Selma.
I mean, you think he'll be treated differently as a human being, you
No,
mean?
I don't think $5 million back then, they would be treated maybe differently. But remember the theory, and one of the ways they kept um, poor blacks and poor whites from forming coalitions is always, hey, you got something more valuable than a rich black guy. You got white skin.
I
That
think
was a common,
I,
that was a
I
trope.
think I think the North actually um I've wondered about this, but I think the North actually fomented more of the dislike for each group. So in other words, I think the
You mean
South
they
blamed,
foment?
well, in other words, they blamed. So after the Civil War, I think that logically speaking, I think that the whites lost in the South and they needed somebody to blame because they got their ass beat. What's most interesting is only 1% of the people owned slaves, and yet they fought to keep slavery in the South. So how did they do that,
Well,
right?
the reason they fought to keep slavery in the South is a, believe me, the poor whites would be threatened and were threatened with black people who even had a modicum of success. So, of course, they were going to fight for their way of life. Okay. And
But what's
yes,
so
the
weird?
1% owning slave argument, it is only partially effective because plenty of people aspire to be in that 1%.
Yeah, but you got to figure most people couldn't. They couldn't even. They were far
Okay,
from it.
you're not getting my point.
No, no,
Okay,
I got your point.
point
I got your point.
is where class wouldn't work, race did. Race became a proxy for class. If I'm poor white trash, I have one thing a black man can't have that is valuable is white skin.
I guess. I don't know.
Oh no, no, no. Yeah, read, there are plenty of books that'll back me up on this.
Well, think about this, right?
As a matter of
Uh,
fact, you would do yourself a favor of just reading a book on populism. Have you heard of Wilmington, the Wilmington riot or whatever they call it? Back in 1896, I think it was. Um, in North Carolina, working class whites and working class blacks pretty much shared political power. It was, forget the name of the party, but it was
gotcha.
some sort of progressive party. It was like populist progressive or something like that, where they were power sharing in Wilmington, and it did not suit the North Carolina governor's aims and just white supremacists in general. They couldn't have a good example of blacks and whites cooperating, so they went in there and they just threw a bomb in the middle of it. Wound up driving blacks out of town, killing blacks, etc., and put their own government in. As a matter of fact, it's one of the few successful coups in American history. It was just at the city level.
Well, do you think that it's just part of the human condition to create the class dynamics? Um, in other words, hey, I'm better than you. Like, if you can separate on race, you do that. But do you think it's part of the human condition? I certainly look down on the people and I don't do it purposely, but I feel like I'm better than the people that I come from, which happens to be white trash. Like, I worked harder.
Why would you think you're better?
Um, maybe resentment. I don't know, but uh, well, a lot of them, look, man, a lot of them went to work at GM, the successful ones, because, working a factory job was success. Like, if you got out of the trailer park, it was GM or Bethlehem Steel, right? You're blue collar, but they made good money. Good money is what we call it, right? From white trash. So Holly makes good money. Meanwhile, nobody's a fucking
Black people use the term too.
what's that?
Black people use the term too.
Do they? I don't. Yeah, I know white trash says, "Oh, he makes good money," which means he gets paid by the hour and he's got a factory job. So, oh, he makes good money. But there's that. Most good money is like high end salary, right? Like in the real world. But amongst white trash, GM was. But I never could get a job there. I could never get a union job, so I had to go back to college, which ended up working out. And I went at night and I graduated when I was 26 years old, right? But so it's probably resentment because a lot of those guys, if you were successful in the trailer park, you got to that GM job and then you could go buy a friggin' townhouse or something, right? Um, so it's probably resentment. So I'm like, I went back to school and I did better than all you fuckers, which not all of them, some of them did okay, but so
Well,
that,
yeah, but I don't know. The type of person I am. Like if my next door neighbor got like a Mercedes or some high end thing, I'd go nice Mercedes. And
yeah,
that's about it. People do what they want to do. If I wanted a Mercedes, I'd work hard and get a Mercedes.
it's somewhat
But
scarcity.
one thing that I've never been is I don't really get jealous about the obvious things anyway. My son, my son used to tell me, well, all my friends have bigger houses. I'm like, I'm like, Okay, why do we need a bigger house? It's just the two of us, and you don't even like to clean your room. Who's going to clean all the rooms we don't use?
That's true. Are you fearful your son? This is a fear that I have. The reason I'm asking, I'm fearful that my children don't like they don't come. I come from scarcity, right? They
Right.
don't come from scarcity. They don't come from scarcity. So I'm always fearful they're not going to get it. And uh, I don't know. I'm fearful that they're because when you,
Well,
you,
why
you
should
don't have
they
that.
have to get it? Get what?
Um, I feel like coming from scarcity, there's advantages to it, right? Because like it
Well,
makes you ambitious.
the advantages is you're probably more grateful when something good happens and you get some money. But I mean, I think you can teach gratitude even if you don't come from scarcity. And one of the ways you do it is, um, you know, um, yeah, you can have a gaming computer, but you're going to build it piece by piece and buy it with
I
your own.
just I just lit my daughter up. I'll just tell you because as a teacher, she has to get the master's degree,
Hmm.
and right now she's fucking around. So I said, listen, I don't know what. So I'm sure that it makes you fearful, right? I fear she's not going to get it. I fear she's not going to. Number one, you get paid more when you get your master's degree, but you
Right.
have to. And I'm like, why the fuck are you wasting another year not getting your fucking master's degree? It pisses me off because I live that where you better pick up your shit, work harder, right? Like you do what you got to do to get. So I fear that her not coming. She's never felt scarcity. She's never felt any shame for being
I
poor.
don't think that's a thing about scarcity. I think that's basically like, I know I actually got accepted into a master's program, and as a matter of fact, I got a full ride into a master's program. I had a research assistantship and public administration, oddly enough. And I took two classes, and I'm like, you know what? I hate this. I'm never going to school again.
I
So
mean,
my point is that she needs to do it before she gets either too set, or she has a family. It'll be damn near impossible if you have a family. I
well,
think you did it right.
I mean, I graduated. Yeah, I already had a kid, and I went to school at night, and just ground,
Yeah, it's
just
got to be hard.
it's fucking terrible. But you just keep your head down. I took winter semesters, summer semesters to get through, but I
Yeah,
don't
well,
know. I guess
she needs to do it. I mean, you're not wrong. However, you also have to understand she's an adult, you know,
I know.
um, and a
I
female. Who knows? What if
I
she
just
marries a rich guy?
just well, she's getting married. She's getting married, and I mean
Well,
he's
that might be why she doesn't feel the need.
well, she's got to get the master's or to be a teacher. She has to.
Well, what if she says, "Hey, I'm going to be a stay-at-home mom"?
Well, I guess it is what it is, but I don't know. I just feel like there's advantages to being, I know what it means to be broke and to have to just grind. And I fear that that ambition doesn't get planted in a child that has things as they're coming up.
I just think you can plant ambition and not be, it's really it's really in how you parent. Like my son could have had all kinds of things, and I'm not going to buy them. You know, the Xbox that was, I don't know how much I spent on it, but I bought it like the second year it came out. And I think he'd been asking for it, and everybody was getting one. And that thing is sitting in the living room collecting dust. Now,
Mhm.
understood that it's 10 years old. So, maybe that's why my son didn't take it. He just didn't want to, at some engineering school, having a 10-year-old Xbox probably get you laughed out of the dorm. However, But he's got a gaming computer, so he doesn't particularly need it. But still,
And playing
um,
an Xbox. Yeah, a gaming
getting
computer.
all the bells and whistles, kids, even if you got a kid everything they wanted, it's not in a kid's nature to be appreciative.
Yeah, I guess it's not.
I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah,
they're even the poor kids, they're gonna think they're owed Air Jordans or whatever it is they want.
I don't know. I
So
guess that was
it's
she.
really up to the parents to check that. And I don't think scarcity is a prerequisite. I think maybe I don't know that it's a prerequisite. I'll just leave it at that.
I know this. I know that if I'm out in the field, out on the street, like doing my
I wonder how drunk
doing
this dude is.
well, Stanley, I'll tell you this much. I'll spend $2 on a cup of coffee at 7-Eleven. But
Really?
my
You drink
daughter,
that 7-Eleven coffee? Yuck.
I mean, I don't like if I have to.
You don't brew it at home?
No, no, I always brew it at home. But if I'm out and
Right.
but once every 3 months, she'll go to Starbucks, spend like fucking $5, and it pisses me off so much, man. And I don't even know why I get mad. I'm like, she pays her way. I don't give her any more. Why does it make me so fucking mad? I guess because it's so It's like I just
Well,
seem
I
it's
think what she
wasteful.
should do is stop telling you that she goes to Starbucks. No, it's not good coffee, DiCapriono.
That shit pisses me off.
You probably put like a pound of sugar in your coffee to make it taste good.
Why do I get so mad, Stanley? I can't figure that
I
out,
don't.
man. I'm like,
I
I get so
honestly don't
fucking
know.
aggravated.
Have you thought about therapy?
I probably need it. I probably need it. Since she's
Where's
getting married,
Universal when you need him?
listen, yeah, that's right. I need to talk to that guy. Well, here's what's funny. She's getting married, and I'm footing most of the bill, right?
Oh,
And she
really?
says, "Well, yeah, I feel that I'm
Well, I
marrying
mean, I
her off."
know it's kind of traditional.
Yeah, it is, and not with my family.
Now, do
Don't get
you
me wrong.
call it her dowry?
It kind of is because she's got a Cadillac taste on a Pontiac budget, But but she says, Dad, I gotta do my bachelorette weekend.
Oh my
I
lord!
said, listen, man, all these young kids think that they are bachelor weekend where they
Tell
go
her to watch the
away.
movie.
They, listen, they all think this shit. I think it's Instagram or one of these. I think it's social media, right? I said, well, what the hell is that supposed to mean? Oh, well, it's where you go away with your bridesmaids and blah 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 blah.
You don't know what a
I said,
bachelorette party is?
it's not a party. It's a fucking weekend now. They turned it into a weekend where they go to Vegas, they travel. I said, listen, do you think I'm gonna fund that? Are you out of your fucking ever loving mind? I'm not paying a penny for that shit. I mean,
Well,
it used to be a bachelor. It
let
used to
me
be a
ask you a
bachelorette party,
question
right?
though. I
Part
mean,
a party.
do you think it was the movie that brought all that on?
I think it's social media, the movie, Runaway Bride, or what's that one bride show where the brides are terrible to deal with. Um,
Yeah, yeah.
Monster Bride, whatever it is. All that shit, Instagram, they're all doing it. They're all doing this. All the young kids. I mean, your son will probably, when he gets married, I'll say, Dad, I'm doing bachelor weekend. By that time, it'll be bachelor week, where they go away for a whole week to the Bahamas and shit, once you pay for it.
Yeah, but
It's like,
DiCaprio, you can brew all that stuff at home. I mean, like espresso. I mean, you can actually, uh, you can, you can brew all that stuff at home. And I, it's been the only time. It's probably been 5 years since I've been to a Starbucks because there is one in town. And the only reason I went there is my sister. I was out with my sister, and she stopped by. But did I tell you the first time my wife and I went to a Starbucks? Because I can't even reason. We were at it was a strip mall, and there was a place we were going. Maybe it was a grocery store. So she wanted to go to Starbucks. So I'd never been to Starbucks. So I walked in there and ordered black coffee just to be a bastard about it.
It's
I
it's
don't want any of that fancy shit. Just give me black coffee. Don't even
to
put
knock
sugar in it.
to knock the hell out of you.
No, hey, you know what? I thought it was hilarious.
It's too strong. It's too strong. But hold on, check this out, Sam. You know, I'll show you. Hold on. Let me see. Back camera.
And no, I did. I think I did get a, huh?
See?
What is it? A camera?
Now look.
I the whole the I can't see it. It's chopped off at the top. Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, I see. Oh, that's it. That's in your house. Is it hooked up to the plumbing?
Now, it's not hooked up to the plumbing. That's a Bun
Yeah, I know what it
commercial.
is.
It's one you see in like a diner.
Yeah.
So that's my deal right
Now,
there. But
sometimes, like the last time I worked, they had their bun hooked up to the plumbing. So,
yeah, you
there
can
was
do that too.
always water.
Yeah,
You didn't have to
yeah.
fill
Well,
it.
it keeps the I've bought probably about 5 coffee makers in my life. I've had that for about 15 years, and maybe
How
10.
much does a bun cost?
$200, $225 probably,
Eh, that's not that much
But
compared to like one of those K cup things.
oh, they're even more. The thing about it is, I figure out it's a commercial coffee maker. I probably won't have to buy another one until I'll probably be, my kids will probably inherit it. So that's why I bought it
So,
because I was like,
do you clean the carafes out with salt?
I just wash them in the sink and then run. You got to run, whatchamacallit, through the. It keeps the
Yeah,
water warm, so it
yeah.
comes out in a minute. You have a full pot of coffee. But I'll tell you what, I replaced another coffee maker, 12 years ago, and I had it for like 2 years. I'm like, I'm sick of buying these damn coffee makers that break and after a year. So I said, I'm gonna buy me a commercial one. And then it's been 12 years probably, so I haven't had to buy another one. So you get sick of buying them. But you look at the life cycle cost, it's cheaper. That's another scarcity thing. Life cycle costs. I got a 10-year-old truck. I just keep milking it. I can buy another truck. I'm like, nope, just keep
Well,
milking it.
my father has a Ford King Ranch that he bought. That damn thing is probably,
Yeah.
it could
1995.
very well be 25 years old. And it's in
Yeah,
mint condition. It's got the original leather seats and everything.
it keeps rolling it.
Well, I mean, it really hasn't, I didn't look at the mileage, but for that amount of time, I would literally be surprised if it had 100,000 miles on it.
Yeah, he's older.
Well,
Mine's
the reason he bought it, it had a towing package on it. He used to have a full size tractor that he used down on the farm, and then he would also go across the bridge and mow my aunt's lawn with it. She had like 2 acres.
yeah,
So I mean, there was a reason he got it, but the truck, it's still got the original color,
yeah.
and
Well,
it's and it shines.
yeah. Mine don't shine because I drive it too much, but I looked at new trucks because I always drive trucks. It's they're bigger. I'm a bigger guy, and I'm I just use them for stuff, like
Right.
firewood, all kinds of shit. And but I looked at new trucks. 60, $70,000.
Oh
Like,
yeah.
you paying that much money for a truck? They used to be
Well,
40 grand.
part of it though is they're so popular,
Yeah,
especially
yeah.
down south.
Well, you can beat them up a lot. Like, I always tell people when you buy a truck, in a sense, like you buy a tool, it's
Right.
for towing, it's for hauling, it's not just a vehicle. So, but I figure I just put a transmission in it. I'm gonna try to get another 5 years out of it, and then I'll buy a new one then and milk it for 15 years. So, but a transmission's 5 grand, right? It's still cheaper than a truck payment and all that bullshit. We're dropping 70 grand,
Well,
60
now
grand.
putting a new transmission in it, you're not doing it at the dealership, are you?
No, I got a buddy of mine that, well, he's just my mechanic. I've known him though since I was a little kid.
Yeah.
And
So I mean, if you got a good mechanic that you trust.
yeah, oh, I trust him fully. And the funny thing is, I ran into him maybe 15 years ago after years and years. And I said, Chris, hey man, what's up? And then he ended up starting up a mechanic shop, and it's kind of a little shop. It's nothing glamorous for sure, but he says, yeah, I started this about 10 years ago. I said, but he's a very trustworthy guy, he's a good guy. So, but yeah, he lived near me when I was a kid, so but he started up a little shop and just more people come in. Eventually he bought a lift, because he used to just work under the hood, but just built himself a little business. So, but good for him. But I trust him. I'll go in and say, you know, what would you do to your vehicle? Because they'll say, well, this is all the stuff that's bad with it. I'll say, what would you do? I'll say, do these two things, don't do these two things. So, he doesn't try to sell you everything. So you wait on that. Wait another year. So
Well, I'll go over a few news articles because like I said, I hadn't looked at the news
before
since
you before you
yesterday morning, and I see
before you
that
do that, what do you
China.
think? What do you think about the post about Bezos and all that?
Oh, I think that it was inevitable when he bought when what's his name bought the post,
Yeah,
Bezos. He
yeah,
literally said he would never get in there. It would be a hand. He'd be a hands-off owner.
yeah.
There's no guy who's going to own something like the Washington Post and not eventually dip his fingers into it.
What do you
Kenny.
what
So it
what do
didn't
you
surprise me. Now, and it doesn't surprise me that he wants to point it towards the opinion section. He's going to point it towards what do you
point it
say,
right?
freedom and free markets or something like that.
That means point
The
it
other thing that
to the
actually
right.
did kind of surprise me is his statement was basically very Trumpian in that you're either all in or you're not. Yeah, basically, you need to buy in 100% or you need
Yeah.
to be gone. So that was very billionaire like.
What do you think about the Atlantic?
I haven't read I do get a newsletter maybe once or twice a week. I don't read them unless not regularly. Now every now and again there's an article I might want to read.
Well, the reason I say that is a billionaire bought that like 3 years
Oh, that's
ago.
right. What's her name? What's his name's wife?
Mackenzie.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh no, but did McKinsey buy it or did Steve Jobs' wife buy it?
I think, or maybe Jobs' wife,
Yeah, I think because I think it was her. I can't
or
remember her.
Gates. Hold on, Gates's wife. Didn't Gates's wife buy one?
I don't. She didn't buy the
Melinda
Atlantic.
Gates. Yeah, maybe it was Jobs' wife. But I'm like, well, you got the Journal, that's Murdoch. You got the Post. The New York Times is a Salinger,
New York,
Slasinger, whatever the
New York Post.
what a Post is Murdoch.
Yep.
The Washington Post is Bezos,
He's
and I
also got Murdoch has the Wall Street Journal.
Soros owns all the radio stations. He's a billionaire.
Look,
And
here's the
I'm
deal.
like, how many we got left?
We are a creeping oligarchy.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean,
Yeah.
all the social media companies are owned by billionaires. And this is happening right under our nose. And now having we have a billionaire deciding what stays and goes in the people's government. I think people are basically not understanding a bigger picture here.
Well, I just read an article that talked about if Watergate happened today, it would be a blip on the radar. It wouldn't be a big deal because I mean this shit's going on and the media is
I
there's just
kind of
not
disagree with that.
I tell you what, man. I feel like there's a lot of big events. This Ukraine thing is big, right? And next week there'll be new stories to overrun that story. I feel like it's just we're getting really far gone with the media is somewhat overwhelming, you know, and it's almost like a flood the zone tactic, like Trump, you know. Oh, there's a bad report. We'll put out 40 more reports tomorrow to overwhelm it, and it'll just be something new, right?
Right.
So,
And the billionaires, look, birds of a feather are going to flock together. Um, I think that actually it's Soros' son that kind of runs the show, I thought. But
yeah, Soros is old now, so yeah. But I think you'll see more billionaires scooping up publications, and then the media is just owned by no one but just them. So, what's he saying? If
Tom says
Watergate
that
has,
Watergate happened today and the Republicans did it, half the voting public would say, but what about Hillary? That's actually,
well, I don't disagree with that. They'll say that. There's no real
I don't know,
truth in the,
Tom. I actually wonder about that though, because I mean, that was an actual crime. I don't know how you say, hey, the president was, this was done in the line of, in the line of duty for a president or whatever the term is.
well,
Breaking it, hiring people or getting people to break into a joint. That is a crime.
I will tell you that, and I don't want to go Republican or Democrat. I'm a registered independent, but I, my, what do you think about the Biden implosion at the end? Because I think
What
it was,
implosion?
well, there was, well, he was, I mean, Jake Tapper, who is a liberal, he's on the left. He just wrote a book about the cover up that ensued with the Biden presidency in the last year, right? I'm like, that's a pretty big deal. It's
You
not
mean
even,
about
it's
his health?
yeah, about his health. It's not even on the news. They don't. That story's forgotten. It's gone, right? I mean, there's
Well,
so many.
here's the deal. I actually think that there are lingering effects. I, as a Democrat, am way less likely to trust, what they say. I mean, and that, shame on me because, it was right there in front of me. But say, I have an 81-year-old father, and he's pretty spry for his age, but, everybody who gets older is going to have days where they're a little befuddled. I mean, I noticed over the last week, my recall of names, um, like, like remote names. Like, I can't remember Steve Jobs' wife's name. I think it was Lisa Jobs.
Something like that.
However, However, it took me 5 minutes to recall the name. That didn't used to happen.
Yeah.
So I think I was maybe a little bit more, a little bit too, especially after that State of the Union address. Remember last year's State of the Union address, there were big questions about Biden's health, and then he hit a home run at the State of the Union address. So I think everybody kind of went, well, okay, he's just having bad days, but overall he's okay. And then for the next big event, he just totally lost it. Um, so yeah, Jake Tapper can write the book, and there'll be commentary on it. But I think overall, there is a loss of faith in the Democratic Party. And to be honest, I'm not sure they can win in 2026, even if uh, Elon crashes and burns the economy.
They're gonna fuck the.
I don't
They're,
think I think the Democrats have done possibly generational damage.
no, absolutely. Listen, after January 6th, I said the Republicans are not going to win until 2032 or 2036. I literally said that, and it took 4 years. The American the American memory is fucking a year, Stanley. So I think if the economy just is, which it's already, there's already bad signs for the economy. There was before, like in December, there was a lot of indicators that the economy was going to hit some skids, right? They're just fucking it up 40 times worse. So the only way the Democrats don't win, I think, is if I, I don't know. I don't see. I don't know how the Republicans can win in 2026 based on the dumb shit that they're doing right now. Just overall, the Doge thing is going to cost a shitload of votes. Uh, yeah, I think they're in trouble. I mean,
Oh, I don't
the
think.
only,
You know what? I need more evidence that that MAGA is in trouble. I think looking at the beginning of the show, I showed. Let me see, can I find that? I showed polling where
I
like
don't know how.
the polls he's down in the polls, but he's not that down. you know, it was like 47 to 53, 47 disapprove. I'm sorry, 53 disapprove, 47 approve. I think that's what it was. So, I
The
mean,
only thing
that's not rock bottom.
I think he's done that's mostly popular is the closing the border. I would say that's
Oh no, no, no,
probably.
no! Firing federal employees? No, no, no. But that's popular, at least with his base.
You really think so? Well, I
Oh
know,
yes,
but
I do.
what
Now,
about the
well,
independent?
I was
The
looking
independents.
again another news article where there were people voting Republican who have lost jobs or under threat, and they're like they still have a wait and see attitude.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah,
think
I
what's
guess
going
it
to
is early.
happen now, maybe by Labor Day, people may have turned the corner, but I think a lot of people, including myself for that matter, kind of wait and see.
Uh, I'm look, like I said, the economy in December, as soon as public sector jobs go above private sector jobs, right? They cross. It's an indicator in '08 and '99 and
Well, what do you
when.
mean cross?
So in other words, when in terms of job creation, every time they're hiring more in the public sector than they are in the private sector. The private sector hiring goes down substantially, and the public sector is going up. Every
Okay, well,
time
that's
those
not
line,
happening now, is it?
well, it definitely ain't happening now because they're not hiring anybody. They've, but every time that was happening in December. I mean,
Yeah.
and even so every time though, it's a predictor of a soon-to-be recession. So
Okay. Well, you
I knew that.
can that trend be reversed? Because Trump sure as shit just did it. All the people
Uh,
hired in December are those
what
people are gone.
what he's doing is actually causing a larger recession because I'm telling you, like it's essentially austerity measures. Like he's saying he's pulling money out of the economy by not paying government employees, which when you pull money out of the economy, it has a negative multiplier effect on it. Typically, it
Tom,
might
I,
help.
I think what you mean, Tom, is nobody on the right cared. Um, there were a few convictions of the January 6th people, and
Yeah,
you know Trump
I'm telling
pardoned.
you,
So I
I'm
think
telling
I
you,
think people cared about January 6th. It was just downplayed so much.
I'm telling you, the American public has a fucking 3 month memory. It's insane. It's insane. I can't. I mean, it's all about today's news story. So I think Democrats could easily win if they can organize. They don't seem to be able to do that. They just debate why they lost still. I'm like,
Wait,
guys,
who's debating why they lost?
well, a lot of these shows are still debating why do we lose?
You need to send those shows to me because earlier today I read an editorial by James Carville. He didn't really talk about why they lost. He just basically said that you need to just leave the Republicans be and let them try and govern. So
I
I don't
I
think
saw.
anybody's debating the loss. At least, and I watch a lot of news. Listen to a lot of podcasts, and I mean that's all faded away by now, at least to my reckoning.
I've seen a couple things on it. I mean, Stephen A. Smith just
Oh,
interviewed
fuck
Hakeem.
Stephen A. Smith. You
Well, I'm
listen to
just
him on politics?
listen. Normally I don't, but I saw an interview. He was interviewing Hakeem Jeffries, and the first thing Hakeem Jeffries started off with was January 6th. And Stephen A. Smith was like, "Listen, stop talking about January 6th. Obviously, people don't give a shit." So I feel, and this is a friggin' minority whip, right? He's
Well,
the
I
minority.
think people gave a shit. They were just slapped down by people who didn't give a shit. The
Yeah,
people who
well,
didn't give a shit won. But January 6th, the people went to jail over it. So you can't say nobody cared.
I think though, if I had to summarize, um, the economy for sure.
And by the
Uh,
way, just a quick aside, I don't, for the people who got felony convictions, any felony, that's not exactly a slap on the wrist. That has repercussions on your everyday life.
yeah. Well, after these, he pardoned people that actually assaulted police. I mean, what the fuck is he thinking? Like that was. I'm like,
He was thinking that those people didn't do anything wrong and that the Capitol Police were actual FBI agents or something like that. Trump, for all his bullshit law and order talk, he really does not respect, in my opinion, he doesn't respect like law enforcement.
yeah, I don't. Probably, I think he just cares about himself, to be honest with you, and what serves him. So, he cares about law enforcement when it serves him,
Well, he
and
cares
then,
about
and then,
his personal Secret Service detail. That's about
yeah.
it.
That's another thing. Those assassination situations, to me, they and I don't. I'm not. I'm not a Trumper, so I'm not supporting Trump in any way. But the fact that they were kind of glossed over so much, I'm like, man, there was two different shooters in this election cycle. That's very abnormal, and that kind of got glossed over largely by both sides of the fucking media. And I'm going, man, that's a big deal. That's a big deal. You got like Reagan was shot. That was on the news for 2 months. Trump was shot in the ear, even though it was barely anything. And then there was a dude hiding in the bushes. I'm like, wow. And it really was in and out, like in a week. All right, here's a story. So I just feel like the collective memory is not here in the American populace. And Tom just said Americans are fucking stupid now. They've dumbed us down. No discernment. We were talking about that yesterday. There's no discernment. There's no people don't even they don't understand. Like right now, Stanley, what's the one thing that's going to protect the Democrats from legislative hell, right? The filibuster. The filibuster is what they have to stand on. Take away the executive orders, right? You have the filibuster that's going to keep them from just total lunacy. They wanted to get rid of that 3 years ago.
Yeah, I
Every
know.
time,
I bet they're
every
glad
time,
they didn't.
oh, well, Joe Manchin wouldn't let it happen. He saved them.
Yeah,
And by the
you're
way,
a big Joe Manchin fan.
I
Me,
love,
not so much, because I li- I kept up with at least the state level West Virginia news because I
yeah,
live so close to West Virginia.
yeah.
He's not an admirable man, at least in my opinion. As a matter of fact,
Well,
he's the first person I know of. You know how sometimes there'll be, these campaign commercials where you'll have the candidate with a rifle shooting targets or bottles or cans or something.
you mean
I
like
think
Lauren
he was
Boebert?
the first. I think he was the first person to do that type of commercial.
I mean, what else did he do though? Was he like? I'm just wondering. I've thought he was logical, reasonable. He was very centrist mostly.
He that could very well be he's corrupt.
You think so? Okay.
Oh, I think so.
I mean, on what did he do though? I don't know
His
West Virginia.
he's got the largest coal company in West Virginia. I believe it's the
Okay.
largest. His daughter has some job that she nominally isn't even qualified for. There's some things that are internal to the state that
Okay.
don't
Questionable.
affect his national reputation.
Yeah.
But I mean, the probably the only thing that's admirable about him is he stayed Democrat in a Republican state, and I think he might have even been a Republican once. I can't remember, but yeah, there's some things internal to
Questionable.
the state that will make you raise your eyebrows. Not necessarily illegal. It's just he's not doing anything that any other politician hasn't done. I guess.
Well, the thing I liked about him, two things. He wouldn't let the filibuster go away, and I'm like, he said, when we're out of power, this is going to be very damaging for us. We can't get rid of it. And the other thing he did when Biden wanted $6 trillion, he said it's too much. And then the Democrats hammered him for it. And I'll tell you right now, if that passed, we would have had 20% inflation because they still spent 1.9, 1.5, something like that. He came back to the table with Biden and said, okay, let's do something, but not 6 trillion. But I'm telling you, the Democratic press hammered him for Build Back Better. He shot it down, remember? And he saved their ass. I'm telling you, because we would have had 20% inflation. It would. I knew it was a inflationary disaster. Build Back Better, and the Democrats owe Manchin the way I see it. He did a lot to save the Biden presidency, and he still spent one plus trillion, but it wasn't 6 trillion, which would have just been disastrous. Um, so I don't know. I've always, and a lot of the stuff I've heard him say, I like. Like he's like, hey, we got to get these minerals. He's part of that committee that says we need to secure U.S. minerals if we're going to do this green agenda and things like that. That just to me are logical. Like, hey, we got to put national security up there because if we don't have the minerals, we're over a barrel. I think that's just logical things like that no one else is talking about. So that's why I like him. But he's gone now. The Republicans in West Virginia just killed him off. Pat Toomey, another reasonable guy, they killed him off. So the whole Republican base now is fucking nuts. So, it's a party of Trump now. So anybody reasonable, gone. So Mitch McConnell, I thought he was generally reasonable Republican. They
Oh
think
my
he's a
Speaking of Mitch McConnell,
defector. Hmm?
said speaking
Mitch,
of Mitch McConnell, he's got some sort of editorial in the Washington Post. Um,
Well, Mitch McConnell, the Trumpers are saying he wasn't a good Republican. I'm like, what are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking? You're gonna say he's not a Republican?
well,
You
hey,
fucking crazy?
McCain had his flaws, but
He was a Republican.
even as a naval officer, he had some flaws. But Trump dismisses anybody who isn't pro-Trump.
Um, Mitt Romney, he was a very much a normal Republican, gone. So Pat Toomey, gone. Pat Toomey was a moderate too.
Yeah, well,
Was normal Republican.
all those guys, got while the getting was good. Even though I know. By the way, read an article on Utah the other day. I have it somewhere, but I'll find McConnell's thingamajig, his editorial. Hey, Tom.
Hey Tom, good morning.
Good
Well,
morning.
Stanley, mark my words. The moderate Democrats are about to get killed. They're going to go
Yep,
populist. They're going to go ultra lefty, because that's where we're heading. They're going to kill all
Pat.
the. They're going to. They're going to. I guarantee it.
I don't see the progressives. The progressives are the Democrat version of MAGA, in my opinion.
Well, listen, Sanders is selling out, man. Like when I say that, I mean he's literally running around the country right now. He's got tremendous support. Okay, and they're going to go left. They're going to go over to Sanders and be. He's a populist largely, right? Like, hey, we want to do free this and all the shit they want to hear. I can. They're going to go populist. I can feel it. I mean, I'm hearing the Young Turks talk about it. They're progressive.
Oh, the Young Turks.
Yep. Well, they're progressive. They're left of
Yeah, but
you.
you know, Shank. If you know anything about Shank Uger, literally,
He's
he's kind of clownish, in my opinion.
well, they're left of your positions on most things. Like you're kind of a centrist Democrat. They're left of you, and they're advocating to steer the. They're saying uh, Kamala lost because she went too centrist and took a bunch of donor money, and
Yeah,
that's why she. That's what they're claiming, right?
yeah, sure,
I
sure, sure.
well, look, I agree
That's
with. I'm
you
a
know what
centrist, you know that.
I think. Her biggest problem it was Biden and um, immigration. In my opinion, those are the two top issues.
I agree.
Um,
What?
and really, she
we,
had no defense being the border czar and letting immigration, kind of spin out of control. I knew the Democrats were going to have a problem when Abbott of Texas started sending busloads to New York City and Chicago,
yeah,
and
yeah,
the Democrats should have reacted to that immediately.
yeah. I agree. But listen, that was federal. Like, like, like they sent him to Martha's Vineyard, but Biden's policy was, we'll take you to New York, because he was letting them inward, and the federal government was paying for all that shit.
Yep,
They.
immigration it killed them.
But I thought you gave a very good answer though, because you said the funniest thing I've heard about the whole thing. I said, well, why do you think you lost, Stanley? And you said, well, because they'd ask her a question like, what are you going to do about immigration? And she gave a metaphysical answer.
Well,
I thought that
that's
was,
pretty much
I thought that was so funny. I've used
what.
that like 10 times, because she just go, it was like a metaphysical answer. Like,
Right.
it's
Well, I
just
mean,
about,
she didn't have an actual answer.
it's just like,
And I mean, the popular vote, she didn't lose the popular vote. What was it? A point, one and
couple of,
a one
yeah,
5%.
yeah, it was
So,
small.
I think her biggest problem, I think the bottom fell out. I think that personally, I think the Democrats lost um, after that first debate with Trump.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think history is going to not look kindly on Joe Biden
I agree with that.
because
I,
he originally, when he ran, it was at least floated that he would be like a stopgap, basically. And
yeah.
like anybody in power, he got it into his head that he was the finger in the MAGA dike,
Yeah.
keeping America safe. I'm the only one that could beat Trump. And, even in the military, everybody's expendable. You're not a good leader if you're not leaving an infrastructure in place in case you get picked off by the enemy. Your unit should be able to survive without you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
and
Biden
yeah, I
failed to
agree.
do that, in my opinion.
If I could give just a quick personal opinion, the thing that probably is in my life that shocked me the most, and at least at that point, and gave me the opinion that the American people have completely lost the plot, was the Merrick Garland /
Yeah.
Bowl, the replacement, and then when it came time for the chick with 3 names, it's escaping me right now, that's on the Supreme Court as we speak.
Yeah, Amy Coney Barrett.
Yeah, Amy. When first the Merrick Garland thing was like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? The Senate is going to deprive a sitting president for an eon left in his presidency to not at least be considered for the Senate? Are you kidding me? And then when the same thing happened, it was just like, and to the spineless scumbags' credit, they didn't even run from it.
Oh, yeah.
They said,
Okay.
well, I know this is what I said, but I'm not doing that now. And nobody cared. It was.
Well, hold on a minute, but hold on. I just need to. I'm not defending the Republicans here, by the way. Tom, I need to tell you, Ketanji Brown Jackson was nominated for the D.C. court in 2013. Schumer, I think it was Schumer, had said, we're going to put her in whether you like it or not. And McConnell said, listen, if you overrun us, and because they basically went around the Republicans. And McConnell said, listen, if you do it, we're going to retaliate. Consider yourself warned. And then Ketanji Brown Jackson was put up. I'm sorry. The retaliation came with Amy Coney Barrett.
Well, no,
They
it
retaliate.
didn't. It came with denying Merrick Garland, but that's not a Supreme Court justice.
I know it's not.
District court justice. It's a completely different thing.
No, I get it.
Completely different thing. And I'm not saying that's correct. I'm not saying that what they did is correct. It's not.
Well, no, it's a bigger deal for sure. There's no question.
That's going to be under the radar of most of the American public, a district court placement.
But
And
listen,
it's just come on, and then to bold face say, so you did the evil bad thing, and then when the exact same situation came up, in fact, much less, just a few weeks before an election,
I don't disagree. I think I was wrong.
Merit. I mean, that's why Mitch McConnell, to me, is he's not a patriot. He's not a statesman. He's a scumbag. Is he a Republican? You betcha.
Yeah,
But
my point was, like him or not, he is a Republican, and the Trumpers are saying, "Oh no, he's not." I'm like, are you fucking crazy? Like, number one, he stalled every Obama thing that came through. Like, he literally filibustered this guy forever. And I'm like, how's that not a Republican? Like that, like he is a Republican. Trumpers. What are you talking about? So
now he's a rhino.
Well, they claim this, and I'm like, what are you talking about? He if anybody is a Republican. He's far more Republican than Trump ever was.
Believe it or
So
not, there were dudes in the National Socialists in Germany that were with Hitler when he started that at a certain point just weren't Nazi enough.
well, Rommel
And he
went
got
against
rid of him.
Rommel.
Well,
His fucking
even before that.
Rommel. Well, yeah, that's right. Yeah. Well, he was. I think they attempted to kill him like 40 times or something. Operation Valkyrie. But
Even
no,
before
you're right.
even before the war,
Yeah.
during his ascension, some of the Nazis were like, "Hey, come on," and he went, "You're not Nazi enough." Got rid of him.
Well, for me, the Merrick Garland stuff was despicable, but I remember that speech right after January 6th that he gave, and he did a 180 when it came time to impeach Trump or convict Trump. So if he's not a Republican voting, to keep the guy, just before, he was saying what a horrible, despicable thing January 6th was, and that, but McConnell's more Republican than I can't think of anybody more Republican than McConnell.
I know, but the Trumpers say no, he's not. I'm like,
yeah,
what the fuck are
well,
you talking about?
The Trumpers think what Elon is doing is great.
Yeah.
I would say also, and this is just an observation, the election, Hillary against Trump, the Republicans always run someone that Republicans will vote for. The whole Bernie situation, whatever you think of it, created a situation where there were Democrats that didn't want to vote for Hillary. And a lot of them, if you look at just the numbers from the previous election with Obama, which was the lesser of his two, mandates, if you will, they didn't come out in the numbers. They didn't vote in the numbers. And the Republicans, you got to hand it to them. They always vote for someone that the Republicans will vote for. The Democrats don't always do that.
Yeah. I think the Democrats, though, in the last multiple elections, I've always looked at them as a party that was more, I guess, American, that you could kind of trust. But seeing really kind of starting with Hillary, and I now take them as being very hypocritical after a lot of this last election. Whereas I took Joe Biden as really genuine prior. Like, he's a genuine guy. I don't necessarily agree with all of his politics, but they're like kind of the straight. Republicans will tell you, we are going to cut taxes for the 1%. The Democrats will say, oh, we're going to do this, but then there's hypocrisy to it. Republicans will tell you we're going to fuck you. The Democrats do it quiet. That's my feeling, I mean, look. So and I have 50 examples of that.
I don't disagree at all.
But it's like we're secretly going to pick your pocket. Republicans say we're just going to take your wallet with a handgun, and the Democrats will pickpocket you. So it's, I don't know. I've been saying recently, I just don't. I'm an independent, but I just truly don't have any party I can truly identify with.
Me neither. And when Trump said I could shoot someone, what do you say, on 10th Avenue in New York or whatever street it was, and Fifth Avenue, and nobody would convict me, he was right.
Yeah,
he was prescient, all right.
It's that level of stupidity and lack of care about the precepts of the country we created that's just alarming to me, and to the point where I'm looking at the scoreboard in the old Tom Gully Stadium, and I'm like, well, it isn't the end of the fourth quarter, but it's the start of it for me. What can I do? What do I want to do? And the answer in both cases is nothing and nothing. It's going to take another popularity contest with someone that has a conscience to change this country. And frankly, the people that should be running for office wouldn't do it in a million years.
Well, you're going to be assassinated. They will character assassinate you across the board. And here's another thing. You guys tell me what you think. With YouTube, Rumble, and the other 30,000 apps and different forms of social media, I would say we have too much democracy at this point. Everyone has a fucking opinion and a voice. And I'm like, people are listening to the craziest, most cockamamie shit imaginable. By the way, from all over the world. Like RT, the Russian Times, is literally spending money and pumping money to people on YouTube and shit. And I just like, there's too many voices. And most of them are full of bullshit, you know? So I'm like, the actual media is gone. You know, what do you guys think of that idea? There's too many voices because people are too dumb to understand or discern actual information.
Well, when you say too many voices, where?
Oh,
You
I
mean
don't know.
in the Democratic Party?
No. I mean in general. I mean, in other words, I can create a YouTube channel, pull in 10,000 viewers, and tell them anything.
Tell me how to do that.
Well, you know what I mean. I mean, Stanley, you just said the other day, I get my news from Stanley. I get my news from John Galt.
That's not a good thing.
I mean, I get my news from Be Brave. I get my news like there's no. Used to be 3 sources of media that people listen to, and my grandfather told me, "Hey, I used to read the paper in a half hour, get all my news, and go to work."
Well,
Now,
I don't think
it's a constant feed.
I don't think that there are too many voices. Now I'm looking at the major media layer. All of them are owned by billionaires. Okay, there is actually only one voice, and it's the voice of oligarchy.
This last election, you're talking about the old media. This last election was
Okay, the
largely
social
won.
media is all owned by billionaires.
Well, that's a good point.
If I may, I can explain this. So it's such
Joe
great
Rogan,
virtuosity. This is going to blow your mind.
Joe Rogan.
Back when I was in college, there might have been a bunch of people who thought Abe Lincoln never existed. And to communicate to each other, they had to put a classified ad in some Soldier of Fortune and some weird magazines and stuff. And they put out a newsletter that was stapled, and it was made on a mimeograph machine, and there was 500 of them. Now I could start an Abraham Lincoln doesn't exist page on Facebook and YouTube tomorrow and have 30,000 followers. That's the problem.
I agree. It's too much democracy, or too many voices.
Democracy.
I mean, think about this, Stanley. How many people have you heard that think that Martin Luther King is terrible? I've heard that shit over, and I'm like,
here,
what are you talking about? Martin Luther King.
Let me point out one thing right quick.
What the fuck are you talking about?
This is going to piss somebody off. But here, rest in peace, Dolly Parton. Well,
this is what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
This is what I'm talking about.
I do not know how we got to this weekend.
It's Dolly Parton's husband.
But it's here. Hello and welcome.
I think Dolly's still alive there, 12th man.
There you go.
Unless they did a Gene Hackman.
You know what the hardest thing in radio is?
What's
talking about the greatest hits album of Dolly Parton.
Why?
Here's one of the new album, Dolly Parton's Greatest Hits. Greatest hits.
Oh yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
I'm actually kind of a fan of hers.
I am too. I'm working 9 to 5.
Well,
I don't know if it's too much democracy, but I understand the concept of
yeah, it's too much.
we have legitimized too much and too many. It's the people that we used to not even acknowledge now have YouTube pages with 500,000 followers because they know how to light their farts.
It's crazy, man.
On camera. It's just we have de-evolved from an information and standards standpoint. Stanley always says it comes back to parenting. That's a huge part of it. That's a huge part of it. But we now have even the foundations of our media are tabloid media.
Yeah, I agree. And like I heard some examples. Someone will reference an article from Mother Jones, okay? Someone will reference as factual information, which it may be accurate, but it's obviously spun up. Sean Hannity, okay? Oh, Sean Hannity. He may have a fact, a percentage of the facts, painted how he wants to paint them, and they'll say, "Oh yes, Sean Hannity has the news." Well, Sean Hannity is highly biased, like Mother Jones is,
Well,
right?
yeah, but the thing is there is straight news out there. I mean, everybody. Well, I know that anytime I hear anything from Sean Hannity, He's an opinion
Well,
journalist.
well, Stanley, you're smart. Most people are not smart.
I,
They're
I,
fucking,
I
they're fucking
don't know
stupid.
that I think everybody knows.
Oh,
Oh,
I
I
don't
don't.
even.
I so
I
don't.
don't even know,
You don't?
man.
No,
These
no,
people are
no.
fucking dumb as
He-
shit, man.
Here's another thing. You remember the Abraham Lincoln doesn't exist group I was speaking of earlier? That old newsletter, the the top the masthead of it.
Hmm.
It had an illustration that was probably drawn by someone's high school child in pencil, and then they had to trace it in ink and make it reproducible, and there was probably R. Crumb like illustrated letters on it, and it looked like hell, and it looked like a crackpot thing. Now the Abraham Lincoln doesn't exist group gets a template from WordPress, and they put an American flag on it, and it looks and feels legitimate, even if they're cretins. It's typeset properly. It looks official. It has that feel to it. If you set it up next to Fox News or NBC, ABC, AP, Reuters, it'd be in their ballpark. People don't know how to tell the difference.
Yeah.
Their brains don't work good.
I don't think it's discernment. I say it all the time. People do not have the discernment that they should have to understand the differences and stuff that we're getting. It's just they don't. They don't. And it's a problem, man. So, and I even think it's there's a lot of funding outside of the US that's wants to create division, dissension, and all kinds of shit like that. I truly believe that. I mean, if you're trying to take down the U.S., why wouldn't you do it? Seems like it's logical to me. So,
Well, there you're not too far off the mark there. Did
yeah,
Abraham Lincoln ever really exist, or did the United States just make him up for clout?
yeah, that's it.
Apparently, he was a vampire and zombie killer. If you've seen any of the movies that have been on. Yeah. Oh no, there's
crazy.
another one where he kills zombies too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, both of them. Yeah.
Yeah, it's nuts, man. I don't know. How do you recover it is the question. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, if Trump tried to institute a quote unquote information thing like Biden did, that's going to blow up, right? That's not going to happen. And if once the Democrats in power, if they try to do it, the right's going to blow it up. So how do you reinstitute truth in media, or truth in this is a factual based thing,
I
Actually,
don't.
they could pass that old law that was around that was you had to report both sides,
The
right?
fairness, that's the fairness
Fairness
doctrine.
doctrine.
Never applied to newspaper, but for radio and television, it did.
I think we need it. I mean, I how else do you deal with this situation? People
I
are
don't.
fucking crazy.
We're not going to see any change to the current structure of the government until there is a catastrophic amount of pain
That's true.
akin to the Great Depression or something along those lines, to where people are just, hey, we have to. The only thing this country has banded together in my lifetime on was 9/11.
Yeah, that's true.
And other than that, you couldn't agree that, you know, a glass of milk was a healthy drink.
Yeah.
That 50% of the people, just to be dumbasses, would say, I don't know about that. You know, you can get calcium deposit.
That's a good point.
You can say water freezes at 32 degrees Fahrenheit and you'll get pushback. I'm not joking. You will. People will go, well, technically it begins to freeze, but it really doesn't freeze.
Yeah.
Come on.
Under intense pressure, it actually
There's
freezes at a colder.
this channel, if you listen to this channel for 24 hours, you will hear some of the most convinced of their correctness people in the world.
Yes.
That are as wrong as you can possibly be. The other day when the guy was on here, you realize races aren't a thing. There's no such thing as race. Oh my God. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
You know, and convinced. Can't tell him different. You can't fix stupid. I know that Stanley thinks that you can. He's more optimistic than me.
Well, I you know what? I used to consider myself at least jaded, but since I've been a part of this outfit, I'm just realizing how optimistic I am. I don't think you can fix stupid quickly. And you know, as
I do.
old-fashioned as it sounds, I think America's biggest problem, I will have to agree with, you know, the right that, or at least some people on the right, that, you know, we got to start somewhere. And I think the family unit, at least in American culture, it all starts there. And, you know, not every family can be a two-parent household. You know, that's noted. But, you know, even the single parents, um, you got to have standards. And, you know, like I've told people recently, you know, every year, I would contact each of my son's teachers and tell them, you know what? And I've never really had any issues. But you know, the teacher's always right until they prove that they're wrong, and you better be right because you will have no worse enemy. But you know, you know, on the occasion, you know, and then usually it was grades. I'd see a grade that I'm like, well, how did you get this grade? And knowing my son like I do, I know he's cutting up in class. Um,
Yeah.
So I think there's some fundamentals that you know we could possibly fix, but you know it's going to have to take everyone buying into it.
I guess. I don't know. I think.
Well, they used to talk about family values and what kind
Right.
of family values do you want. And I think we went from this war of what our family value is going to be to we don't have any family values.
Exactly. And I
None.
think
Yeah.
both sides have culpability here.
Yeah.
And I mean, look at our president. You know, I don't know. I can remember back in the Reagan days, and as a matter of fact, was it Reagan or maybe it was Clinton, where character matters was like, you know, kind of a political mantra that was bandied about. Must have been around the time of Clinton, but you know, and if you go back and you actually look, very few presidents, if you closely examine, A bunch of them were pretty questionable, but
Well, Reagan took heat, not a lot, because Reagan was really great at getting out ahead of stuff, but he took heat for being divorced.
right.
And you got a guy now who has been married, what, 3 times, 4 times? This is his fourth.
I
He had
think
Ivanka. He
Ivanka,
had,
Marla Maples.
and
Well,
I'm
here's
there's
the
sorry,
question.
Ivana was.
Ivana, Marla Maples, and now Melania. Are those the
I
three?
think those are the three.
And cheated with the next wife while he was married to the current wife every single time. What, and every evangelical group will come out and say this is the greatest guy ever, and he espouses zero Christian values, not
Well,
one.
I think I've heard an evangelical or two say something to the effect that he's an imperfect vessel, but what's inside it, is heaven
Yeah,
sent. Something to that effect.
but let me argue this. The evangelicals grew strong, okay? And then the pushback for the evangelicals grew strong. So in other words, the evangelicals were generally pro-family, right? Generally pro-marriage, those things. And their voice got loud. And especially during the Clinton era where Clinton had messed around, right? But then the pushback also grew very loud. Like, well, why do we need a family? I mean, that kind of thing, right? So I think that both voices, which I mean, I think having a two-parent situation is as advantageous, and
it is optimal.
And there might be a homosexual situation, and it is what it is, but you still have two people to support the kid. I would say the ideal would be mom and dad both in the home, but that's not always possible. But so I think the evangelicals grew loud with their pro-family stance and anti-abortion stance, but then the other side also grew just as loud. And so, I don't know, looking back, I think that certain things along the way steered us in a bad direction. And
I put up,
you know,
God infrequently uses imperfect vessels and superimpose that over Carnival and Rio.
Well, I can say this:
the
Christian Coalition was the sort of the first big voting bloc assemblage of any sort of the religious, conglomerate. Robert Reed, was it, or Robert?
Was it Ralph Reed?
Ralph Reed, maybe, yeah. And when that happened, Christians actually were smart. They came out and said, we are a voting bloc and we want to be addressed, and that was fine. They started to lose a little power and legitimacy along the way, but there are a number of people in this country, but predominantly the religious right, who I don't think had the political power, at least visibility that they used to, that were willing to sacrifice everything, particularly their morals and their standards, to get rid of Roe v. Wade. They would overlook anything. They would put Charles Manson in the White House if Roe v. Wade was done away with. And that's, I think, the pact that they had as it concerned their viewpoint of Donald Trump, because he was very vocal about, we're getting rid of that. So.
And I'm going to go way out on a limb here. I have no net, but you'll never convince me he's never had, a situation where he depended on an abortion.
I guarantee he's had probably 6 of them.
Well, I don't know. I won't even put a number on it, but there's no way you'd ever convince me.
It was one of the best abortions ever.
Well, you heard Herschel Walker.
It was a wonderful
immaculate abortion.
It was a wonderful abortion. People are still talking about how well the abortion was done.
I don't even, I'll be honest with you. I think he's pro-abortion. Truth be told. I think he doesn't give a shit.
He's at least pro-choice.
Absolutely.
I don't think anybody's pro-abortion.
Well, I don't know. I know that the Democratic caucus this year had abortion clinic on site and a vasectomy clinic on site. Which I was like, what the fuck is going on?
No, I think that's awesome.
They got rid of the drive. They got rid of the drive-through this year. Give them some credit.
I mean, I'm just
Yeah,
like,
the deal is,
doing?
why would you be pro-vasectomy?
The Democrats.
No. I mean, why would an evangelical be pro-vasectomy?
I don't know.
I don't think they are.
I don't. They're not. They want to proliferate the earth with more children.
And when they come out with a male pill, and I'm sure they will one of these days, I want to see how that's going to work.
Yeah. Well, but I do think the thing with the family is, I do believe the evangelical voice got loud and the pushback got loud, and we ended up with what we have, which is a lot of people that are just family and a lot of people that are like, no, fuck the family. There's no in between. Again, another American thing, but it's just all extreme bullshit. Just extremes of both cases. So,
yeah. Well, I'm sure Stanley is familiar, and you probably are too, Ryan, with the concept of Republican Jesus.
No,
I don't.
If you look at the precepts of the Republican Party that many times are brought up as Christian, I mean, the Republican Party kind of feels like if you're poor, it's your fault. You weren't smart enough to be rich. Yeah. Jesus said, if the most number one thing that you should do in your life is help poor people, you should give your money to a poor person. If you throw a feast, you should invite the poor to attend. If you look at the teachings of Christ, they run very in counter with the precepts of the Republican Party and maybe the public at large. I don't know. But yeah, if you look at what Christ actually taught, what is it? He had a lot to say about wealth. And what is it? It's easier to pass through the eye of a needle, a thread through the eye of the needle, than for a rich man to walk through the gates of heaven.
Right.
And so that's probably wrong, but there's a lot of that. And in the society we live in now, I mean, when I hear even Social Security call an entitlement or a benefit so that people can crap on it, I go crazy, because no, it's not an entitlement or a benefit. It's money you took from me and I'm supposed to get it back. That's what that is.
Well, I agree,
but even any social program, and I'm not talking about, kazoo lessons in Kuala Lumpur for people with one leg. I'm talking about real, meaningful social programs. They are spat upon. They're like, it doesn't just carry with it we can't afford to do this. It carries with it these people are below us. They are undesirable. They are in some ways parasites on humanity and should be cast out of the village, so to speak. And you can only afford what you can pay for. But that whole attitude of the poor, that's if you're truly Christian, that's not what Jesus taught.
Well, I'll just say that I was just complaining to Stanley that that's my view on the poor. Because I was poor. And now that I've ascended out of poorness, I look back and I'm like, yeah, fuck all those people. I'm resentful.
Nobody should want to be poor, and we should always encourage people not to be and help them learn how to not be. But
well, that's my own dysfunction, because I come from scarcity. So therefore, because I was able to get the fuck out of it, it took a shitload of work. I had to go to school at night, and I worked 2 jobs all the time. I started a fucking business while I had a job. So now I look back and I'm like, well, I'm better than all these pieces of shit. But the truth is I'm not, right? But I got the hell out. But no, you're largely right, Tom. I think that they have the idea that Number one, the problem with the Republicans is they think that every poor person can get out of poverty. And the truth is, we're not born equal. Some people are just dumb. I have multiple people in my family, and I bitch about this. They are fucking stupid. I'm sorry. They are dumb. And by the way, they're now proliferating multiple children, and it irritates me because I'm like, my kids are smart. They should be having kids, and they're not, and the dummies are. But Republicans think that everybody can just will themselves out. Some people just aren't capable of it, and we shouldn't let them starve for sure. But look, this is just like something else, though, Tom. Every
Well,
program.
I don't think Republicans think everybody can be rich.
No, pull yourself up by your bootstraps is what they
Right, but
largely believe.
I'm not absolutely sure. There's something for everyone who's able-bodied. Of course, there are going to be people who just, are incapable for one reason or another. But I think the problem is the goal. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps does not mean you're going to be a billionaire. It just means you're not going to be below the poverty line.
Here's the problem, and I've thought about this a lot. I think that FDR largely had it right. And I think that every American, the government should give people opportunities and jobs. I don't like just the money. I don't like just giving people money. But the thing is, about giving people jobs, it costs more money to do that. So the Republicans would never agree with that, right? No, fuck no. It would cost my plan would be 3 times more money. Because I would say, listen.
Republicans fundamentally believe in the private sector's uber alles. But just depends on how libertarian you want to be. But I don't think it's government's job to, like, I know Aramiose Frimpong, the guy show on here every now and again. He does videos. He thinks there ought to be a federal job guarantee, and I don't agree with that.
Well, but think about it. FDR had the TVA and all this shit like that.
That was in extremis, though. There was a depression on.
Well, I understand, but I just think what's happened is this. I think the government has said, okay, here's your $400 a month. Go away. Instead of saying, we're going to pay you $1,200 and we're having a van pick you up, and here's what we're going to do. That's what needs to happen. There's no reason to be importing
anti-government sentiments. That's just more stuff to administrate.
I don't disagree with that, but the argument that both sides are now making is we need to import a shit ton of people to do the jobs we don't want. Well, guess what? We can also train Americans. We can also teach Americans, but you got to pick them up at their door and drop them off at their door, and you got to have child care for their kids if needed. But that's the right thing to do, is to give people opportunities and jobs, so you feel like you have a job, you feel like you're contributing, you feel good, you're paying taxes.
Yeah, I don't.
But guess what?
There are people who actually think that we work too much at 40 hours a week, and I'm not sure I disagree with that point either.
The 6 weeks the Europeans get for vacation also always looks good to me, but I'll say this. Here's something that'll make me very unpopular. More unpopular than I am now.
Thomas Jefferson. I always go back to Thomas Jefferson. He's my favorite hypocrite. He had time to be great because he didn't have to plow his own fields. So
I've said that many times.
So where do you? I think that I don't think we know how to strike the balance, if it's even possible at all. I'm saying there has to be leisure time to think great thoughts.
Well, here's something I'd like you to consider, gentlemen. We, on both sides of the aisle, have people saying our infrastructure is crap.
Right.
Our bridges are falling apart. Our roads need help. It would be great to run fiber optic along our nation's highways. There's all sorts of things in our cities, in our towns, in our sewers, in our whatever.
Yeah.
And I agree that the Depression was an extreme situation. However, when I look at what I get for the tax money I pay, I'd be a lot happier if the U.S. government did a CCC or a Works Projects Progress Association. If you go into our national parks right today, go to some. There are still shit that was built in the 30s, and guess what? All of those dudes, because they part of the thing was they had to be, I think, from 18 to 25 to take part, and it was able-bodied young men. And those guys learned the foundations of construction that helped fuel the housing boom after World War II. These guys
that won the war. And that won the war.
Basically, yes. And I would love to see something like that in the place of the 4-year project that's been going on outside 2 miles from my house to the major highway that surrounds Dallas, where I see the lean on a shovel crew. Every day I'm stuck in traffic. You've been building the same section of road for 3 friggin' years. How is that possible? Here's how it is possible. They have the government contract where they're not paid the maximum amount if the job's done on time. And they just keep stretching it out. They don't care.
So there's a penalty for finishing early?
No, there's no penalty for finishing early, but more importantly, there's no penalty for finishing late. A lot of
There's no
construction
liquidated damages.
Yes, a lot of
Liquidated
construction projects in the United States, it's like we're going to pay you this much if you get it done on time. If it's later, you get a little bit less. If it's later, you get a little bit less. And it's just incentive.
All private sector buildings are built. It's called liquidated damages. I'm in tune to that, Tom, because I'm in that industry.
Yeah.
And if I showed you the road and highway contracts and the sewer projects, and there's a lot of money coming that way now. The contracts are fucking. For example, you can bid on. So all your contractors will bid on what's called the fixed span contracts and shit, where you're paid by, if you put a truck on the job, you're paid. If you put a man on the job, you're paid. And half of them own. So in other words, you're paid per hour for each thing.
Mm-hmm.
But these companies know what's coming, and they know how to move the cheese.
Mm-hmm.
So if your truck's on the job, you get paid by the day. So if you got 5 trucks on the job, it's better. The more men you have on a job, it's better.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Most of it's for emergency shit. It's not hard bid, but it's so maligned, and they do it. They always do it. So, and there's no liquidated damages on finishing early. And I wonder if the state's not involved, at least my state, because they double the fucking fines in construction zones. So I'm like, the state's cleaning up on this shit because they're doubling for speeding, right?
Yeah.
I'm like, I think they're in fucking cahoots. But anyway, I think,
hard to speed in a traffic jam for 3 years, but I get your point.
well, but one thing is, I think that it's about self-esteem for people to have a job, right? I mean, I've seen it in my community growing up where people were on entitlements, and it was just, my mom was a secretary and we got WIC. She wasn't on the public dole, but I saw it amongst the community I was in, and I'm like, I think it hammers your self-esteem, in my opinion, when you're not putting anything out and you're just getting a check at the month.
Well, make them think great thoughts.
What do you mean by that?
I'm just kidding.
Most of these people can't.
Well, no.
They're not.
We need another Thomas Jefferson.
If you look at these, and another thing is, the people are home all day. The next thing you know, they trying to find outside sources of funding. right? What's this going on over here? What's this going over there? So next thing you know, they're involved in dealing meth. I just think that idle time is not good, and I think the American people would bite on it because people get mad at entitlements not because of what's being paid out, which isn't much money. They get mad that they're sitting in traffic going to work 50 fucking hours a week and they go, "Oh, this person's living for free. This is bullshit." Right? That's why they get mad.
Yeah.
So I think you spend 4 times as much on publics on that. You hire people for government. And then even if it's fucking picking up garbage,
Well,
that's it. That
I've done my fair share of commuting and being stuck in traffic and stuff, and I've
yeah.
never thought about what other people are doing.
A lot of people do, Stanley. A lot
Really?
of people do. Yes.
Yes.
I mean, look, Stanley, I get annoyed because if you go on Amazon, you can buy macadamia nuts on fucking Amazon on Snap, and it pisses me off because they're the
Oh,
most
my
expensive
Lord.
of nuts. Yeah, you can buy like designer chocolates on Snap, and I'm like, look, we were on Wick when I was a kid. I get it, right? But why are you buying designer chocolates on fucking Snap? That's bullshit. I didn't eat macadamia nuts till I was probably 40 because they were too much money. They're the most expensive of all nuts. But the thing is, you can buy the best fucking chocolates on the market. When I was in my 20s and didn't have any goddamn money, like I took my kids camping on vacation, right? We went, yeah, that's cheap. And we ate very modestly because I didn't have any money. I'm like,
Well, did you
meanwhile,
hear?
people,
I think it was 12th Man earlier this morning or yesterday morning. I listened in for about 10 minutes before I just got disgusted.
I'm
He
sure.
was talking about poor people should basically be given like a bag of flour and some cornmeal. And my comment, which went unacknowledged in the chat, was, well, why don't we just make the poor people hunt and fish? you
Well,
know,
Well, he'd love
just,
that.
well, there's probably a balance, right? Do you think the poor
make them
people?
live like pioneers,
Well, Ryan,
like
Ryan,
pioneers.
Ryan, I know is going to agree with this, and my family personally, and the people that I know personally, this makes them mental. It makes them lose their mind. We all
Yeah,
know at least one person who inexplicably gets quite a lot of money for the government for disability, and
yeah,
they don't
absolutely.
really exhibit any outward signs of being disabled. It's
My
like
uncle, my uncle gets
they're
it.
playing volleyball, they're swimming, they don't have a mental disability, they're not PTSD, they're not,
Yep.
and you're like, how in the
Yeah.
hell do you do that? They're not
It's
getting like $1,000 a month from the government. They're getting $3,000. And then their biggest bitch is this. Well, I had to go down to the hospital for my disability. They kept me waiting for 2 hours. Oh my! Your quarterly 2 hours of work. Okay, they park next to the restaurant because they have a handicap card for the front of their car. And you're just looking at it. And I used to be mad. Now I'm like, how can I get that gig? I'd love that gig.
Yeah, I
Please.
want that. Let's go out and chase some tail.
And some ambulances.
But no, my uncle got it for years, and I'd be like, that motherfucker, like he'd be working other jobs and shit. I'm like, how the fuck is this going on? He got it for years. I mean, he worked on the side doing carpentry and shit. And I'm like, how is this guy on disability? He can outwork me. And I was a hard
Oh,
ass
wow.
worker, but well, he couldn't. I'm just saying that. So I'd whoop his ass too. But I can put on shingles faster than he can any fucking day of the week. But he'd bitch all the way up and down and go, "I'm on disability," while he's putting shingles on.
Mm-hmm.
But no, you're right, Tom. I've seen that. But I think people get irritated with. Look, I get irritated about the goddamn. It's a stupid thing, macadamia nuts. But at the end of the day, I'm like, what? You get them fucking Hawaii for Christ's sake. And so the exploitation of some of the shit is bad, but I do believe that the dignity of work, regardless of what it is missing in this stuff. And it would cost more money. The Republicans would cry, but I think that You got to give people self-esteem. And empowerment is not, here's money. Empowerment is gaining power to make it yourself. So
I
I think,
don't know. I think there's some people who, I, I don't think you can give people. I, I don't think the public dollar can instill self worth on people. I think that can only be done at the family level.
well, you don't think we should have training programs for
I
people?
think
Like,
it's legislating morality.
what about, what about like
It shouldn't
workshops?
be the government's job to give people a sense of self worth. I mean, at
I
least
don't,
not.
I don't think it should be either, but I do think, I think we can all recognize, regardless of where the dollar comes from, if you're getting an honest day's wage for an honest day's work, that does instill a certain amount of pride.
Well,
yeah.
if that honest day's work is in a chicken plant, I don't know that people would enjoy that much. I mean, you hear about jobs Americans don't want to do. Okay,
Okay,
if you're
big
making
deal.
people do jobs they don't want to do, that's not instilling self worth. It's building animosity.
Okay, but hold on a minute. Other people are working in chicken plants. Like, you might have to take
I
a
don't
job
think
in a
they're
chicken
doing it
plant.
because they have choices.
I think it's the relativity thing. If you're broke and have no money and no job, and you get that chicken plant job, that's better than being broke and having no money and no job. Once you get that chicken plant job, yeah, every job. I mean, I worked at Cartoon Network. After a while, this job sucks. It's a
Really?
job. Yeah, it's a job.
Well, yeah, but I
As I
mean, not
often
every
say,
day. I mean,
as,
there are plenty of times I was in the Navy and I thought, well, God damn it, this job sucks.
right.
But you know what? The next day I'm drinking a strawberry daiquiri, on a beach in Palma de Mallorca.
Well,
So
there's
some
good
You don't
things
days are
think
about
that's
better
every
than
job, but a
others.
discouraging?
job is a job. If it wasn't a job, if it was fun, I'd be paying them. It's and
Well,
so
I agree.
you know,
I don't know.
I
I
I
just think
I
we.
I don't know. I can't say you're wrong because if you haven't noticed, I'm not the best person. I'm not real good sometimes at reading people. Um, you know, I just don't know that. And I've worked in warehouses before. There are people who carry real chips on their shoulder because they got to unload a truck.
Yeah,
And
well,
hey, you know what? If I didn't have this job, I'd be poor and on this, homeless. But they're still not happy they got to unload a truck.
hey,
Now,
they're not.
right
there
this
is such a thing as finding a better job. I realize
well,
that.
right
They're
now,
not going to be happy.
I'm looking. This is no secret. I'm looking for a different gig.
Mhm.
So clearly, but I've gotten used to a certain thing in a certain way and a certain amount of strife I want to put up with. And so, yeah, I get your point, but the the earning of an honest dollar. I mean, even when I was a kid and had a paper out, it was like, hey, I've got a job. I'm making money here. That's a pride instilling thing. The job
I never
itself,
felt that way.
pardon me?
I mean, I've had jobs I liked, but I've never. I don't know. I have just never. Maybe I have a different way of saying, a day's work for a day's pay. Um,
Well, I compartmentalize. There's the job, and then there's the getting paid. Getting paid is always great. The job may, from time to time, suck, but
The job sucks
I
many
got
times.
paid. I'm bringing in the money. That's always the little reminder to me of why I'm doing all the things that I'm not crazy about. It's like, okay, yeah, boom, did it again, great.
Yeah, there's. I don't know. I think we go about it wrong for sure. And
well, I don't think we can, as a public, can agree on a right way to do it. I heard somebody today, and it's slightly off the topic, but it's on the point of we can't agree. Um, Somebody talking about, the majority being a threat to the majority. I'm sorry, being a threat to the minority. And I actually think that's how MAGA thinks. They think that that majority, that 51% that may vote, the 51% of the country or the 50% of the country, they are a threat to the minority who are the right thinking minority.
Sam.
It goes along that, well, they're not real Americans, that sort of thinking. And I actually,
No. It's party, buddy. The Democrats were saying the same
well,
shit in
I don't, I
2021.
mean, it can't be party. I mean, Mitch
It's
McConnell's not a
party.
good Republican.
Listen, I'm telling you right now, the Democrats, all but Manchin, wanted to blow up the fucking filibuster because we can't get anything passed because, and yet we're in power. We're 50. The Democrats think 51% should be able to make any laws they want. And then
Okay,
the,
and
and
as a matter of fact, the Republicans and MAGA specifically, and I'm always, like I said, I've said this before, I actually think they're four parties. They're just two or conjoined. Um, the Mitt
I
Romneys of
agree.
the world, I don't consider MAGA. I consider
No,
them
no.
Republicans. I honestly don't consider MAGA Republican. And I
Well,
certainly
listen.
don't consider them, conservatives. They may have some conservative values, but I would never call MAGA a conservative party.
Yeah, I guess you're right. MAGA for sure wants that, and
What did
just
what
But
did
what
MAGA.
they want is minority rule.
Ryan?
Okay,
What did
oligarchy
Hillary?
is
Sorry.
always going to be minority rule.
What did Hillary call the Republicans that were
Oh
following
yeah, it
Trump?
was a
The
basket of deplorables.
basket of deplorables.
Deplorables, yeah.
Yeah, it's
That's
that
right.
it's. I think there is a certain amount of what, and I agree with your breakdown of the parties. There is a certain amount of that. It goes back to the old thing I always say. It used to be when people had a political debate, which by the way didn't happen as often as it does now, was seen as somewhat distasteful to
Right.
bring
Yeah.
up in a common
Yeah, it used to
conversation.
be. Used to be.
But when they would say, you know what, I think I'm right, I think you're wrong, but let's just agree to disagree and move on. Now it's I think I'm right, and I think you're Satan.
And I'm going to
Well,
force you. I'm going to force you to accept that I'm right.
Well, and
by
that's
the
the
way, by the way, Kristen Sinema is another one. So Sinema said, "I won't get rid of the filibuster." They literally gunned her down, primaried her, and she's gone. So I think that it's just that.
Hey,
I think.
Republicans do the same thing.
Well, no, no. I know. I'm saying both do. That's why I said it's party. But here's what I'm saying. I I think it is. Believe it
I
or
don't know.
not.
Well, hold on a second. It wasn't just because of the filibuster that they primaried her.
Listen, she would not. She
Okay,
said, "I will
what?
not."
Listen to what I'm saying. It
No, no.
wasn't
That's
just
why
the
they primaried her.
filibuster. There were basically she was so amenable that they invited her to switch parties.
Listen, you
The
got to read.
Republicans wanted her to become a Republican. That's
Listen.
that's how
I'm a,
that's how much she was working with the Republicans.
Listen. I'm going to tell you right now. She voted for Build Back Better fully. She voted for it. She said, "I'm in." They couldn't get it done because they didn't have the votes, and they said, "Well, listen, we're going to blow up the filibuster." And she said, "I'm not going to do that."
That was not the only reason she was primaried, is my point.
They said, "Listen, the Democratic
Okay, wait, hold on.
establishment."
Let me make sure I'm understanding your argument. You're
Yes.
saying that they primaried her because she opposed the filibuster.
Yes, that's exactly what
Okay, and
happened.
I'm saying
She
it
voted
was
for
more
Build Back
than
Better.
the filibuster that they primaried her for.
Well,
She done a lot of things, and I would have to go back and
look at her
research.
voting record.
It
Please
was
do.
not just the filibuster.
Look at her voting record. I promise you, she was a good Democrat. She voted with the Democrats hugely. And then once she wouldn't blow up the filibuster, the Republicans started kissing her ass.
Right,
But she switched to independent eventually after the Democratic shit on her.
right,
I promise. I promise. She switched to independent. She was like, "Fuck this," because they
right.
said, "We're going to
So them
primary you."
primarying her, hell, she wasn't a Democrat. Why should she?
listen. She
What
switched
did
once
you
they
expect
smacked.
them to do?
No, Stanley, listen. She switched once they said, "Fuck you if you won't blow up the filibuster. We'll primary your ass."
I
And
remember it differently. I'll just leave it at that.
okay, well, that's fine. But I'm telling you, this
I'm
is a
not
party
saying she
thing.
didn't go. I'm not saying she didn't go for the filibuster. I don't
Uh,
have a problem with her not going after the filibuster, but it was more than that. There were several other things. Part of it was like you remember that some of it was aesthetics. Okay, she basically went to the right, was willing to work with the Republicans,
Yeah.
which if the roles were reversed, Republicans would be up in arms. But let me tell you,
imagine,
and now this is out
imagine
on a
crossing the
limb.
aisle.
I have nothing to back me up on this.
Yeah,
That little curtsy she did. There was a vote that went against the Democrats, and she went up and did a curtsy. It
the
was
only
in the news
thing,
for weeks.
the
I
only
think
thing I
that's a
read
win
about
for her.
her. Listen, man, you could say that, but the fact that her and Manchin got vilified in the media for not getting rid of the filibuster, it's and the news media, the people I talked to, all couldn't understand. I have a friend that's a progressive school teacher that was furious they wouldn't get rid of the filibuster, and I'm like, dude, it's been around for 200 years. It's never been a
No,
simple
it's not been
majority.
around for 200 years.
Stanley, they
The
needed a
filibuster
66. They needed 66% of senators to agree to get something legislated. Okay, forever. They lowered it to 60
wasn't
because they
200,
couldn't.
wasn't 200 years.
Well, well, tell me how long it's been
I'm looking it
66%.
up right now.
You've
It
needed
was the very first session of the Senate a filibuster took place.
2/3 of the Senate.
1789.
You need
Really?
most of the senators. Yes,
Yeah.
it's never been a 50% majority in the
What
Senate.
did I think?
It's 50 in the House.
Originally, the Senate rules did not provide for procedure to vote on the end of a debate on a question, which
Well, you
opened the
remember,
door to the filibuster. Now,
but you
Okay,
remember from
maybe I'm
school.
thinking it's not a constitutional issue.
no, it's rules of the Senate.
Well,
Okay,
listen, hold
well,
on.
I
No,
stand
you need
corrected.
2/3. Yeah, you need 2/3 of it. You need 2/3 of it to get passed in the Senate forever. They lowered it to 60% at some point, right?
Okay, under the
Now,
original. Here, let me put this up on the screen.
yeah, you've always needed 2/3, and now it's 60% though to get it passed.
It says here under the original Senate rules, cutting off debate required a motion that passed with a simple majority. So it's 1806. After Vice President Aaron Burr argued that the rule was redundant, the Senate stopped using the motion. Cloture 1970. The change inadvertently gave senators the right to unlimited debate, meaning that they could
Yeah,
indefinitely delay a bill without supermajority. So it's 1806.
but Stanley, it's still they needed two
Tactic
thirds
we
to
now
pass
know as
anything.
filibuster. Huh.
Yeah,
And
they
we would
needed two
never have
thirds.
had the Hollywood classic, Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. Filibuster, the right to talk your head off.
Well, I don't necessarily agree with the
All
wasting
right,
all
well,
the
I
time,
stand corrected then.
but the thing is it means the majority can tyrannize the minority if you have 51%, right? And
Yeah, well,
so,
I think that majority minority argument has been around forever. I think sometimes the minority can tyrannize,
they can.
can terrorize the majority.
Well, like right now, the Democrats can literally stall every piece of legislation if they all vote on party lines. But the thing is, laws are supposed to be hard to pass, right? It's not because otherwise the country zigs and zags every 4 years. Let's build a wall, let's tear it down. Let's build a wall, let's tear it
Let
down.
me
Every
put
four
it to you
years,
this way: I don't think we're going to be using the Senate much.
Well, I can tell you this.
We,
One and
I
okay.
got a desk drawer full of filibuster paper. I'm sorry, of
That
executive
if I could
order
said it.
paper, and I'm going to use it.
well, I
Dude, that Senate's quiet right now.
And by the way, you can hear me ask Gary Hart about this on
Oh,
one of
that's
my.
right. I wanted to watch that interview.
Yeah, I interviewed Gary Hart, and I asked him about this specific example. One of my favorite politicians ever, and it's because I'm from Indiana, was Senator Richard Lugar.
Right.
He was a conservative. He was down the middle, and he actually reached across the aisle and passed a piece of legislation with Barack Obama.
Oh my God!
And he was kicked out and had been a senator for, oh God, for 5 straight terms, which are 6. And it was just astounding to me that they kicked him out. And that's when things really, I mean, you can go back to 2000 and the whole controversy about the, finality of the votes in Florida and things. But things really at that point had gotten, there's no compromise anymore. There is no middle of the aisle. There isn't.
And part of it is the media ecosystem. If you compromise, you're going to get a lot of loud voices that trash the shit out of you. And, I don't know, man. You got progressive activists. People are just fucking crazy. I'm like, where? Don't these people have jobs? What the fuck is going on?
Ask our last Speaker of the House before the current one about that. A couple of crazies from MAGA go off the rails, and he's gone.
Matt Gaetz, he was going to be the Attorney General.
Well, there was who is it? Ken?
Oh, did you hear that he's thinking about running for governor of Florida?
Idiot. Marjorie Taylor Greene.
There's actually a little bit of a kerfuffle down there.
With what?
DeSantis is thinking about making his wife the lieutenant governor to pave her way for a gubernatorial run. They're wanting Brian Donalds. Is it Donalds? Brian Donalds to run. Byron. He's thinking about a run for governor, and Trump just endorsed him.
Sure.
And then Matt Gaetz is rumbling, so it might be a little hootenanny down there.
Yeah,
I hope so.
Well, Byron Donalds is Donald Trump Jr. Like he's pretty much he's kind of a bully, strong man type, And
yeah, he's the equivalent of Strom Thurmond's.
No. Think about it. Every single person.
Thurmond had a secret love child.
Everybody
just one.
Everybody that he endorsed.
He only had one black woman, I know.
Herschel Walker. He won't vote. He would never pick like Sanjay Gupta because he's too soft spoken. Right. And I even hear it now. Literally, Hakeem Jeffries.
Sanjay,
to me,
the doctor?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because Trump would, if you notice who Trump endorses, it's almost like bullies, like Putin, right? Byron Donalds fits that mold. He never endorses
loyal bullies.
Well, that too, right? But if you think about it, Hakeem Jeffries, to me, is almost autistically, he's very, very intelligent, but he's soft-spoken. He's trying to explain now, like, we're not in power. The media and a lot of the Democrats have turned around and like, you need to fight. So it's like, Trump he'll pick fighters over anybody, even if they're fucking stupid. It doesn't matter. It could be Matt Gaetz, idiot, right? If you'll fight and argue, that's who he wants. So, I mean, Hakeem Jeffries is getting smashed because he's quote unquote not fighting. He's like, well, we don't have the power right now. We have to just resist. And people have been negative towards him because he's not quote unquote fighting. I'm like, what are you talking about? What's he going to do? What do you want him to fist fight? You want him to get up there and fight people physically?
Well, wait, hold it. Now they can only stand, the Republicans, if I recall, can only stand to lose like one vote.
Not many.
There's something.
Not many.
There's something recently where two people disagreed, and so
Yeah, they think they're
actually, the Democrats in the House, at least, I mean, they're not powerless.
yeah. They're not, but they don't like that. Hakeem Jeffries isn't a bully like Trump, or like, "Oh, you need to be strong." Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Well, what would Nancy Pelosi do? I'm sure she's still there to advise him. What is it with you and
Well,
Slick Rick and Dolly Parton?
I don't know, dude. I don't even know who it is. I just
Oh,
keep
he's
keep.
Slick Rick. You don't know who
I
Slick
haven't
is?
met him. No.
Never
Has he
heard of
come
him.
up? Has he come up?
No. Come on up there, Rick.
Yeah, I've never met
He's
him.
always in B Braves chat.
He's very critical though.
Well,
all the
that
time. I
says
Well,
just
of you in particular, apparently.
yeah, he likes to shit on me. I don't whatever. I think he's. I don't even know what he is. I don't know. I guess he's a MAGA conservative, maybe. So, or actually, I know. I'm one that reads like
He's a B Braver.
yeah. He's one that so Slick Rick endorses the idea that there's a global corporate machine running, pulling all the strings that's based in Israel, over the
Well,
whole world.
that's because he's its main cog.
I mean, are you fucking kidding me? The global corporate machine is running the world.
he puts the naughty in Illuminati.
Oh
He's
my God.
seen one too many Bond film.
I do business with plenty of Jews.
Is
And
that
let me tell you
global
something.
corporate machine called
They
Spectre?
can't agree on lunch, let alone run the world.
What are you talking about? They don't have a good schmear. We're not going.
Well,
Oh
I'm
yeah,
like,
yeah, yeah. You know, I now does Big Brave actually mean Jews?
he says small hats from Israel. I think he thinks that they're running
Okay,
the
so
show.
okay. So
Yeah.
he's calling it a global corporate machine just to separate himself.
Mm,
Oh
a
man.
lot. Listen, go on CT's. Listen, man, go on CT's chat.
CT I have to take in small doses.
Well, go up
Is
there.
he back? Is CT even back?
Well, no, I'm just saying. 50% of the people believe they say small hats are running everything, and last week there was a guy on there named Gimpy. They literally
Oh, I know who
trashed him.
Gimpy is.
I mean, Stanley, it was the most anti-Semitic shit I've heard in. It was mind-blowing.
In history? Don't say in history.
It was up there.
You can think of one
Maybe,
that was bigger.
maybe not to that degree, but I felt bad for the dude because I'm like, good Lord, man, like this guy, your people this, your people that. So there's a lot of that shit going on right now,
Well, let me
and I'm
tell you
like,
the problem with that is he stayed.
well, I agree, but what? But here's my thing. I've said it many times to people. You're telling me that this particular population that's been around for quite some time, there's 20 million of them in the world. Okay. I think that maybe they haven't been as successful as you think when literally there's 20 million. There should be a billion of them. Okay. They get destroyed every
Well,
fucking
I
100
mean,
years.
that doesn't necessarily mean they don't run the world.
I mean, you don't think that, Stanley, I hope.
No,
You don't,
you know
you don't
what?
think,
I think the world is rudderless.
yeah, I would agree.
I only wish there was a global corporate machine, so there would be
Yeah.
some consistency from day to day.
Well, I'm like, look, I think there's a lot of success within that community. There's a lot of pressure
Well,
for
because they kind of
success.
had to be.
I agree. I mean, if you weren't smart, you were dying. I mean, it's kind of like it's like culling through the. I mean, the less intelligent ones are not here today, right? Like they've been eliminated in mass, right? And yet everyone's they run the world. Get the fuck out of it. What are you talking about? You know, there's been pressure everywhere on those people to just fucking survive. So Steven Pinker did a essay on why he thinks there's a lot of success in that community, and it's largely because
Oh,
of
really?
Absolutely.
Do you can you point me to it?
It was 2013.
Was it a book or
He
actually
wrote.
an essay?
He actually he yeah. I think it was maybe it was like a white paper or a book. But he talked about like trying to identify why the Jews, and he's a Jew, happen to be successful. A lot of Nobel prizes and stuff,
Right.
and because it's like, why is this particular Ashkenazi group? Why have they had success? Like, what is the thing about it? And one of the ideas was also that you, the women keep the religion. So
That's an interesting idea.
well, if you think about it, women don't select for looks. Women select for
Well,
success, brains,
primarily for looks.
security. No, that's not true. You think women
Oh,
select for
here it
looks,
is.
Stanley?
I found
Yeah,
it.
yeah. Women don't select for looks, man. Men do. So we go out and bang dumb blondes, and they're picking men that are secure, financially successful. Like their criteria is way different. But the women keep the religion, not, and that's why they're successful. It was pretty smart, if you ask me. So you, over time, successful men tend to be smarter and et cetera. You know, I thought it was pretty smart. But he's a pretty good cat, Steve Pinker. Pretty smart guy, you know. So, but he was trying to identify what are the things that make this particular group successful. You know? So, at least in America. And there's another idea that in the American system, like trade is a big deal, and they were locked out of guilds, right? So they learned how to trade very well. So a lot of the business owners and things, I just have handed down this ability, you know. So I thought that was an interesting viewpoint as well. But anyway, they're running the world apparently according to some panels. So, yep, Israel is so ridiculous. Is this him? What are you bringing up, Stanley? Who's this guy? Oh, Jews, genes, and intelligence. Yeah. There you go. You got it. Damn, you're really interested, aren't you, Stanley?
They don't select by haircut, clearly.
Yes. Well, no, think about it. If the
No, it's true. It's been proven over and over and over again. Women's top issues are security based.
Yeah.
They want a provider.
Financial success. Yep.
Yeah, they want a provider that makes them secure in their.
So you can't really be accepted amongst the group unless your mom is in the group. So they're selecting for different reasons.
This is Noah Feldman on behalf of YIVO and as a member of the YIVO Board of Overseers. It's a pleasure to welcome you to this evening's lecture by Steven Pinker on Jews, Genes, and Intelligence. Before a few quick words of introduction, some basic housekeeping. Please turn off your cell phones. Please do not record tonight's talk, and please do not videotape tonight's talk. And I would even add, please do not take flash photographs during tonight's talk out of courtesy for our lecturer. Steven Pinker is someone who is known to you all. He is Johnstone Family Professor of Psychology at Harvard University, a position that he came to after spending more than 20 years teaching just up Massachusetts Avenue at MIT, where he was director.
This is 13 years ago, by the way.
Professor Pinker is widely known for his path-breaking work in experimental psychology and in cognitive neuroscience, particularly on very rich questions of the acquisition of language and the question of the relationship between evolutionary theory and evolutionary biology and the phenomenon of language. His work his CV is so long that it would literally take me the next hour and a half to recite it, so I will not. But he will be known to you from more than half a dozen books, some of which are scholarly books of the kind that an ordinary person like me would have difficulty reading without a dictionary next to him, some of which are popular books in the true sense of the term, and the best of which, in my view, are books that are not quantifiable or classifiable easily as either popular or scholarly. They are both. They are that rarest of things that one almost never encounters in the academic world or in the general world, works of scholarship of the first order that are also composed and created in a way that is wholly accessible to the general reader. That combination of research interests, skills, and engagement with the general public has made Professor Pinker the leading voice on questions of the relationship between evolutionary psychology and public affairs, and that makes him particularly well suited to present on this evening's topic. A quick word about YIVO and its connection to this evening's topic. YIVO, as most of you know, and I hope soon all of you will know, was founded originally for the study and engagement with Jewish culture, Jewish social, intellectual, political culture. And it flourished until the war years in that task, and now is in a rich and exciting process of refinding that task, even as it maintains its historic connection through its archival materials to the past of European Jewry, through its unparalleled holdings of archival material connected to that past. Tonight, because we'll be talking, I imagine, in the question and answers, if not in the lecture, about not only the palimpsest of history, but the palimpsest of human biology, I think we are particularly fortunate to be at YIVO hearing this talk on this extremely important and timely topic. So without further ado, I give you Professor Steven Pinker.
Thank you very much, Noah. It's a tremendous honor to be speaking at YIVO, both professionally and personally. I grew up steeped in Jewish and Yiddish culture. It was the language of my grandparents and the first language of my parents. My mother spent her career as a vice principal at the Bialik High School in Montreal, a school devoted to Yiddish language and culture, as well as secular learning. And I'm going to begin with a story about one of the Yiddish speakers in my family, my grandfather. My grandfather, Karl Weisenfeld, and my grandmother, Clara Weisenfeld, had a small necktie factory on the outskirts of Montreal.
Ooh, that's interesting.
One weekend I visited them when they were in the factory. My grandfather was not in the front office where I would expect him.
God damn it.
Back on the factory floor. And he
Oh,
was
I'm
there
back.
with
Sorry.
a large bench, a stack of cloth, and a circular saw that was used to cut the blanks for the ties out of the stacks of fabric following a template. And I asked what he was doing there, and he showed me that after the ties had been cut out of the stack of cloth, there were remnants left over, the negatives from which the ties had been cut out, and that by cutting a little piece out of one remnant and a little piece out of another remnant and another piece out of a third one, and sewing them together in a place where the seam wouldn't show, either on the back of the tie or the part that goes around your neck, you could get a few more ties out of every shipment of cloth. And I said, oh, that sounds reasonable, but why are you doing it? Why don't you? Isn't this something that the workers in the factory do during the week? He looked at me and he said, Goyish Kop, Gentile head. Now, he wasn't completely serious, but he wasn't completely not serious either. And indeed, the relationship of Jews to intelligence is one with a long history and a somewhat fraught history, an ambivalent relationship. On the one hand, Jewish achievement cannot be gainsaid. According to a book by Seymour Martin Lipset and Earl.
What is this, the weather?
Yeah, I just had to turn my mic off because we just had sirens and everything start going off
really?
like crazy here. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. It's like a severe thunderstorm and a tornado watch. And
well, they said there was a nasty system rolling through the whole country.
Yeah, well, it's just about on the west side of Dallas. Man, it looks nasty. Yeah. It looks nasty. It's
You better be
I
packing your ruby slippers.
I better, man. Look at that. That's some intense. I normally would be tuned into the 1080 Weather Center and Chief Meteorologist Dan Brunoff, but I'm glad I'm not on the air right now because it just turns into weather the whole time, you know. But it's God, I did not know that. Stanley, have you found as you get older you check the weather copiously all day, every
Well,
day?
funny enough, I started checking the weather because in Savannah, when I was growing up, in the summertime especially, it was always predictable. Get soaring hot during the day and then thunderstorm in the evening. I started checking the weather almost daily, especially in the wintertime when I moved up into the Blue Ridge Mountains because I wasn't real used to snow. And I used to get a little panic every time it was gonna snow.
I would
So
imagine Ryan checks the weather like crazy, being in the construction field, you know.
Well, yeah, somewhat, but a lot of commercial buildings, there's interior stuff going on. So it's more because I don't want to freeze my ass off.
well,
I walked out this morning with a shirt on and I was like, oh boy, it's 32. Well, I got my truck and I'm like, oh, 32 degrees. Okay. I should probably get a coat on. So I got this little warm up jacket on. So, you know,
I tell you, I am, you know, you turn into an old man and people will, you know, we're supposed to get some weather. Well, yeah, it's going to cool off on Thursday. And you just know the weather all the time. So it's surprising to me that this is happening because I check the weather and there's nothing
I'm not there quite yet.
But man, that's a huge front coming through there. And so it probably isn't going to hit me for, I don't know, 20 or 30 minutes. But we have a tornado watch till 11 this morning. So that's not good.
Well, I think in a way, I hope it makes it all the way over to Georgia.
Do you have a bunker?
You mean like Archie?
No, bunker. So in the construction industry, I noticed, so there's a lot of these concrete outfits that will make septic tanks, and a septic tank goes in the ground and it's a big concrete box.
Yeah.
There's a place where it comes together. A lot of those companies in the concrete industry have began making concrete boxes for bunkers from tornado, which I couldn't believe it. I'm like, really? They're making, so you go down in it when there's a tornado and come back out when it's over. So very interesting.
I don't, just because.
I don't know where you are.
It's Dallas. It's super rare for a tornado to strike and damage a major metropolitan area. Now the outskirts get it all the time. Yeah. But a major city like New York and L.A. and they even now the exception, one of the exceptions, with very few exceptions, was Fort Worth in the year 2000 did get hit
in
with
Atlanta. One hit Atlanta years ago.
We get
wasn't
F1
there.
Most. We don't get anything.
But the
it was literally like going between buildings.
The outskirts don't get them, and they've never been able to actually prove why. They think it has something to do with the cement coverage and the density of the buildings being so close together and things of that nature.
Airflow gets interrupted.
Yeah, but the only reason I snapshotted this was all of the, those emergency sirens. Those never go off, and it was deafening here. I actually turned my mic off and went outside and looked over, and it's gray. It's awful. It's not even.
You were thinking it was nuclear.
Light outside. Well, I thought at first.
Corsicana, Texas. Did you do? Take your microphone outside?
Shit. I don't know what's wrong with this fucking thing.
Mayo Monkey says it's also the heat column. The heat column that comes off cities. Uh-oh, I think he's been blown away. Let's see here. What did I want to do? Oh. Oh, you know what? While I'm thinking of it, everybody, make sure you hit the like button. I haven't, Solid Snake's not here, so I always forget to mention that. Go ahead and let's hit the like button. And if you're new, please subscribe to the channel. And let everybody know it's the greatest channel on earth, especially the Stand Across channel. So, with that being said, anybody who wants to hit the link, hit the link. And this is basically Steven Pinker. It's only 15 minutes, but the subject came up: Jews, genes, and intelligence. And Steven Pinker, being a famous experimental psychologist, uh, it it interested me, at least for 15 minutes or so. We're 10 minutes left.
Rab, despite the fact
And the
that
volume's
Jews
low.
make up no more than 2 to 3%
So
of the American population, they make up 50% of the top 200
that's right,
intellectuals,
Calvin.
40% of the Nobel Prize winners in science and economics, 20% of the professors at the top universities, 40% of the partners in the top New York and DC law firms, 59% of the writers, directors, and producers of the 50 top grossing movies, 37% of the winners of the National Medal of Science, and 50% of the world chess champions. This is no secret. It's well known within the Jewish community, perhaps leading to an internet file that has recently been circulated called New Words to Add to Your Jewish Vocabulary. They include jubilation, noun, pride in finding out that one's favorite celebrity is Jewish. Identify, verb, to be able to determine the ethnic origins of celebrities, even though their names might be St. John, Curtis, Davis, or Taylor. And of course, Meinstein, my son the genius. Now, the outsized Jewish achievement may have an explanation in another fact that has long been known, that Jews score on average higher on IQ tests than any ethnic group for which there's comparable data. The mean IQ and IQ tests is between 108 and 115. The mean for the
What is
European
this, a
population
crowing
is, by
session?
definition, 100, which means that the Jewish average is a half to a whole standard deviation higher than the average. This is true even controlling for income and socioeconomic status. It's an advantage that's seen more in verbal, analytical, and mathematical tasks than in spatial tasks. And importantly, even though the effect is moderate on average, it's a mathematical fact about normal distributions, that is bell curves, that small effects in the average can translate into huge effects at the extreme. So if you have two overlapping normal distributions, Gaussians, bell curves, whoops, has this been on at all? Can I have the video, please?
Let me address
Thank you.
a
Sorry,
couple
that wasn't on.
things. Kelvin, yeah, I actually have probably 3 or 4 Pop the Balloons we could watch. But, sometimes I get accused of being all Pop the Balloon and nothing else. So, today it just happens to be that I had a bunch of news articles, and then Tom and Ryan came up. So we wandered off, where conversations tend to wander off. However, I want to, let's see, Dave, you asked, I'm assuming you mean, am I pro or anti DEI? Um, I'm neither, to be honest. Reason being, DEI as instituted currently, um, I'm sure it could be improved upon. The origins of DEI did not start with any sort of government program. It was actually, if I understand it correctly, something that a few companies came up with for their own personal benefit. So, um, I have found that a lot of times, anything like a DEI that's organic tends to work until
Hello, am I
government,
back? Am I back up, Stanley?
yeah,
All right.
tends to work until government or big institutions, some sort of bureaucracy gets a hold of it, and then they start tweaking it to a point to where it just doesn't even resemble what its intended purpose was. Same thing happened with affirmative action. It wound up being tweaked through the Supreme Court and all that stuff, to a point to where it wasn't even accomplishing its intended purpose. Once you get to that point, I would recommend fixing it. The government solution or the right wing solution is to just get rid of it, which I don't particularly agree with. But as it stands now, it's hard to be for or against. What'd you do? Did all your power go out?
Yep.
Oh wow!
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. As a matter of
Oh
fact,
boy.
I don't know if I can do this or not. I'm not that savvy with my phone, but I probably can. Just head out the front here and check that out.
Oh shit.
Oh nice.
Hold on, I want to see it. What's it banging in there? Let me see.
I don't know. Did that provide any?
No, I saw some lightning.
Yeah, it's pretty. I can't even go out the front. There's too much, and I can't even hardly close the door. So there's some bad weather coming through here. But I'll get out of your hair.
Oh no, the shocking thing is it just came up out of nowhere, huh? Is it fast
Yeah.
move?
Okay, yeah, it's going to be here for an hour. I'll power my computer up again. We got the power back on again, but yeah, it's really bad. I'll be back in a second, I guess.
Yeah, well, if history is anything, it'll sweep across across Alabama, and I'm right like 20 miles from the border of Alabama. So, but we need the moisture. We've actually had fire watches in this part of Georgia, because we've had like a steady wind and no rain in a couple weeks. Oh, Kelvin, totally disagree that DEI is just old wine in new bottles. It's not. And I'm betting DEI in the States is not quite the same thing as DEI in Britain.
Oh hell no.
So let's see what else Stephen has. This might be something that we move on from, because it interests me, probably nobody else. What were you going to say?
Oh no, I'm just messing with my truck. But yeah, I'm sure Britain's different with their program. I tell everybody that they also have it in Japan, where they're selectively trying to hire non-Japanese. So
really,
that includes Caucasians, Black folks, and Latinos, probably, or whatever, non-Japanese. Like, it's a global thing, right? So, like, if you work for a multinational company,
ERG or ESG.
well, no, DEI is in these places, but ESG is too. ESG is largely for the stock market, and that includes the ESG. The S is the social part, so that would capture DEI. E is environmental. G is the governance structure of the company, and what that means is your CEO making 75,000 times as much as your people that are line workers, which there's the problem is if you evaluate a company, what are good ESG scores? Can you tell me?
It's a company
can you
you'll
tell
want
me?
to. It's sort of like
There's no standards. No standards.
Well,
Because like
what did they call was it conscientious investing where
yes,
there were there were mutual funds set up around socially responsible causes. You know
that's
what I'm
ESG.
talking about?
That's ESG.
But
So
that's been around since the 90s.
it's been around a long time, yeah.
Yeah.
But the problem is now the government, you get an ESG score, and the government's largely pushing these products, right? Like they want ESG scores, which I think it's responsible. But the problem is, if let's say you're an institutional investor like BlackRock, T. Rowe Price, go down the list, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's no standards. So like, is a oil company environmental if they buy carbon credits to offset their carbon footprint, right? So I mean, like the environmental for an oil company is going to be way worse than a tech company that's just doing computers or whatever. So, but how do you rate them between the two, right? Do you rate the tech company versus other tech companies? So there's no standards for any of it. It's crazy. I think it's a good goal, but again, much like DEI, it's very convoluted and it's very, I don't know how effective it is. I mean, I just don't, time will tell if it's helping with the environment, right?
Aren't carbon credits basically a derivative?
No. If
somebody's making money off of it.
It's mind blowing, actually. If I want to damage the environment, I can, but then I got to buy carbon offsets. So I might have to buy a bunch of land and then just grow trees on it to displace the amount of carbon dioxide I introduced by my bad behavior. And here's the craziest part. There's a lot of hedge funds that have bought land in West Virginia that they're not going to develop, and in other places it's cheap. And they will sell that to companies for carbon credits. So like they'll sell it to Exxon if Exxon is going to really pump a lot of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. As long as they own that land and they're keeping trees on it and not developing it, they get carbon credits for that. It's an industry.
So how is that not a derivative?
When you say derivatives, I don't.
I basically use the basic definition that it derives its value from underlying investments.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. I was thinking you were talking about bundled derivatives, like.
Oh no. I take that. Almost anything could be a derivative if it's based on actually, it's the sum of its parts, basically.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, so more so the mathematical definition,
right.
But the I guess it would be a derivative. It's essentially you're buying good use of land that's carbon positive for your negative carbon behavior, which I think. It's good, but you're finding like logging companies.
I just think that's a shell game. If it's even that.
I don't disagree. They're trying to, everything gets so overdone or underdone. And it does. Let's get rid of DEI altogether. Let's axe it. Well, it was, like I said, I think I was telling you, it was actually from corporations. It was a corporate thing.
Right.
And then it was good. Like they said, these companies are more profitable. They looked at the top 50 companies had higher rates of diversity for minorities, women, everything, the whole deal, right? More profitable. Wow, this is kind of groundbreaking. Corporate America said, well, they want to be ahead. We want to be more competitive. Let's do this. And then the next thing you know, the HR managers got a hold of it and said, well, in order for me to look good, I've got to have 24 women, 7 Latinos, 9 Asian. Like they started managing to the numbers so that they don't lose their jobs. And then government got a hold of it and just fucking went crazy. And now DEI encompasses literally every possible thing you could imagine, from autism, mental illness, amputees, Asian Pacific Islanders, fucking, I mean, it's just every possible category government's adopted, you know. And
Right.
so it's just so distorted now, it's fucked up. But if you're a smart company, you're still, as a company, just bearing back of your mind, like, hey, it's still more profitable to have more diversity, more of a mix of people. You know, especially in certain areas like marketing, like, you know, I don't know if it's that critical in engineering, but in marketing, absolutely. If you're going to if you're selling to the public, you want to, the public's a big swath of people, right?
Right.
So if you're a smart company, you're still looking to do that. You're still trying to have that.
I wonder,
you know,
if this might already exist, but I wonder what would people do if essentially you turn those, let's just call them hood credits, where if a company wants to be socially responsible, they basically donate some money to renovate, like.
fucking hood credits. Stanley, you crack me up.
Well, no, but I'm dead serious. What if you said, "Hey, we'll give you uh, $500,000 to upgrade this tenement building"?
They should.
Why
They
would
should.
that? Why would that not
Well,
work?
if
I
you
mean,
could,
it would
if you,
basically be donating. But I mean,
yeah,
call them up. Now, I want everybody to note that I came up with this idea for hood credits.
yeah, you should
We
write this
call
down.
it hood cred. We call
That's
it
funny.
hood cred for short.
Well, I think that certain companies, like I know, and it's not what it could be, but certain companies will do Habitat for Humanity, market it, um, to try to
Right.
do things. But you could do it as part of the ESG score, which would give you a
Exactly.
higher score, right? So,
Just add an H
but
to it.
ES, well, ESG now, just the social part is, are you hiring a diverse group? Are you, you know what I mean? They're not looking at what are you doing community wide for displaced communities or any of that shit. They're just looking internally and going, are we diverse within our company? They're not looking at doing any help for anything, I'm sure, because
Okay,
they're
I'm hooked on this hood credit thing.
well, like I said, companies in and of themselves are not benevolent things.
Right.
The
Exactly. Right.
diversity
They should
was
be.
the diversity was profit, right? Oh, we make more fucking money this way. Let's go diversity, right? So I think you got to find a way to tie it to that. Like, will it increase? If you tie things to profits, companies will fucking do it without even asking them.
Right.
They're that greedy. So you got to find a way to do it. I mean, I know when they build, and I don't know how you legislate it, but it would be a good idea. You could do, if you do X, you get X. Maybe tax credits. They already do that though. They already do tax credits and shit. I mean, like if they build a building in Baltimore or Washington, D.C., if you hire from the community, like when they build at the hospitals, if you hire from the local community and that community is, like in Baltimore, it's largely black. If they hire from community, they get tax credits for that.
Yeah. Well, they gotta do some. They need to do some tangibles. They need to go ahead and let's fix up some infrastructure. And the next time someone on this show on in the John Galt urban landlord
ecosystem.
landscape, anytime someone asks me what have I given back to the black community, I'm going to respond, I gave them the idea of hood credits.
Hood credits. That's right. Such a unique name too, Stanley. That's great. Well, that's what remember I was saying earlier, like about work programs and shit. Like that's kind of that way. If you get credits for hiring from the community that you're building within, and it happens to be in a Title One area, right? That you should
Right.
get credits for that, and there should be a program, and then to hire locally. These buildings take 2, 3, 4 years to build. I mean, it's
Right.
steady, and then hospitals will build another building immediately after. I mean, these are $500 million buildings sometimes, you know.
Right.
So they should be hiring local instead of hiring and bringing people in from all over the friggin' place, you know. So,
Well, uh, I meant to do this story earlier. Live updates: China and Canada retaliate against new Trump tariffs.
oh, I'm sure.
So we need to go ahead and send troops to the border for the trade war.
Well, the truth is I knew that I said that would happen from the first minute.
Oh,
Of course, it's
absolutely.
going to happen.
Now
And you know,
this is even better. This headline here: threatened by Trump tariffs again, Mexico embraces its president and nationalism. So
well,
we're going to
so's
be.
Canada. So's Canada's fully together now, man. And that look, they got a strong man up there called Poilievre, or something like that. And he sounds like Trump himself. He's like, we're fucking Canada. We're not going to be a fucking state. Like he's just as he sounds like Trump Jr. and shit, right? But it's pro Canada, ain't pro US, you know.
Well, what if
But
the 4D chess was instilling national pride in Mexico and Canada? Do you think that was the 4D chess they keep saying Trump is playing?
I the only thing I could think with my mind tells me he made a play with Greenland where he wanted the Europeans to patrol it, and he got what he wanted. Maybe, but I don't know if he's that smart or not. But I know that he's
I don't
pissed
think he's
that
that smart. I'm kidding.
Canada doesn't spend any money on NATO, and I know that makes him mad. He wants everybody to spend money on NATO, so maybe that's his play. I thought he dropped it. I thought he dropped the tariffs because they were going to patrol their borders and shit.
Oh no! He delayed them.
Okay. Well, what are they not
He put
complying
them
with
off for
now?
30 days.
What are they not complying with? I mean, what do they got to do?
I think he's just doing it to promote industry in the U.S. I mean, aren't there like car manufacturers in both Canada and Mexico?
Yes. But they're just.
Um,
Theoretically that works, but certain things. He put tariffs on fucking washing machines in 2018. You think we're
I
going to
mean,
build washing
these
machines?
people basically
So dumb.
the factories in Canada are employing Canadians. So if you move them back to the U.S., now the Canadians are going to be pissed off.
Well, it's true. Yeah, I don't. Look. I can understand counter tariffs for currently, like, we are being tariffed in certain countries, and we need to. Hey, look, you're going to tariff us. We're going to change our policy. We're going to tariff you because we weren't tariffing anything. And I can understand the China thing with having export tariffs and national security stuff, right? But to
But
put
here,
tariffs on washing machines is fucking crazy. We're not going to make
well,
washing machines.
let me read some of the stuff they're retaliating with. China imposed tariffs on various U.S. food exports, meaning the
Yeah.
farmers are going to be impacted.
Yeah, inbound
Early
food to
Tuesday,
China. Yeah.
responding swiftly to the Trump administration's latest tariffs, escalating a global dispute that has rattled governments and international trade. Canada, which was also targeted by Trump tariffs that took effect after midnight, immediately imposed retaliatory measures, and Mexico is expected to respond later today, after their Flag Day, apparently. China's finance ministry announced 15% tariffs on imports of chicken, wheat, corn, and cotton from the United States, as well as 10% tariffs on imports of sorghum, soybeans, pork, beef, aquatic products, fruits, vegetables, and dairy products. President Trump's tariffs, 25% on most imports from Canada and Mexico, and around 10% on imports from China, will make good on his campaign promise to rework America's trade relations, and they are likely to encourage some manufacturers to set up factories in the United States instead of in other countries. I somehow or another don't think that's even going to be tracked.
You see
Canada
what he took?
responded-
See what he took credit for yesterday. Take a look at that one. He took credit for TSMC yesterday.
What is TSMC?
Well, Taiwan Semiconductor has increased because of tariffs.
Okay, well,
They've increased.
That's not.
But Biden did the CHIPS Act, which got them to commit to come here, and then he
Right.
took credit for it yesterday. I'm like, you got them to increase what they were going to do here. Biden got it here, so he fucking lied yesterday about the whole thing.
Well,
So anyway,
Canada responded by imposing 25% tariffs on $30 billion worth of goods at 12:01 a.m. Eastern. 12:01 a.m. Eastern, but did not specify which products would be affected. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau of Canada said in a statement that the tariffs would extend to 125 billion of American goods in 21 days.
yeah, sounds right.
Let's see what else. Mexico pushes back. There was something in here. Oh, as President Trump, this is Mexico, as President Trump uses the hammer of tariffs as a negotiating tool against Mexico, a sense of Mexican nationalism has been strengthened, and the country's president, Claudia Sheinbaum, has seen her approval ratings rise.
Yeah.
Canadian reaction. It remains unclear what is the root of Mr. Trump's love-hate relationship with Canada. But there is widespread consensus in the country that tariffs would inflict major damage on the economy, which is dependent on exports as well as industries that are tightly integrated with the American market. Let's see. Tariff basics. Trade wars were a feature of Mr. Trump's first term in the White House, but his latest tariffs on Canada, Mexico, and China would broaden the scale of disruptions. The three countries account for more than a third of the products brought into the United States, supporting tens of millions of American jobs.
Sure.
Wow. Any thoughts?
Well, I mean, wide sweeping economic things are sorted out later. I know some of the tariffs are just dumb. I can understand tariffs on national security items. I don't understand Canada. Canada shocks me. I don't know what the fuck his problem with Canada is.
So Kelvin says, yeah, our British actors are now charging more to be in an American film and TV. How do you like them apples, America?
Yes.
I don't want any British actors here. You guys are always trying to have
those.
I don't fucking want them. Get them out.
Those,
I get tricked by British actors all the time, and it pisses me off.
Why?
I don't know. I'll be watching a show. I watch the show Chicago Fire, and the chief is a guy called Eamon Walker. Okay, real big dude, about 6'5".
The name didn't tip you off? How many Americans?
Nah, listen, I'm just watching. He's a big black dude, Stanley. He's about 6'5", real big guy, right?
Right.
And he's like, hey, he's in Chicago. Hey, man, blah, 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 blah. And all of a sudden, I see him on this fucking interview. Hello there, mate. How are you? And I'm like, get the fuck out of here.
Well, I had this. There used to be a show.
All kinds of actors doing this shit. I'm like,
yeah,
get the fuck out of here.
The main guy in The Walking Dead. There used to be a show on called Nashville. Half the actors were British, and you'd see them in the show, and they'd be, Donna, I love you so much. And then you see them in an interview, and they're like, when I first created the role of Skeeter Jenkins, I decided that this bloke was a chap from Texas, and therefore,
exactly.
And I don't mind it. But let's just say, I don't
just
think that any of our giant blockbusters will. I mean, the tiny little films, yes, they'll be affected. But yeah,
Well,
come on over here.
Hey,
We've won our share of BAFTAs.
Wasn't Wicked a blockbuster?
Eh,
I don't know.
not
I
like
just
the
laughed 'cause I'm like,
Avengers
get
or
the hell out of here, man.
not like the Blue People movie or Titanic or something like that. But
Well, no, Kate Winslet's British.
yeah,
Is she?
but
No, I don't
yes,
think she's
Hell
British.
yeah.
yes, she's British. She's British.
Is she?
Yeah,
She's awesome.
Wow.
but everybody,
I was
Bill
tricked- I was tricked
Paxton,
by her, too.
DiCaprio. Well, David
Hold on,
Warner's
Bill
British.
Paxton? Bill
David Wa-
Paxton.
No, he's not British, and
Oh, okay,
neither were a lot of people. But David Warner was in it, but he was clearly British in that movie. Billy Zane, not British, on down the line. But Kathy Bates, not British. But yeah, come
just
on
sound like when
over,
I get
man.
tricked.
Come on
I get
over. You
tricked.
might as well. All of our players are in the EPL now, so bring
Hey,
it on.
now I've actually heard that that the Southern accent is actually truer to a British accent than
Maybe.
any other in the U.S.
Yeah.
I don't know how true that is.
I don't know, Stan. What about the transatlantic accent? Do you remember this from like the
Yeah.
30s?
Yeah, the Mid-Atlantic. Yeah.
Yeah, transatlantic.
My favorite transatlantic was Katharine Hepburn.
Yeah. Yeah, that was like a half English accent. I understand the English. I understand the Australians. The Irish get a little harder. You talk to a fucking Welshman, and good luck, man. I don't know what
Easy.
the hell they're talking about.
Well, and then you've also got
Scottish, even.
You've got a lot of situations where Americans play British actors.
Do they? I didn't know that.
Oh, Meryl Streep played Margaret Thatcher. I mean,
Oh,
you've got
wow,
a
I
lot
didn't
of
know that.
Americans that play British. And please come over here since you can't get work in your own country. Please,
really
we're
can't.
happy to have you. I think a lot more of our mainstream primetime programming and shows air over there than theirs over here. I can't think of a British produced television show that has been a smash success on American primetime television.
Downton, well, prime time, okay. Because I was going to say Downton Abbey.
Hey, PBS, sure, Netflix and things like that, but PBS predominantly are where you'll find your British shows over here.
I think it's
Apparently
Vikings.
Meryl Streep is the only
Vikings.
one with a half decent Brit accent.
Didn't Brad Pitt do one in what was Madonna's husband directed a movie? I can't remember.
Peaky
Guy
Blinders,
Ritchie.
but Peaky Blinders is not on network TV.
No,
That's not really that good.
no. Harry Potter, yes, very British, very
Tom
British.
Cruise in The Last Samurai. What did he play? Japanese?
No, he played a Union cavalry soldier. He was an American.
Yeah, they don't know. They need to focus on their economy and maybe just attack their tech sector.
No. They have
Getting fucking
they have
destroyed.
been thespians since the Globe Theater and before.
Okay, well, I don't disagree with that, but ain't all of them going to do it. And there's 40
Now I'm
million
waiting
up
for
there,
Steven
60 million
Pinker
up
to
there.
do a talk on why so many British actors.
They need to try one day ever to beat the U.S. in the World Cup, which they have never done.
Really? That's
Really?
surprising.
Nope.
You'd think
We are
they would've
undefeated
won.
against England in the World Cup.
Wow.
I bet Kelvin didn't know that.
No, I'm sure
We do
he did.
outnumber
No,
them.
he's very aware of it. We played
How about-
three times. We beat them once, and we tied them twice.
Yeah.
Thank you, Robert Greene, by the way.
Who's good? Germany's really good, aren't they? Argentina.
Germany used to
Brazil.
be very good. Argentina are the reigning world champions. Brazil has won the World Cup more than anyone. Italy used to be good. There's a lot of
Used to be.
turmoil in the there's some of the traditional powers. Italy hasn't been for the last two World Cups. And
Well, the Germans are pretty good, aren't they? I know that they won it, didn't they?
the Germans over the history of the World Cup have been outstanding, but the last two World Cups they've done
They suck.
not that well. Not that well.
Okay.
Ryan, this caption here is to your point. Mexican National Guard soldiers patrolling the Rio Grande in February near Ciudad Juarez. I'm sure I chewed that
Yeah.
up. Um,
Well,
oh, Juarez, is that Juarez City?
Juarez, Mexico. Yeah.
President Trump had initially justified the tariffs by citing the flow of drugs and migrants crossing the border, but more recently appeared to change his terms. So
Yeah.
Trump, he's just
It's
so
crazy.
inconsistent.
I understand the pressure on Mexico because, in my opinion, they've let people pour through their country. They haven't assisted,
Oh,
and they don't want them
wow.
in their country, so they let them walk through. Come on, keep going, right? I can understand Mexico. Canada is baffling to me. Canada's been nothing but a good ally. I mean, we do a lot with Canada, but I understand Mexico. You have an argument there with the drugs. By the way, almost no fentanyl comes from Canada, like 1% or less. It's all coming from Mexico. So you want to talk about Mexico? I get it, but ultimately, and with the immigrant issue, I get it. Put pressure on them, great. But Canada's crazy to me. Why they're doing that? Canada's done nothing, in my opinion. I think he just hates Trudeau, maybe. So
Well, yeah.
that's probably it. It's probably
I
just his. He has a beef
That's
with
pretty
Trudeau.
much
That's
it.
how he is.
I
Yeah,
understand
I think.
the tariff. If you're trying to rebuild your infrastructure of manufacturing, I can see tariffs as being effective. Past that, I don't always see the benefit.
Well,
I mean,
I just don't
there
think
is.
I don't think we're going to go back to um, the days where everything. Well, the U.S. is not going to be a steampunk U.S. anytime soon.
We're
No,
not. I mean, economically, Tom. Number one, half these countries that are now manufacturing, they have no EPA. They're paying $2 an hour to $3 an hour if you look at the conversion rate. I mean, we cannot get close to competing on certain stuff.
I agree.
Like, and I mean, but we should look for national security items and the high end manufacturing stuff. Like, I'm talking, we want to make technical stuff and sell it for more. But Trump tariffed washing machines in 2018. I'm like, you're never gonna make fucking washing machines, you idiot. What are you doing? Just
Yeah.
stupid bullshit like that. We need to make washing machines. Why?
No, I think
National security?
it
Plain
has to.
clothing? I mean, what the fuck are you talking about?
It has to be highly industry specific and has to be based on a smart economic play, which the things you described would not be smart. They're never
No,
coming
just
back.
dumb.
They're dumb. Yeah.
Dumb. And China retaliates immediately. Oh, we're going to start making steel. Well, guess what they did? They retaliated by putting tariffs on rare earths, right? Shit we need for the stealth, shit we need for planes and real technical stuff. We tariff steel. I mean, I get it, but if they're going to retaliate, it doesn't help. It's just we're changing dollars, right?
Yeah.
So,
And
I don't
Kelvin,
know, man.
nobody calls it USMNT over here. That's press release stuff. It's almost like you're kneeling down at the beginning of the game against racism, and then for the next 90 minutes, people scream horrible things at the players of color. It's just window dressing. Nobody calls it that here. Sorry.
What's he talking about?
He's talking about the U.S. men's national team, which that's an abbreviation
fuck
for
would we
it,
call it
USMNT. I might add, though, our ladies seem to have collected quite a few World Cups. No, it's the U.S. men's national team. It's silly to call it that because the national team are the best players. The best players are all men, so it's the U.S. national team.
Yeah.
But anyway.
He says no other team no other country in the world feels the need to add men's team.
Well, I've seen your British women's players, and yes, there is very little difference. You might want to try it.
Damn.
However, they did win a European championship, so I'll give them that.
Well, in the meantime, Warren Buffett apparently was on 60 Minutes, and he calls tariffs an act of war. It was a CBS interview. It might not have
I don't
been.
think it's. I don't know why. I mean, I think the sanctions
Well,
are an
it
act
used
of
to be,
war.
right?
I mean, look, at the end of the day, I don't know how it's an act of war. Like, I mean, are you tariffing every good, every service? I mean, I don't think it's an act of war. You know, he's for. I understand tariffs to a degree, inbound and outbound tariffs on certain stuff, national security items, or certain countries fuck with their currency like China does. Like I mean, look, on the whole world, half the world has tariffs on China right now because China is overproducing to revive its economy. It's literally producing far more than it can use in order to get out of the recession it's in. So they're strategically doing that. Their government's propping up their economy by doing it. They don't let their companies lose money there. Chile has tariffs on them because the Chinese are doing this shit. So I understand tariffs if they're smart, but these are fucking stupid, just like Trump is stupid for this shit. Shocking the fucking stock market all over the place.
They have to be
just crazy.
Very strategic. Very strategic.
Yeah, washing machines. There you go.
Well, this is an interesting little snippet here where he says he was also asked about his thoughts on Elon Musk's involvement in Mr. Trump's administration, but mostly deflected the question. He said, "I better not get into that," he said with a laugh. "I talked to Elon a few times."
Yeah, he's avoiding that shit.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think, I wonder, how old is Warren Buffett?
Let's check it out.
90-ish.
In his 80s.
No, he's I think
90
he's
plus.
in his 90s. Yeah, let's
His partner just died. Charlie Munger just died. His partner.
He is 94 years young, worth $161 billion.
Damn, that actually looks pretty. If that's a recent picture, he looks pretty good for 94.
Hey man, if I had $161 billion, my picture would look like Brad Pitt.
Oh, look at this fool! Trump got the market hopping. Trump brings volatility to the market, and I am loving it.
Let's put it this way. There was a Trump bump when Trump won.
Yep.
But now that he's doing this dumb shit, there's no bump. It's going backwards.
Hey, some people, you can always make money in the market.
Well, up or down, I guess.
Up or down, yeah. There's got to be you want movement.
Man, I'll tell you what. But anybody that's a smart long-term person is going, which I don't play around with stuff. It's long-term, and I'm going, man, do I shift some money out of this shit because this guy's a lunatic? I think most smart investors they don't like a lot of news, and Trump's making more news than it's crazy. I mean, how many things has he done that have been crazy since he took office? Probably about 20.
Hey,
like just wild-eyed stuff.
It's all 4D chess that only Free Zone Luke can understand.
Oh man, I just.
Well, he's doing what they call in hockey and soccer, flooding the zone. He's putting so many people in there that it's like, what are we going to do? How are we going to guard him? What's the, it just creates a bit of, It's almost a DDoS attack.
Is it like Berserker mode?
It's not so much Berserker mode as it is. It's just overwhelming someone with choices to make. And that's what he's been very active. He's done a lot of stuff that other people have to react to.
I mean, the Democrats are on their heels. The only problem with
that is
there's a lot of problems with it.
He gives the appearance that he's actually out of control. Okay. Believe me, that's why Elon is there. He's like the wizard of chaos.
It would be prudent, right? Prudent. And then think about Trump. There's no prudent. There's nothing prudent about this guy. He's just all over the place.
Oh boy.
He's all over the place, man.
Looky there. That looks like the Tom Gully Show view graph. just the last part of it.
Yep, there you go. Look at that. Yeah, and the companies are going to start putting pressure on them when they're undercapitalized, right? Oh, we're undercapitalized, so now what, right? Our share price is diminishing. He's going to start getting business pressure on him. So we'll see how he reacts to that. So
I don't think he's going to get business pressure. I think he's just going to say,
how?
"Hey, those businesses are not American."
Hold on, Stanley. All the CEOs are paid based on.
He's going to deport them.
No, CEOs are paid on share price increases. They don't give them like a salary. That if the share goes up, you get a piece of it. Guess what? Those shares going down, that's good luck. They're not going to make any money.
Many of them are compensated in stock.
That's right.
Right.
So
and when that shit's going backwards, watch what happens, right?
Yeah.
So then they're ousted quickly. The board will vote them out. Oh, you're out of here. I'll tell you personally, I have project after project in Washington, D.C. on hold. NIH is on hold. It's a project I got out there. I got projects, literally all DOJ is on hold. Several Federal Reserve is on hold, right? They're mid-project, and they're going, man, we're not going to be able to fund this. We don't know what's going to happen. Oh, yeah, we're going to delay it. It's all over Dodge, which is our reporting service for what projects are coming. And I mean, all the contractors I deal with are, we don't know what's coming, man. We're worried. We're bunkered down. I mean, guys are calling, like mechanics that do various construction are calling owners of companies and going, hey man, do you have any work coming? So this is going to flow through the economy. Construction just gets hit quick from interest rates or this kind of bullshit. So it's crazy, man. Anyway.
Well, Stanley's point about the oligarchy is well taken. It's the little guy can suffer. We don't care.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I was actually going. The new Treasury Secretary now has a price czar, and I'm looking for that story. So there's, I think that's probably going to be more or less lip service.
Price. We're going to cap prices. I think that's. Didn't Nixon try that? Wow.
Cap the price on eggs.
I don't see any of those guys, clipping coupons on Sunday morning.
See, it's the most un-Republican approach. We're going to cap.
He's not a Republican. He's a Republican.
I know that.
He's actually a rhino.
Yeah, he's a rhino. That's right. Imagine Republicans cap prices. Like it's literally.
Well, I didn't say anything about capping prices.
Well, what's a price czar doing? I mean,
you know what? I think that price czar needs to be furloughed or laid off.
He just tells everyone.
It's the stupidest bullshit.
He just
you want to know about price caps? Look at rental rates up in New York. They cap the prices, and people go, I'll get out of this business. They sell the units, and then there's less available units, and then the fucking price goes up on the units left. So
that price czar is going to be furloughed by Elon.
The price czar is just his job. Every week he comes out and goes, there's a really good sale on 54-inch flat screens at Ollie Fretters in Detroit.
Blue light specials are.
Yeah, he's going to tell you, you Pringles are on sale at the Walmart in Des Moines.
He's going to be the town crier for grocery store ads.
Yeah. Is a BOGO on Malto meal.
Oh, wow. His office is good. You remember the blue light specials in Kmart?
Oh, yeah.
Of course.
Yeah, Shoe Carnival. We're marking them down. Everything at the front table is half off. We're marking them down.
Oh,
yeah, this is going to be wild, man. It's going to be wild. I can't even imagine why. I mean, it's just nuts. Was any of this shit in Project 47? What's this thing? Snapshot 47. What was this?
There was a
Project
Project
2025.
2025, and
Yep.
there was a 47. And
Yeah, I
I
thought 47
actually went
was his.
online looking for it. I think it wasn't online per se. It was the group that was sponsoring it that I found. But Project 2025, I literally just saw an interview with the guy who was head of the Heritage Foundation. He did an
Yeah.
interview with Dad Saves America where he was taking
Yeah.
full credit for it.
Well, that's a heritage thing, and the Trump is not 100% with that, but a lot of people think he is, but he's not. I mean, like the abortion issue, he told the Heritage Foundation, "Listen, you're not getting anything else. I gave you another justice, so that's all you're getting," because they wanted to like ban the shit. And
Well,
he's
I
like,
mean,
"Nope, I
nobody
ain't doing it."
expects every bullet point to be followed. That's not saying much.
But I
That he
think
didn't want. As a matter of fact, he would if he thought he could get away with it, he would do it.
I don't think
The
so.
only reason he didn't do it is it would be so unpopular.
I
And
think
I
he
look
would
forward.
not
I
do
don't
it.
know if we're covering his State of the Union. I'm assuming it's the State of the Union tonight.
I think he's
That-
pro-abortion, man. I really do. Like, I guarantee he is. He likes to have them. I'm sure he's had 9 of them. And
yeah, but he's
I
also
mean,
a politician.
No, one of them lived. Have you seen Barron?
oh my God, that's
No, I'm not going to pay. He didn't ask to be born.
he's freakishly tall, by the way. He's about 6. He looks like he's about. They got him listed at
You know what?
6'7". I'm like,
I probably shouldn't
What
have said
height
that.
does freakishly tall start?
I should.
he's a
Well,
weirdo.
I'm guessing it's 6'5".
I'm 6'5", yeah, so it's got to be that. But I shouldn't
He
have
is
said that.
fucking-
That was really out of line because I will hand it
It's
to
okay.
I'll hand it to Barron. He's the one that encouraged Trump to go on all these podcasts during the election.
Yeah, he did.
He's
He
the
did.
one that said you need to do some of these things that even some of the more out of the way kind of normally wouldn't do politics type things. That's
what
really
I was
smart.
saying. I think the media has changed.
I hope he can be recruited to work for the Democrats next election.
Well, at least from a strategy standpoint.
Yeah.
I'm
Because
surprised that the Democrats fired.
He's like his father. Money will talk.
Listen, have the Democrats made any changes to their strategy or the people planning their fucking strategy?
Come on,
Have they
now.
made any internally?
It's only been a few months.
Oh my God! I'm just like
Well, they
the
better.
boneheaded. That's what I'm saying. They're just. It's like. I mean, literally, I was saying. I know Stephen A. Smith is not your guy, Stanley, and he's not political. But he asked.
Oh,
the first
actually,
question-
he is political.
Well, he's trying to be now. But my point is, he asked Hakeem Jeffries, and the first thing out of Hakeem Jeffries' mouth was January 6th. And it's like, dude, what? That's okay. Guys, we need a new plan.
Yeah,
You need a new talking
been-
points, for Christ's sake.
There have been a lot of the old school sort of Democrats like James Carville and Bill Maher that have come out and said, here's why you lost the election. Nobody wants to hear transgender sports. Nobody wants. Here are the things people care about. The economy. The border.
Yeah.
They went down the list of you
Kitchen
need
table
to,
stuff.
to exactly.
Yeah, they got the same fucking talking points like threat to democracy. I'm like, okay. People, that obviously didn't resonate. Let's move. It's like they're hard-headed. I don't understand it. Because usually they're pretty savvy. Like they'll move and
Well, they
they're
don't.
pretty
They
savvy
keep,
normally. And
they
I just
keep forgetting you have to win to rule. None of your great ideas are going to happen unless you win office. None of them. So learn how to win the election. That's job one. That's your job.
Yeah.
The good that you want to do cannot be done unless you win the election.
Yeah, I don't know they need a plan though for sure because they're just overwhelmed, I think.
They're an 0-7 team talking about what they're going to do in the playoffs.
Yeah. Well, I will say that I don't give Trump long to fuck everything up, and he already appears to be fucking everything up.
Well,
And I mean,
I'll say this.
it's
There's never been a more powerful lame duck president in the history of the United States.
that's a
Now,
good
somebody
point.
could
Yeah.
maybe pull somebody out that I don't know about, but I've looked into it a little bit and I don't think there has been. He's got both houses of Congress and the Supreme Court locked up right now.
Well,
One thing that's
literally locked up
crazy.
because they can't even do their job. He needs to unlock them.
Yeah.
One thing is wild is I've been bitching about executive orders since Bush, and it's just now so crazy. And I mean, Trump did it before Obama did it initially, and he said, I don't need you to do certain things. Then Obama did it, then Trump did it, then Biden did it. Now Trump's doing it. I'm like, when are we going to get a handle on these fucking executive orders for bullshit reasons? I mean, it's just, they can make up any reason and do an executive order. Student loans. I'm like, okay, this is ridiculous. So it's supposed to be for wartime shit, right? Not for the environment, not for student loans, not for the 19 things Trump's done. Like, no, that's not what it's for.
Well, there was
Not
a little
screwball.
pushback. There was a little pushback from Congress. Stanley will probably remember the topic, but it was about the power of the purse. He was talking about some spending, and Congress went, whoa, 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 whoa. We control
Yeah,
the
you
spending.
mean like a month ago?
Yeah.
There shouldn't be. Yeah.
Well,
Like,
as
he
a
should be able to
matter of
spend any
fact,
money.
I just saw a story, and maybe it was in the New York Times, where the Senate went against him on something. Let me see, can I find it?
Well, the Republicans actually appointed a more Republican senator than, Thune is more Republican than Trumper. So interestingly enough, and they did that before he even really got going. So
Okay, the
they
other
want,
thing that's really annoying me is he's talking about all these cuts. He has not made any cuts. Only Congress can do that.
yeah, I know. Well, that's
This
what
guy,
I keep hearing.
it's either
I keep hearing that.
that the American people we
That's it,
we
Stanley.
might need to force people to take like re-education. Let's do re-education camps for civics.
Yes, Stanley. Listen, that's it, because I've heard people talking about Elon Musk is making cuts. I'm like, nope. And I've also heard, I've heard Trump's cut, and I'm like, where? How? How is he possibly doing it? What is he cutting?
All he's doing is denying to deliver it.
I am not a giant, Trump fan, but I will say this. He has gotten the issue of government waste at the very forefront. We've all known it.
Yeah.
We've all complained about it for decades and
Yeah.
decades and decades.
That's right.
He has gotten the issue way, 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 way to the front of the line, more than it's ever been.
There's another article that I just saw. We're waiting on the fraud. Doge has not been able to produce the fraud part.
About what?
Well, there's a Philip Bump. If you've ever heard of him, he's got an opinion piece about, well, we're waiting on the fraud. Elon, we're waiting on the fraud part. Waste is horrible, but fraud can be a crime. So
Well, I agree.
I wanna find
It's not
out.
a crime. It's not.
Fraud?
In my opinion, well, no. What I'm saying is this: I don't believe there's been a crime committed in terms of fraud. However, because it's not, but a lot of the NGO funding, that you got to tie bank accounts of NGOs to politicians, and that's going to be hard to do. So I don't think but they can probably show a lot of these bullshit NGOs, which are just wild-eyed nonsense.
But
I don't think they're going to get them on fraud.
Oh shit! Let's have a look at this. The first black leader of VMI is ousted.
Whoa.
College's board decided not to renew the contract of its superintendent, Major General Cedric T. Wins. That's a great name. General Wins. I love that. who led diversity efforts and removed a Confederate statue on campus. Oh, that's why he went. He's a
You don't know.
DEI casualty.
You don't know. We don't know why he went.
Oh, I think I know why.
Well, I know, Stanley. You're always super suspicious of everything.
Oh, no, no, no. I'm not super suspicious. I'm making an educated guess.
I mean, how do you know he wasn't banging 3 of the students? Like, you're just wildly guessing.
VMI doesn't have that many women, for starters.
Well, I bet they have a couple.
Yeah, he sought them out.
Just read the shit. See what it's about. He's probably, who knows, you know?
Let's see. He led efforts to increase diversity on campus by following reports of relentless racism experienced by black cadets, published by the Washington Post in 2020. Shortly before he took over, let's see what else.
He removed that statue of General Thomas Stonewall Jackson.
When the statue was removed, General Wins acknowledged Jackson's ties to the school where he was an instructor, and the strong opinions about the decision. Let's see. Shit, you knew he was gone when he removed Stonewall Jackson from the campus.
Yeah.
Stonewall Jackson is the most the most famous graduate.
Maybe. I don't know. Was Stonewall from the South or North?
Very much from the South.
The move followed years of pushback from the conservative alumni of the college who had objected to what they called General Wynn's woke efforts to increase campus diversity. And it followed accusations from a Virginia state senator that the effort to remove him was racially follow accusations from a Virginia state senator that the effort to remove him was racially motivated. Wait.
Mel
I don't
Brooks.
think it's racially motivated. It's DEI motivated.
Here's some famous graduates from VMI. Dabney Coleman, Fred Willard, and I can't believe this, Mel Brooks.
Yeah,
Really?
World War II era. World War II era.
Mel Brooks.
Well, no.
World War II,
VMI is legendary.
Yeah, it is. It really is. But I hear Mel Brooks, and he's such a New York guy. I never would have thought that, but Mel Brooks and Richard Byrd, of course. But
let me put it to you this way: like in the military, the Navy in particular, Citadel graduates and VMI graduates, and I don't know that I've ever met a VMI graduate in the Navy. But I met Citadel graduates. Well, shit, I've had bosses who were Citadel graduates. They are treated almost as much deference as Naval Academy graduates. So, and that's saying something.
Well, Mr. Cedric is he's out.
Yeah, well, he's a major general. He'll be fine.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see.
So
what happens.
he's a 3-star. He has his retirement, and he'll get on a board somewhere.
Probably.
I had a 3-star. I had a 3-star Marine general that lived up the road from me when I lived up on the mountain, and I don't even know what he did in retirement, but I mean, he was making all kinds of money from boards and stuff like that.
That's what people do in those positions. I have a neighbor that's a general. He's now been appointed to the state to do a bunch of shit for the governor. And I mean, he's 30 or he's 45 maybe, or now he's probably 50 now. But he's got a cakewalk.
What?
He's a
1-star, 2-star?
He's a 1-star general. I went
He's
to the ceremony.
he's got to only be 1-star, and that's early actually.
He's early, and I went to the ceremony. I didn't notice, but so when he goes onto the base, they gave him his flag.
Right.
When you go onto the military base, if he's the highest rank, his 1-star flag will be up. And so I bullshit with him, and I'm like, "Hey, man, when you go onto the base, the 1-star flag will be flying." And so when he goes on the base and he sees 2 stars. He's like, okay, my boss is here. That's what he said. When he pulls onto the base, if his shit ain't up there, When he comes on, they put his flag up. If he sees 2 stars, he's like, "Uh-oh." So, but now he's no
Well,
longer.
I mean, what's the which? Okay, so the base commander isn't flag.
So when he goes onto the base,
Is he the
his
base
flag.
commander?
I don't know the answer to that.
Well, here's the reason I ask because
He's Army though. He's Army.
right, but say the Norfolk Naval Operations Base in Norfolk, the
Yeah.
commander of the base is a 2-star.
So his 2-star is always up. So I guess he's the highest rank on the
well,
base.
I mean, but the thing is there's a NATO command,
okay.
and then there U.S. The commander of the Atlantic fleet's there, so there are 4 stars on the base.
Oh well, yeah. So they're flying all the time. Well, no,
Yes,
but
I
if
don't.
the
I don't
force,
even know that. I don't even remember that they do the flag thing.
but if the 4-star leaves, then the next ranking one. I think when they leave the
where do they
base, like
fly it?
I don't know the answer to that either. I just know they
Gotta be
presented
an
them.
That's got to be an Army thing because I've
Well,
never heard of that in the Navy.
They did a presentation for the flag at the ceremony. You know, there was probably 150 people there. I was surprised he asked me because I'm his neighbor, but he don't have any local family. So
you're his brother now, huh?
Well, it was. I don't know. It was a very interesting thing, and it was Army that we have Aberdeen Proving Ground and Fort Meade around us. So, but yeah, but anyway, long story short is he's retired now and doing something with the state, but he'll probably end up on a board or two, making money from that and all this shit. So.
I had when I was you remember you guys remember Tailhook, right?
Oh yeah.
Well, my cousin was an aviator at the time, and it just so happened that he couldn't make it to Tailhook. Lucky him.
Lucky for him.
What is Tailhook? What is that?
It was they used to have the naval aviators used to have like a conference or something like that in Las Vegas every year, I guess it was. And there was just a whole lot of abuse, basically. The female officers were just getting pawed, and it was like Me Too times about 80, and it was a national scandal.
And it was also heavily photographed and videotaped. There was tons of evidence of it. It was much more public than anything like that had ever been before. And subsequently, anybody that had any sort of problem along those lines in the military after Tailhook, they put the hammer down on them.
I'm sure
really hard for a few years.
But let me tell you a story about that. Now, the surface office, the naval NOB Norfolk got all the officers. It didn't matter whether you were aviation or surface or sub. Brought them all to the base auditorium, and there was a 1-star giving us hey, don't you gotta have, we can't be abusing females, basically. And so this 1-star drifts off of the topic onto gays in the Navy. And he was like, well, now gays in the Navy are a different story. Even if my son was gay, I wouldn't want him in the Navy. Dude was gone the next day. They retired that motherfucker so fast.
How long ago was that? How long ago was that, Stanley?
Oh, this is back in like 1992.
Yeah, and Tailhook happened in September of 91. But they were wearing T-shirts, Ryan, that said "women are property" and things. And I have a photo.
Like
I'm looking at a caption here on Wikipedia of a photo that I can't show you the photo. I couldn't put it. It wouldn't appear because in addition to women, being groped and molested, physical, sexual assaults, harassment, just walking down the hallway, public nudity, excessive alcohol, but also there were like strippers and stuff that were traipsing around. The most prominent was Naval Officer Paula Coughlin, and she's the one that initiated the investigation, when she notified the chain of command about what happened. It wasn't kept within the old boys club anymore. She went she went to the chain of command with it, and so then they were forced to deal with it. And because it was so public, it couldn't really be squelched or swept under the rug.
Yeah, that's right.
That's
pretty bad.
Didn't she wind up like not too long ago running for office? Or am I thinking? I might be thinking of the woman who ran for governor of Kentucky.
I think she's
Well, now I wonder if it would be an issue now, because
she was.
Hell yeah!
She was a helicopter pilot in the Navy.
Right. I don't think so.
Yep.
And
well, men and women are fully equal in every way, so I don't think it would be a problem now.
Okay, not every way, but in the ways that might count.
Well, no, I'm sure the women would care, but I would. Well, they're equal fully now. They're involved in everything a man can do, a woman can do. I mean, according to modern times.
Okay, well, of course, hyperbole besides or aside.
Well, I'm just saying.
Paula Coughlin also, after doing that, her time in the military was going to be very, very, very difficult for her.
Yeah, she didn't. She got out.
And she also has said many times that her life in private sector, she resigned from the Navy in '94 after being subject to abuse and retaliation. She settled out of court and was awarded $5.3 million in damages from the hotel after the jury concluded the Las Vegas Hilton Hotel had been negligent in not providing adequate security at the convention. She also now owns and operates a yoga studio in Atlantic Beach, Florida.
No, I think it's disgusting what happened, but we've, I don't know.
Here's what I was talking about. Senate blocks ban on transgender athletes as Trump pushes forward. The Senate failed to get the 60 votes needed to advance legislation banning transgender athletes from competing in female sports.
What are we doing?
Hey, wait. I thought there was an executive order banning that. What's the Senate doing?
Well, it's Title IX. They can't undo Title IX with an executive order, But it's there
was an executive order.
Yeah.
Well, there's a ton of them, but most of them, 80% of them won't get pushed through. They won't get passed. Guarantee it. They'll get blown up. Because more than half of them are unconstitutional.
Even worse, they'll get forgotten about. So when it's brought up that Trump actually, created he basically churned. Okay, there was a whirlwind of activity with him sitting there signing 75 executive orders, and when only 10 of them get enacted, people will forget that.
Are you just now catching what these guys are doing, Stanley? This is what they've
been
doing.
I've known all along. The reason I'm even saying it is there are those in the John Galt and Stanley Cross channel universe who actually think Trump is accomplishing shit.
Well, no, he's not. And listen, but they do it. Look, Biden comes out. He did the same thing. But this is what these guys are doing. They come in, and then they can at least say they tried.
I don't think Biden did it anywhere near is great.
Well, and also
he had 90 plus executive orders.
Hey, I don't think qualitatively nor quantitatively Biden got anywhere near what Trump is doing.
Well, they're doing it partially for the ones that get through. It's almost like phone marketing. Yeah, I'm going to call up 100 people.
I was pissed at all Bidens. I was pissed at Trump's initially. I was pissed at Obama's because I think it's runaway executive power, and it's not the way the fucking shit is supposed to work. It's not. Absolutely not. I do think these agencies have kind of gone astray, where Congress should be more involved with them and not just the executive side. We got almost half a king here, I'm
Well,
totally against it.
the executive order should only pertain to the executive branch.
Well, no. But what I'm saying is that it's what, for example, it was a wartime thing. Okay, generally speaking, it was wartime. Biden was pushing executive orders on environmental bullshit, and saying it was, we're in a war in a sense. The COVID stuff was all wartime, and I'm like, it's not fucking wartime. Student loans ain't wartime, and all Trump's bullshit ain't wartime. It's all nonsense.
Yeah.
Trump initially reappropriated funds from the Defense Department to build the fucking wall. I mean, really? So I just think that these executives are crazy. It's crazy. It's not good. It's you know, the House of Representatives should be dealing with stuff, the Senate, and you know. But I will say one thing, guys. One thing that I've figured out with Doge, because if you look at a lot of the money that's flowing through the system, it goes to DC, and then it gets handed out to the states. I don't know why DC should be in half of it. And if you look at highway funding, if you look at all this shit, I'm like, well, why has the federal government got to step on it? Like, I want to see my state increase taxes and the federal government decrease taxes, like to fund this stuff. It really annoys the shit out of me that it goes to DC, goes through their administrative system, then comes to my state, and then has to go through that administrative system before things get built, things get funded, things get done. I'm like, it's annoying. It's just another added cost and layer. And that's the one thing I take away from this Doge thing is that shit ain't working. I mean, forget all the Ecuador transgender funding and all that bullshit. Forget all that nonsense. The federal government should not be stepping on all this stuff when the states could just get the money for education, for everything. You know, why has it got to go through DC? So anyway, that's just my thought.
Most executive orders until recent times were very innocuous. They were closing the
holidays,
federal offices, things of that nature. Some sort of proclamation regarding the Challenger space shuttle, survivor families or whatever. They were extremely innocuous. They were almost like, oh, of course, naturally. They were things that you would imagine a president should be able to do and that no one would object to. But they've become vastly more sweeping than might be necessary, especially when you consider that a sitting president is going to place the heads of most agencies and departments himself. You know, and that's the person that's running them.
It's crazy. So, yeah. The only thing, this Doge thing is ridiculous. So I think it's good they're exposing stuff, but again, the only thing I'm taking from it is why has everything got to go through the damn federal government? Increase state taxes, lower federal taxes. Bang, it's done, and it'll be far more efficient.
We ain't got no state tax down here.
No, I'm just looking through the Washington Post. Damn, they are not giving Trump any breaks today.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna tell you, the Wall Street Journal's been trashing him to where he was bitching about the Wall Street Journal, and I'm like,
really?
Absolutely.
I don't have a Wall Street Journal subscription. Let's look at the Washington. Well, I know the Washington Examiner.
I don't know who's propping him up. Like, I don't think any of the publications are giving him props. So, any of the major news sources, like other than the propaganda outlets. So, other than the propaganda,
the propaganda channels and the John Galt Urban Landlord channel.
Come on, Stanley. You give these guys
Come
a hard
on
time.
now, Stanley. You know good and damn well.
Come on, man.
Come on, Stanley. You know good and damn well.
John Austin. Are you solid snake there or John? You Solid Snake or John?
Solid Snake.
Solid. He's
Well, no,
awesome.
John will say he doesn't really have a preference. He didn't vote.
Yeah, I don't think he's too political.
Yeah, John would.
Oh,
yeah.
really?
John would
I don't
say
think he is.
John would say.
Sure.
Yeah. John would say.
I don't know, man.
John would say, Stan, let me ask you a question. You got 4 people, and all 4 people, they grew up in the same neighborhood. They got the same opportunity.
You're doing good, Tom. You're doing good, Tom.
Yeah, that's a Stan.
You're doing good.
John's more, he's much more subtle. He's much more,
so
you
got to slide in some N-bombs.
He's not gonna take the what is it? What's the volume meter? I can't even think of it.
Gain.
When you measure the decibel meter, he's not going to he's not going to top out the decibel meter.
He's not going to turn it up to 11. Incidentally, I love both those guys to death. I think they're great guys.
I think they're funny.
Well, they're good for anti-blacks.
Come on, man. You know Solid Snake's hilarious, man. And occasionally,
Oh,
I've said this
hey,
many times.
I didn't say he wasn't funny.
Occasionally, he's got a gem, even though you disagree with me, Stanley. Occasionally, he's got a gem or two in there that he'll drop out, even though bullshit. I know you're going to say bullshit, but
I'm not going to say anything. To each his own.
I don't, the politic part I don't care about with Solid Snake. I love when he talks about regular people stuff. Like, no, we had my house about a quarter mile of them Hot Wheel track, and we'd run them over the top of the house. You
actually sound, Tom, again, you're good at impersonating people. It sounds good, man. It sounds good.
He's good at impersonating cartoon characters.
Now, come on now. You just listen to people enough.
You used to do voice work?
Yeah, a lot of voice work. But you listen to people enough and you learn.
There's no way you can't listen to Solid Snake.
When
Chris Reed saying?
When I do people, I don't do what are called imitations. I do what are called reductions. That's when you take what they actually sound like and you reduce it to like the 2 or 3 most identifiable things, which are usually an accent, the speech pattern, or the tone of voice. So just want to make that clear. There's some people that can do real imitations. I don't do that. I do reductions.
I think can I respond to Chris Reed?
Actual imitations.
Chris Reed. I got to respond to Chris Reed.
I could do Jerry Jones all day, because I've heard him talk so much, and Jerry Jones is the master of speaking without saying anything. Well, Dallas Cowboy Football Club, if you over the years have seen what we're done in the world we live in today, sports, you'll find that our achievement has always been equal to our output. He just keeps going and going and going. and he gets done talking and you're like,
isn't that all athletes
didn't say anything? Shit? A lot. I mean, you would be the first to agree with me, probably, Ryan, with your coach, great coach. You had him a long time. He just gets to the bottom line and probably doesn't want to be there. It's like, what do you think? What do you think the most important part of the game was today? They scored more points than we did. Next question.
Yeah. Well, you mean you talking about Bill Belichick?
No, I'm talking about Harbaugh.
Oh yeah, well he's similar to that too. Just a matter of fact, but I think they're almost programmed to say that non-controversial shit.
Well, remember
we really tried hard.
You remember Bull
came
Durham,
out and we gave up too many points in the second half. Like,
but you remember Bull Durham when Kevin Costner's telling Nuke LaLoosh, okay, write this down. Lord knows that Lord willing, we'll win tomorrow. It's a simple game. You throw the ball, you catch the ball, you hit the ball. It's they have all these pat phrases. Should be a high priority for. Okay, so the economy's number one. Oh no, new U.S.-Mexico border's number one.
News poll. Although people.
Wait, let me rewind it a bit.
the issues that are top of mind for most Americans: inflation and the economy. They may be at the top of their priority list for the new administration, but we are seeing a disconnect. When asked what they think the administration is prioritizing, Americans see inflation and the economy taking a backseat to the border, the federal workforce, tariffs, and more. In fact,
Oh, that's
according to our
gotta be
CBS News
rigged.
poll, although people do approve of him on some of those other issues, there is a 50-point gap between people who say the president should make inflation a priority and those who say he is. We want to welcome to the program Treasury Secretary
No,
Scott.
it's bullshit. When is this from, Stanley?
That has got to be rigged.
When's this from? When's this from?
I just saw it like a few hours ago. It dropped.
It'll tell. But
nobody gives a fuck about the border because the border's fixed.
This is Face the Nation, so it was Sunday.
And I would say that is not uncommon. It is throughout the years when you see the poll of what's the most important thing, what they should be prioritizing, and what they think they're actually prioritizing, that is always a disparity. Always.
But hold on, back up, Tom.
In polling,
in my mind, the border's fixed. Nobody, I mean, all the news reports are nothing's coming. Why would that be a 73% priority if it's if something's fixed? People are not thinking about it. Why would that be 73%?
Because
that wasn't an approval rating.
Because people's perception is never quite reflective of reality.
You think?
I always think that.
I am just shocked. As much as I've been hearing about eggs on YouTube and everywhere else, that's shocking.
Well, that's the first poll. The second poll is people never think the government is focusing on the things that they should be focusing on.
I mean, I would agree with that largely. Transgender sports and bullshit like that. Who gives a fuck about that? I can't even stand it. It's so dumb to talk about it.
The Jesus boys care.
Because it's maybe at the top of their priority list for the
Let me see this.
we are seeing a disconnect.
Economy, okay, yeah.
Well, no. Should be a high priority for.
Yes.
Okay. Inflation, taxes.
Okay, but this is what they're saying should be.
Okay.
But then the next poll is when they actually ask, okay, well, what?
I agree. Okay, got it. Okay.
And the economy taking a backseat to the border.
Oh wait, hold it. No, actually, okay? I see what it is. They think Trump is focusing on the wrong stuff.
Yes, like everybody always does. They look, even if
I think they're right in this case.
I think they
so
are.
Do I.
But
I
by
agree.
the same token, even if the economy was the top messaging and the top thing out there, unless it in their pocketbook resulted in yes,
right,
they will never think. They will never think. They will never think that they.
Tom's right.
Yeah.
They're saying Trump is not addressing their priorities.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's what I meant by this is the same.
But I think they're right. He's not.
I think
he's
you're.
not. I don't think he is.
I think you're correct, but I think even if he were, that's not what it would reflect in the poll. Yes. This happens every single election cycle. They do this poll a lot. What are the top issues to you as a voter? Or what should they be prioritizing? And then what do you think they're actually doing? And they're never the same. They are never the same.
Well, in this case, though, they are right. Trump is not focusing on the economy.
That's true. But to Ryan's point, do you think that the U.S.-Mexico border is more important to the Trump administration and what's been going on than the federal workforce issue and tariffs?
They're probably about the same. But to Ryan's point, I think they're well on the way of dealing with it. They've got shit. They've probably got more troops than Mexicans crossing the border right now.
This is anecdotal, but from what I perceive in the news that I consume, the federal workforce is the number one thing that at least is out there. Tariffs would be number 2 and the border would be number 3.
Right.
But they never match.
Right. And he should actually be focused, in my opinion, and maybe one of the few times I'll say this, I think Trump needs to be following what he needs to be following that first poll in
Sure.
order of stuff. Now, I understand prices are not really something he has that much power over, but why doesn't he flood that zone?
Good
One thing
question.
he can do with prices, if he deports a lot of people, that'll drive food prices down
No, it
because
won't.
I
It's going to
promise it
drive
will.
them up. There'll be nobody to pick the vegetables.
No, no, less demand. Well,
And
I keep
and
hearing that
the
argument
tariffs
about
on
vegetables.
Mexico, he's tariffing everything. Your my
Well,
my guacamole is going to get more expensive.
like here's an example. If to me, housing, like rental rates, and like they talk about food and say, well, who's going to pick your food? The thing is, if you reduce the immigrants, if you reduce people in general in any situation, you'll reduce demand, right? Demand goes down, you'll get price dips on
Okay.
all that shit.
So you think 350 million people, I don't think they were
Mhm.
counting the illegals.
I think they are. I mean that's look. Think of it this way: if you immediately took your city and took 20% of the people out of there,
Okay,
fucking
name
rental
me a
rate.
city that's 20% illegal.
Uh,
Illegals.
I mean Los Angeles probably. I don't know. 10%.
I
You'll
don't
get
it's hard for
if
me to
you
believe.
reduce if you reduce demand, prices go down. Like, and it may be
Okay, I don't
temporary
think
until
it's going
supply
to
meets it.
drive down demand that much. I mean, they're still in the process. I'm thinking I have to see can I find how many people have been deported. I guarantee you it hasn't been a million.
It's been about 800.
Well, and it's important to
It's been
recall that
fucking nobody.
How is that reducing demand?
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, if the idea that I personally think we should be deporting a lot of people because everything's overpriced right now, and part of it is demand is fucking through the roof, especially where I am. Housing is
Okay.
impossible
I know in theory that you're right, but I think in practice, it's going to have a
until supply
negligible.
meets that, until the supply diminishes, which it's not for housing.
Right. And I
Um,
know theoretically you are right. I think in reality, it's not going to affect prices much. I mean, for one thing, eggs aren't a demand issue, technically. It's the lack
houses are,
of eggs.
housing is actually coming back down in certain areas right now. It's reduced. The prices are falling, but it was already overbloated anyway.
well,
Interest rate cuts. It was overbloated.
you also have to
These
remember
people can't afford shit right now. Like I'm looking at
What the
what look.
fuck is he talking about?
Who is it?
Jihad Bell? Even at a
it's
small percentage, because of how many cities there are, it would compound into millions.
well, yeah, but
Yeah, okay, Jihad.
I think that you have to remember these two polls are opinion polls. And what
Yeah.
smart politicians do is because frankly, some of the things on this graph we're looking at right now, things are being done and focused on, but nothing's happening. And with that in mind, what you need to do is increase your messaging about the
Exactly.
economy and increase your messaging about,
Exactly. Now, in this interview, well, I'm gonna let this play on out, but Tom, you're right. The messaging has been about tariffs and federal workforce, and the border.
Did
Nothing
you?
about the economy until
Can I
now.
ask you guys a question? I don't remember at all. I mean, I heard Trump say drain the swamp. I heard Trump say, "Oh yeah, there's a deep state and all that shit," right? I had no idea that he was going to slash and burn all of DC. And I'm talking the agency level.
What gave you what could have possibly not given you that idea?
Well, okay, so I knew he was
The
going I
swamp
knew
is DC.
yeah, well no, I get that, Stanley, but to me he ran on tariffs. He ran on inflation. He ran on like I didn't hear him talking a lot about burning down the federal government. I mean,
Well, he talked about getting rid of the administrative state.
he
he
did.
did, but it wasn't the main. If you said, "Hey, man, pick four things he talks about all the time," that wasn't one of them.
The
Yeah.
administrative state would have been one of them.
But
I don't think
if you
so,
when
man.
the second he said
Well, hold
Elon
on.
Musk,
What do you think drain the swamp means?
He would say that and then never did anything. But he did say he was going to
Okay,
do
in
immigration.
Project 2025, one of the top priorities is taming the As a matter of fact, taming the administrative state has been a Republican plank in their platform for probably decades.
Well, I mean, listen,
Chevron
I don't
doctrine, all that stuff.
I don't disagree with some of what he's done with I mean, it's out of control. The federal government's out of control. I believe that.
And
I think
now
we
getting
see
rid
from
of it is out of control.
Well,
yes,
he
I
sent
totally agree.
the biggest signal was sent when he named Elon Musk to that position, because if you look at what he's
all about?
but when you look at what Elon Musk has done at other companies, let's just say Twitter, he went in and just said, "Bam, you're gone."
Yeah,
bye bye.
he did.
You know?
And then he brought
but
back.
I had no
brought
idea he
back
was
what he
going to
needed to
torch
bring
the whole
back.
city. That's all.
Yeah.
Like, hey, let's lay off entire agencies. Let's burn this
Oh
down.
yeah,
Let's,
hey,
I mean,
he said he was going to drain that swamp,
but I didn't.
and then
Okay.
he brought everybody back into the office to get fired.
Well, I do think that they should go back to work. By the way, they need to go back to fucking work.
Hey, boy,
Yes.
did they go back to work to pink slips?
Well, put them motherfuckers back in there for
Come
3
into
years.
the office to pick up your
Listen,
pink slip.
Stanley, anytime you want to work, come to DC and see what these fuckers do. It's amazing. I mean, I have a very progressive friend, school teacher. I mentioned him earlier. He's in West Virginia. He's like, they got a big federal agency out there. He's like, these people do little.
Mount Weather. I think as a matter of fact, there's a
One of them.
social security there. I think it's a social security data center in West Virginia. I used to know the guy who ran it.
He's like, they're all making $100,000 or more, and they rarely work. And he's like, I play golf with one of them during the day. I'm gonna tell you, man, I see tremendous waste in DC. I work there all the time.
You know what? I'm gonna have to say, he probably. I would take what he said with a grain of salt. Okay. Just because they're not out there, building or digging for fence posts and building fences out where you can see doesn't mean they're not working.
Every organization I know of will call through their people and say good, bad, good, bad. When has the government ever done that?
Oh, well, no. I don't have a problem with it. I don't have a problem with the layoffs. I have a problem with the method.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
I think it and maybe I'm wrong. I'm outside looking in. It just looks really disorganized. And the federal government is not a business.
I don't disagree, but no. So you're okay with some of the layoffs, just not how they're doing it. Which so we agree on that. How they're doing it is boneheaded and stupid.
Somebody needs to be laid off.
Yeah, there's a lot of
starting with the POTUS.
Well, I'm as pedantic as they come, and the thing that I have a problem with is the E in DOGE stands for efficiency, and cutting without first determining what's working, what's not working, what's the best way to make it work isn't efficiency. It's elimination, or it's cutting costs, that's not necessarily on its own bad.
They just needed an E.
It stands for elimination, and
I
it really.
These fucking people. Look, when they shut down the government, they talk about that, right? We're going to shut down the government. All the people that get sent home they still get paid. The minute they the minute they start government back up again, they all get their money. So even with this, they're quote unquote letting people go. I bet they get back paid. I'll almost guarantee they get back paid.
Some of it was, hey, we'll buy you out. So some people are going to get paid till August or something.
But I mean, the people that have been quote unquote laid off or sent home, I bet they get back paid. Almost guarantee it, because that's the way the government works.
And I think perhaps Stanley has said this in a number of ways, but it does not seem particularly well thought out.
Not at all.
It's cutting for cutting's sake. And, there are people who will argue with you that economically, if you do that, you build back more efficiently. I don't particularly buy that. But if you want, you have to be effective before you can be efficient. Efficiency without effectiveness is just doesn't make any sense. So
it's Doge.
Yeah. You can't remove the effectiveness to become efficient.
Well, I went through a scenario the other day with immigration and how when they say we're going to allow this many H-1B visas, they're supposed to run that through the Board of Labor to say, will it affect wages, right? Without the Board of Labor there, you don't know if it's going to affect wages. So that kind of like, in other words, all these things are integrated. And when you just start cutting this, that, and this, it fucks everything up. So they're going to find that pretty soon that, when you cut the OPM, the Office of Personnel Management, there's nobody there to fire the people, right? They're going to find that out. So, but they probably could have reduced, 10, 15% of the workforce just due to the fat and less revenue. But ultimately, they just decided to cut whole departments, which is just dumb. So dumb. I don't understand it. But anyway.
But I can tell you that, for years, these perception polls, opinion polls, what should they be focusing on never matches what do you think they're focusing on. It just never does. Whether it's reality or not, it never matches. It may at the state level, it may with certain programs and things, but never at the top end. And by the way, economy is always number one. Always.
All right. Well, let me play the rest of this video.
Federal workforce, tariffs, and more. In fact, according to our CBS News poll, although people do approve of him on some of those other issues, there is a 50-point gap between people who say the president should make inflation a priority and those who say he is. We want to welcome to the program Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Good morning to you, Mr. Treasury Secretary.
Morning, Margaret.
So let's dig in on this because it seems there's a bit of a perception gap there. Our polling also shows at least half the country reports concern about paying for food and groceries and housing. They continue to call the economy bad, even more so than last month. And 49% told us the economy is getting worse. When can Americans expect to experience the benefits that President Trump said would be coming in day one?
Yeah, well, Margaret, what I find interesting is for the past year and a half and during the campaign, most of the media said, oh, the economy is great. It's just a vibe session. Now that President Trump's in office, there's an economic problem. And I'll tell you what the problem was.
We were pretty straightforward on this program.
Well, I haven't seen this program, but in general, this idea that working class Americans didn't know what they were talking about. They didn't know their lived experience. They didn't know what their pocketbooks were feeling. And I'll tell you, President Trump was elected. One of the reasons was the affordability crisis, and we are setting about doing that. So after 4 years of disastrous policies, we're running these gigantic deficits that led to the affordability problem, massive government regulation. So what we had was a demand shock from the government spending that was met by supply constraints with overregulation. Mm-hmm. So we are in the process of deregulating, which will free the supply side, and we are cutting back the government spending. It took 4 years to get us here. President Trump's been in office 5 weeks, and I can tell you we're working every day. Mm-hmm. What I will point out, interest rates, the 10-year bond, which I am focused on, have been down every week since President Trump was president. Mortgage rates have been down every week. So that's a pretty good start.
Mm-hmm. I hear you that sometimes the data lags reality, but when we are talking about people's perceptions of the economy, it's just how they're feeling right now. We see in our polling, 52% of Americans say Trump's policies are making grocery prices go up. Explicitly said that on this bar chart you see there. So it's an experience and a perception issue. When does that shift? When do we see the benefits of the planning you say is underway?
Look, I think President Trump said that he'll own the economy in 6 or 12 months, but I can tell you that we are working to get these prices down every day, but it took 4 years to get us here, and we've had 5 weeks. So interest rates are down. That's a very good start toward housing affordability, toward auto affordability, and we are tackling this. At Treasury, we are going to appoint an affordability czar. We are going to have an affordability council. We are laser focused on this.
What does that mean? What's an affordability czar?
Someone who picks the 5 or 8 areas where this administration can make a big difference for working class Americans.
Okay. Well, one of the things that we hear the president talk about a lot is the plan to use tariffs. I know this falls under the purview of commerce and the trade rep, but you have spoken a bit about it before. If the president does roll out the 10% tariffs that he says are coming on China this week, the 25% on Canada and Mexico, how much do you think they will impact what Americans experience? The Peterson Institute says it'll cost households an additional $1,200 a year.
Look, a couple of things. I respect my friends at the Peterson Institute. I think they're a bit alarmist. I think a lot of their supporters are anti-tariff, so they take an anti-tariff position. And look, we have the experience of President Trump's first term, where the tariffs did not affect prices. And it's a holistic approach that there will be tariffs, there will be cuts in regulation, there will be cheaper energy. So I would expect that very quickly we will be down to the Fed's 2% target. So I'm expecting inflation to continue dropping over the year. So
should we expect these tariffs to come March 4th?
Well, there's a series of tariffs. There's March 4th, and then there are there's the big tariff program that's going to be outlined on April 2nd by Commerce and USTR, and that's the president's notion of reciprocal tariffs, and that's going to be very path dependent. We are going to show what are other countries' tariffs on specific goods, what are non-tariff barriers, what are the currency manipulation, what is manipulation of financing or labor manipulation, and what are these horrendous fines that the European Union's putting on our tech companies. And we are going to evaluate that and give them an opportunity to remedy that. So we could either see a ratcheting up in tariffs, or if our trading partners want to remedy what has been unfair trade, then we could see the tariffs come off. So it's going to be path dependent.
And that's Europe in April, mainly.
Well, that's across the world.
Okay. So when you say the Peterson Institute's too alarmist with $1,200 a year on the average household, what's the cost to the household? Do you think it's zero?
Well, we don't know yet because it's path dependent. But what I can tell you is that I'm not worried about China. China will pay for the China tariffs because their business model is exporting their way out of this deflation. They are the most unbalanced economy in modern times. And the idea that because of a tariff, that they would lower their production is wrong. They are going to continue flooding the market. They will eat this price decrease. They will eat any tariffs that go on.
So I saw you say on Bloomberg recently that Mexico has offered to match the U.S. tariffs on China, and that you would like for the Canadians to do so as well. You described it as a fortress in North America. Is that in the works?
I don't know yet. We'll see. The Mexican leadership has offered to do that. We haven't heard from the Canadians, but I think that'd be a very good start because
by Tuesday, potentially, to offset the potential punishment on them?
By Tuesday, or maybe the tariff wall goes up, and then we see what happens from there. But I can tell you that under the cover of COVID, China dramatically increased their export capacity, and they are trying to export their way to prosperity. They are in an economic crisis. They have gigantic deflation, and it's unacceptable for them to export that to the rest of the world. And I think North America would be a very good start for pushing back against this unfair trade policy.
Well, that would be a significant development.
Very significant.
Which would avoid tariffs that are supposed to go out on Tuesday.
We'll see.
Okay. We'll be watching that space. I want to ask you about Ukraine. You were in that Oval Office meeting that went sideways on Friday. President Zelensky was told to leave the White House before he signed the minerals agreement that I know you have been working on. He said yesterday, though, he is ready to sign it. He called it the first step towards security guarantees. It's not enough. We need more than just that. A ceasefire without security guarantees is dangerous for Ukraine. Is the deal still on the table, or has President Trump instructed you to drop the project?
Margaret, it is impossible to have an economic deal without a peace deal. The sine qua non for an economic deal is that Ukrainian leadership wants a peace deal.
I thought this was a building block towards getting to
Well,
a peace deal.
it was supposed to be, but President Zelensky came into the Oval on Friday. There were three things that were going to be done. There was going to be a press conference, there was going to be a private lunch with 16 of us, and as you can see from Dan Scavino's the post on his X account, we were already set up to sign the deal. So it's unclear now. President Zelensky has thrown off the sequencing. And Margaret, let me tell you the most tragic part of this. The President Trump's idea for this economic arrangement was to further intertwine the American people and Ukrainian people and show no daylight, to show the Russian leadership that there was no daylight. And President Zelensky came into the Oval Office and tried to relitigate in front of the world the deal. And the place to have done it would have been in the private lunch.
Okay, well, it's news to me that this was, that the sequencing is shifting, that you were saying you have to agree to a peace deal before the minerals agreement. There aren't even negotiations for a peace deal underway.
Well, first of all, it's not a minerals agreement, it's a general economic agreement. So calling it a minerals agreement is incorrect. And I think we have to see if President Zelensky wants to proceed. What's the use in having an economic agreement that's going to be rendered moot if he wants the fighting to continue? President Trump wants a peace deal.
Vladimir Putin, it's unclear if he wants a peace deal, though. There are no negotiations underway. The Secretary of State said that on another network this morning.
Yeah, and President Trump has said that. President Trump is trying to move towards peace. He said repeatedly during that episode in the Oval, we don't know if we'll get a peace deal, but we got to try.
Okay. Last Sunday, President Trump's envoy, Steve Witkoff, said on another network that the plan for negotiations was the so-called draft Istanbul Protocol. The Institute for the Study of War says that this would leave Ukraine helpless in the face of future Russian threats or aggression. If that's described as the future of U.S. diplomacy and the framework, why isn't Mr. Zelensky asking the right question when he says, how can I agree to a ceasefire with no security guarantees, or even a minerals agreement or investment agreement without security guarantees?
Well, look, I think the plan is for the European Union to provide this security, not NATO, the European Union. And again, the tragedy of Friday, and I don't know what President Zelensky was thinking. We had President of France, Emmanuel Macron, in on Monday. Great meeting. Keir Starmer on Thursday. Fantastic meeting. They were all on board the arc of the peace agreement. All President Zelensky had to do was come in and sign this economic agreement, and again, show no daylight between Ukrainian people and the American people, and he chose to blow that up.
So the deal is no longer on the table, just to be abundantly clear.
Not at present.
Treasury Secretary Bessent, thank you for coming in today.
Good. Thank you, Margaret.
Well, I like this guy, Bessent. His bullshit is so eloquent. I have to hand it to him. I wonder if he's thinking about running in 2028.
I don't know. He had his talking points well in order, and they were well stated.
Well, let's see here.
And the point that an economic deal is sort of moot during wartime is kind of, it makes a little bit of sense.
In some ways, though, I kind of agree that it probably Zelensky should have been just kind of like gone with the flow.
Yeah.
I'll give them a little bit of a modicum of credit. Though I have no clue why the hell, um, um, what's his name?
JD Vance.
I have no clue why he had to. He should have just let Trump do all the talking.
I didn't find it particularly disrespectful. I mean, disrespectful. If it was off the plan, I get that completely, but I didn't think he didn't call him a jerk or something. It wasn't terribly disrespectful. The one thing I do think that Zelensky said that made sense, that wasn't really incredibly resonant, was we've had ceasefires before with this man in Russia.
Right.
And he ignored them. That's, so that is a solution, is an issue for us. So I think the point that the Treasury Secretary just made about a lot of this should have been in the private meeting, I think that's very correct. All of the things that happen if it was in a private meeting, I have no problem with things being heated or whatever in the private meeting.
Yeah, absolutely.
We got to see we got to see how the sausage is made a little bit.
Zelensky probably should have just like ate it and just dealt with it in private.
Yeah.
Because I mean, to a certain extent, however, I think they're bullshitting. I don't think they were going to do any more than they would have done one way or the other. I think Zelensky is toast.
Yeah.
So let's see. I was going to do this DEI thing, but that's probably old news by now. So let's see what's in. Let's see what's in the New York Times right quick. We did the tariffs. Do you don't follow rugby, do you?
Not super closely. This to me as a sports story is just, well, obviously, if you go from a country that doesn't have as competitive of a league and you play in that league and then you come back here, well, obviously that's a good thing. You have to play against the best to be the best. So obviously England has a much richer and greater history in rugby than we do. So if she goes over there and plays, she's going to be better. The fact that she can play there is a big thing. It's just kind of of course. It's the same as Luka Doncic playing in the NBA and then going back to his home country. It makes perfect sense.
Well, I personally think that this woman, Ilona Maher, is that her name? I think when she meets Kelvin, she's going to beat him to a pulp. What say you, Kelvin? She looks like she's got a good right hook.
And I like the wearing of lipstick for rugby, ladies.
To be honest, I didn't know women's rugby was a thing.
Yep.
Pretty rough sport.
Women play every sport men do now.
Oh, well, yeah, but I mean, I would look forward. It's got to be kind of like a mud wrestling.
What? There was a story about L'Aqualenza up there in the sidebar.
Oh, really? Where?
There it is. If you go up a little bit, it's right under the Demi Moore story. It's under. It's below the line right now. There it is. Lech Walesa, Polish leader who fought USSR's power. Little bit more. Yeah.
Joins in horrified letter. To be honest, I did not know he was still alive.
I didn't either.
Wow. Well, let's see what he has to say. Back in the day, he was the man.
Oh man, wearing those jackets and just burly and
He and former Polish political prisoners voiced horror and disgust. President Trump's scolding of President Vladimir Zelensky of Ukraine. With bullying communist era officials. Wow.
And you know, part of the reason that's I think this story is pertinent is where they're coming for next. If if Putin gets the Ukraine, the next stepping
Poland,
stone. Yeah.
Poland has a pretty decent army, though, don't they?
They do, and obviously the siege of Gdansk and Gdynia in World War II. The Polish do not go down quietly. We'll put it that way.
Still got that great mustache.
Yep.
I don't know. I saw HB in the chat.
I did too.
HB, are you coming up? What are your plans?
I always feel like Eastbound and Down or Big Wheels Moving should play when we're talking about HB coming up. Oh, hey now.
He's got his own trucking theme song.
Them Smokies got their ears on. He's on your trail. Maybe I'll watch Smokey and the Bandit on Blu-ray. Maybe I'll watch that today.
Oh, this is interesting. Supreme Court to consider Mexico's lawsuit against U.S. gun makers. Justices will hear arguments in a $10 billion lawsuit. Gun makers are complicit in supplying drug cartels.
That's good luck with that.
Yeah. I'm going to play this story.
I don't think there's two. I just checked. I don't think there are two shows going on at the same time, Kelvin.
Oh, no. It'll be up. Oh.
I don't think there are. I checked, 3 minutes ago or something, and I didn't see two liveys.
Oh, wait.
No, he's not live. That I can see. No, he's not live. We're it, Stanley.
All right. Well, that's fine. I'm not going to go too much longer. Let's see. I want to show.
And hi, Virgo. How you doing?
Didn't you say that she's in the other chat? There are actually two chats. There's one on my channel and one on this channel, Kelvin. Let's see. Let me play this right quick because I don't know that I'll play the whole. It's only 3 minutes.
Court to consider Mexico's lawsuit against U.S. gun makers. This article is by Abby Vansicle and read by an automated voice. The Supreme Court is scheduled to hear arguments on Tuesday morning to determine whether the Mexican government can proceed with a $10 billion lawsuit against U.S. gun makers. Mexico sued U.S. gun makers and one distributor in 2021, arguing that the companies fueled violence across the border by sending an iron river of military-style weapons to cartels. The unusual lawsuit comes before the justices at a time of heightened tension between the two countries, with tariffs imposed by the Trump administration set to take effect early Tuesday. A majority of the justices may view the case skeptically. The 6-3 conservative supermajority has worked to expand gun rights in recent years, but the case has allowed the Mexican government an avenue to make its argument that U.S. companies share in the blame for violence by drug cartels. Access to guns is tightly controlled in Mexico, and it is nearly impossible for civilians to legally obtain the kinds of military-style weapons favored by the cartels. In their legal filings, lawyers for Mexico cited statistics showing that a majority of guns from Mexican crime scenes, between 70 and 90%, come from the United States. They also contend that gun dealers in the states that border Mexico sell twice as many weapons as dealers in other parts of the United States. The argument before the court is focused on a threshold issue: whether a 2005 federal law prevents such a suit by Mexico against the gun makers. The law, the Protection of Lawful Arms and Commerce Act, was passed after a growing number of lawsuits aimed to hold the gun industry liable in mass shootings in the United States. It prohibits many types of lawsuits against gun manufacturers and sellers, but it allows claims to proceed if plaintiffs can show that their injuries were directly caused by knowing violations of firearms laws. A federal trial judge in Boston had dismissed Mexico's lawsuit, finding that it was barred by the 2005 legislation. The judge, F. Dennis Saylor IV, wrote that the law bars exactly this type of action from being brought in federal and state courts. A unanimous three-judge panel on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the First Circuit disagreed. The appeals court determined that Mexico's case should be allowed to proceed because its argument that the companies had aided and abetted illegal gun sales in Mexico fit the law's carve-out for suits. The gun makers then asked the Supreme Court to take the case, Smith & Amp Wesson Brands versus Estados Unidos Mexicanos, number 23-1141. The trial court judge dismissed Mexico's case against 6 of the defendants on other grounds, leaving the Supreme Court's decision in the case to apply to claims against Smith & Amp Wesson, a gun manufacturer, and Interstate Arms, a wholesaler. Lawyers for Smith & Amp Wesson argued that the legal theory offered by Mexico was a stretch and that the companies could not be sued because they were making and selling firearms legally in the United States. And lawyers for Mexico argue that the lawsuit should be allowed to proceed, claiming that they have met the basic threshold to show that gun makers have aided and abetted the cartels. They claim that some manufacturers have made firearms that appear to directly target Mexican buyers, including a special edition .38 pistol engraved with the face of the Mexican revolutionary hero Emiliano Zapata, with a quote that has been attributed to him: "It is better to die standing than to live on your knees."
Yeah, that's not gonna. You can't buy a gun directly from a manufacturer.
Yeah, I don't see any ground being broken there.
You have to buy it through an FFL. You can't. I can't buy a gun directly from Remington or Smith and Wesson. So good luck with all that.
Well, do you? Maybe you'll know. Are Mexicans coming over and buying the guns here?
Well, perhaps,
transporting
but
them back?
you can't purchase a gun without a background check. And
Okay.
I don't know what the laws are regarding a foreign national buying a gun in the United States are. I would assume they aren't allowed to do that, but I don't know that for sure. I think that would be more likely that in Mexico it's highly regulated, so you can't hardly buy one anyway. But a lot of guns are stolen. They're not even sold as far as cartel
Do you
ownership
think
is.
third parties, like some dude who, I'm going to call my uncle in the United States, buy up a bunch of guns and he's going to buy them for us, basically a proxy buy.
If the better argument is against the wholesaler, but even the wholesaler has to sell those guns under the federal gun sale regulations. So if there's a person who, say, is buying 50, let's just say Colt 1911, no, let's say be more intelligent about it. Let's say they're buying a bunch of Glock 19s, and then they engage in a private sale, which doesn't have to go through an FFL. Like I could sell you a gun, Stanley, that I own, and we wouldn't have to go through that process.
Right. Yep.
So if someone's doing that, the wholesaler has made a legal sale. It's the person that's selling it and having it go across the border for use in a crime that they would, I suppose, have some sort of civil lawsuit against, but that's not illegal. Until something illegal happens, it's going to be hard for them to win a lawsuit. It shouldn't be happening, but the point that gun purchases are at a higher rate in states along the border. Well, there's Texas. People in Texas buy a lot of guns. It's a gun place. The laws reflect that, the will of the populace and Arizona and wherever else.
Well,
But,
Phoenix Fish says all that, no mention of Operation Fast and Furious.
mhm.
And my response is, I'm sure it'll come up at some point, during the
Well,
court.
do we then sue Mexico for the fentanyl that's coming across the border? You know,
Well, I don't know that fentanyl's legal in either, but we'd have to do it in Mexico's Supreme Court, right?
that's what I'm saying. And here's an idea, Mexico: get rid of your cartels. The cartels own and run certain towns in certain places, and
Right.
mobilize your military, get rid of them, declare war on the cartels. A brutal
Do it
war.
before Trump does.
Yeah, yeah. Because right now, I mean, you can see YouTube videos about people that have gotten cartel leaders put in jail and their whole family is executed the next day.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's common. The cartels run the place down there in certain areas. And by the way, if you have a society where guns are almost impossible to have privately and the cartels have them, that's a pretty easy proposition.
I'm sure this will be of interest to John. Jay-Z sues woman who accuses him of rape, says she knew claim was false. Interesting. Is it me or is he starting to look more and more like a gnome?
I think it's the hat.
He's a hood gnome.
It's the hat.
This news story was written by Kelsey Abels. Jay-Z sues woman who accused him of rape, says she knew claim was false. Billionaire rap mogul Sean Carter, better known as Jay-Z, filed a lawsuit Monday against an unnamed Alabama woman who accused him and rapper Sean Diddy Combs of raping her in a now withdrawn complaint. The suit also names the woman's lawyers, Tony Busby and David Fortney, and claims the defendants knew the allegations were false when they undertook malevolent efforts to assassinate Carter's character. In the court filing, Carter alleges that the woman and her lawyers were motivated by greed, in abject disregard of the truth and the most fundamental precepts of human decency, and tried to extort money from the hip-hop star. The suit also states that the anonymous woman voluntarily admitted directly to representatives of Carter that the accusations were false, and quotes the woman as saying she was pushed by Busby towards going forward with the false story to, in the words of the lawsuit, leverage a maximum payday. Busby, in a statement emailed to the Washington Post late Monday, said he had spoken with Jane Doe that day, and it appears that the quotes attributed to her in the lawsuit are completely made up, or they spoke to someone who isn't Jane Doe. Busby called the suit just another attempt to intimidate and bully this poor woman that we will deal with in due course. He added, "We won't be bullied or intimidated by frivolous cases." The withdrawn lawsuit claimed Carter and Combs had drugged and raped the Alabama woman at a party hosted by Combs after the MTV Video Music Awards in 2000, when she was 13. Combs is facing dozens of lawsuits related to accusations of sexual assault and sex trafficking, among other allegations, and is awaiting trial from behind bars in New York. He has denied any wrongdoing. The woman had originally filed her case against Combs in October, and Carter was added as a defendant in December. The amended complaint sparked a flurry of legal actions from Carter, including a motion to reveal the accuser's name, as well as a response on social media denying the allegations and accusing Busby of blackmail. The accusations came under scrutiny when the woman shared details in an interview with NBC News that did not line up, including her recollection of which celebrities she had spoken to that night. She later addressed the inconsistencies and said she stood by the allegations. In February, the woman voluntarily withdrew her lawsuit with prejudice, which means the plaintiff cannot bring the same claim again, the Post reported. The move was celebrated by Carter as a victory, It was not stated in court documents why the lawsuit was withdrawn.
That's going to be interesting. Do you think he's just doing this to save face?
Yeah. I mean, do you think he's going to get any money out of her?
No.
Do you think he needs the money if indeed she does have some squirreled away? He's a billionaire.
Well, I'm kind of wondering whether that lawsuit will be dropped. This countersuing. What is that really going to do? He wasn't.
It
You
might.
can't necessarily say it was false. I wonder if he can prove it.
Well, it might be leverage for her to release a statement explicitly stating that it's false.
What if she says is true? I just couldn't afford the lawyers.
I don't know. It seems like that lawyer's still talking for her, but that might be because he's on the hook now. You know, it's almost it's like they're trying to leverage her against the lawyers, because what was just read said that she indicated that she was pushed by the lawyers to make the claim and to move forward with it. And maybe they were just looking for a settlement. Who knows? And his whole beef is going to be with the perception upon his reputation. It's not going to be about money.
Well, if you noticed my show title from the other day, it was a comment. Forget who made it. That blacks are guilty until proven rich.
Yeah.
I think that I think we just saw an example of that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know. To be honest, I don't really keep up with rap. Haven't in decades, probably. So I don't have a dog in the hunt. Probably the only reason I saw it is because I know that John's been interested in the story.
Well, he's one of those rappers that I respect for the fact that they made an empire past their ability to perform. He's obviously a very successful performer, but he became a producer and, a guy that has his own properties and record labels and other projects. And I do have respect for that in the world of entertainment.
Huh. I'm not going to bother with this story, but I thought I would at least read the headline. Democrats trying to find momentum. Home in on shaky economy. Doge cuts. I think they should just let this sleeping dog lie. I'm inclined to go with James Carville on this. They lost on a shaky economy in theory. So, the response is going to be, well, over the past 4 years, who created the shaky economy?
Right.
They don't need to do this. And Doge hasn't made cuts.
In addition to the fact that I don't think many Americans are sympathetic to those employees' cuts, I think they're sympathetic toward any services they may need being rendered inefficient. But federal workers losing their jobs, I don't think a lot of people have much pity for that outside of D.C.
This comment by Chris Reed here, which commonly comes up in cases like Diddy's and Combs, where they get accused of sexual misconduct or rape. He's asking, why did she wait? Why now? Maybe she couldn't find a lawyer that was willing to go up against a billionaire or two billionaires. That's plausible.
Or they got to a point with evidentiary proceedings and things that it's clear we're not going to win this.
Yep, could be.
It'll be a he said, she said.
It would not be beyond the pale that someone gets falsely accused. I mean, but I don't think he's got a sterling reputation, and certainly Diddy doesn't.
Yeah. Maybe she was hoping for a Me Too situation where others came forward and they all got in a big group and that whole thing.
That would be plausible too.
known as the Cosby Gambit in legal circles.
All right. Well, I don't know. I'm all out of news stories. I'm left with Pop the Balloon, and I don't know that that's necessary.
Well, you Pop the Balloon and Carnival.
I'm actually kind of fascinated by the Carnival.
Loves
I
me
know they're
some
not.
Carnival.
I know this can't be 24 hours. 24 hours of party.
Oh, yes, it is. It never stops, Stanley. Carnival, when it's on, it never stops.
I thought they would. Well, it still looks dark there. I'm thinking this is probably some footage from last night.
It never stops. It
Wow.
literally never stops.
Where do they find the energy?
Well, it's a lot of them have fled bad marriages here in the United States.
What? So
I'm
they
sorry.
flee to Carnival?
Well, they flee to South America somewhere.
Might as well make it a party.
They have that, they have that, all that extra energy to spend down there. But I like the during the day ones that we were watching the other day, that had more of the actual public out partying.
Yeah, this was.
Where I was following a band, then you'd have heard everything.
Well,
that's Trinidad
Just like you see how this band.
This is in Trinidad, so this looks like it's actually live, but it doesn't look like the party started yet.
No, it's not as big a deal over there.
They're playing music.
Maybe we'll see.
Also strange at the same time.
We'll see Shaka Hislop or another one of the nations in our qualifying group that.
Well, I do have, since it's morning and I actually do have a Pop the Balloon seniors. Let's see here. Where is it?
I'm waiting for the completion of that Pop the Balloon Big Brother.
You know what the news behind that is? He says he's not going to release episode 2 till the first one gets 100,000 views.
Oh, that's okay. I can wait.
I don't know. I actually found it interesting because a lot of the people, if not all, most of the people in that Big Brother version were former contestants.
Yes. I'm interested for two reasons. Well, see, first of all, the most interesting thing were the way that one couple, and I think they were perfectly matched, went at each other really fast. They just started making out like there was no tomorrow, which I thought was great for the seniors out there. And then the Santa guy is such a freak. Yeah. He just interests me from that standpoint.
Oh, wait, Virgo's fussing at you. She says, "What? Caribbean Carnival is a big deal, Tom. You should go one day."
All I said is it's not as big a deal as the one in Brazil. I'm sure they're very passionate about it and it's spirited and a spectacle. But Brazil is that's the crown jewel of Carnival. Is in Brazil, not just from a population standpoint, it's a big deal, and I'm sure it's wonderful down in the Caribbean. I don't disparage their Carnival at all.
Well,
I do disparage their attempts to compete in CONCACAF with the United States, but that's just a sports thing.
Well, I like the Trinidad version because it was smaller, but the costumes and the floats weren't as elaborate.
I like the ones where the camera was going through the general populace and the people were dancing up on the platforms and stuff. That was great. I felt like I was in the crowd.
All right, Beef and Brock.
Hey, Beef and Brock.
He says no pop the balloon, please.
Okay.
So I typed back, what's your preference? You got a news story for me? I figured with this picture here, it would be like Pop the Balloon Seniors Carnival Edition.
It's their cosplay.
Exactly.
It's like an anime character or something. I don't know. Is that a styrofoam
ribbon? Yeah, both.
Faux wig too.
And she's all dolled up.
She's
one fruit basket short of Carmen Miranda.
Yes, the great Carmen Miranda.
All she needs is the fruit basket on her head. All right, well, no response from Mr. Brock. So, on with the show. Oops.
I'm here for a real one.
Don't pop, pop, pop. Pop the balloon. Don't pop, pop, pop.
Hi, my name is Elena Love. I'm an executive chauffeur, and I'm looking for a real one.
I'm Basha. I'm a former teacher, and I'm looking for a real one.
Hi, I'm Dorette, and I'm a former nurse, and I'm here looking for a real one.
My name is Trina. I'm a retired LAUSD early education school teacher, and I'm looking for a real one.
Well, how do? I'm Rosemary. I'm a former physical therapist and former teacher, and I'm looking for a real one.
Hi, my name's Tamara Mary, and the reason I go by my middle name is because I'm in between last names right now, and I'm looking for a real one.
The other girls popping.
Hi, my name is Mary. I love gardening, and I'm looking for a real one.
Don't go too far. Just stay in my sight.
Hi, my name's Tom, and I'm
ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome
starting
back to
my
yet another
car and driving away.
This is a very interesting comment. Hey, John.
Hey, good morning. Good morning, Tom.
It's like Black Carnival is like Black History Month in America. I bet it gets a whole lot less pushback, though, Roz.
Hey, John, how you doing?
Hey, good morning, Tom. Good morning, Stanley. Everyone in the chat.
John, Stanley, this is the most frightening pop the balloon lighting up I've ever seen in my life.
Well, roller skater Texas girl says it's the best one yet. That's quite.
Oh well, maybe there's some fireworks. I'm willing to trust roller skater Texas girl on any topic.
Just so everyone knows, it was roller skater Texas girl who put me on to the Pop the Balloon Seniors and this guy Pointer in general.
Oh, okay.
So I'd never heard of any of it for the seniors, and then he does other types of dating games too.
Yeah.
So all the credit goes to her. Credit or blame.
I'm a little worn out. I did a show on Bigfoot last night, and I think several of the contestants could have been on it.
As a matter of fact, I didn't get to see it tonight. I'm probably not tonight, but overnight. I'm probably going to show it.
I'm doing the Wild West tonight, and then the next night, the invention of color TV.
That should be interesting.
It's fascinating because you had all these black and white televisions out there, and people were coming up with these great solutions, but they finally just said, we need something that's compatible, that you can still watch TV with either black and white or color. And that's the reason that we have the televisions that we have today, the way that we have them.
Really?
Yeah. you used to have a red, green, and blue tube in your television, those old school rear projection TVs, and the green channel was the black and white channel. So it's the channel that had all the shapes sort of and did the black and white pattern. And if you had a color TV, then it made that green, and then the red and the blue followed. But they had a color wheel. They had all sorts of different solutions until the NTSC, National Television Standards Committee, said, no, we can't have 60, 80, 90 million Americans have obsolete televisions. You know, it's got to work for both. And that's what finally defined the way that
well, you know, you remember those old projector TVs with the red, blue, and green?
Yeah, they had a raster. The big, your screen was basically flat on the front and then tapered off to the back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then Chris, very funny, Chris. Mr. Stanley, don't need no Viagra for this one. I'm Amazon. Need some paper towels now?
Yeah,
oh, good one, Chris. Good one. No, Chris, I do not need paper towels.
Episode of A Real One. I, Pointer, am your host for this gregarious event because to the left of me, I have some lovely ladies from all across Los Angeles County. I have some real ones that are here. Ladies, how you doing? Beautiful, wonderful. I am so excited. They are excited because what's about to happen is some real one connecting. So this is how the game works. This is how it all goes. You have hearts in your hand, and that means that you are open to finding a real one, open to finding your catch, okay, your real MVP. So you also have heartbreaking devices in your hand, okay? So as these single real ones come in one by one, you have some decisions to make. Okay, now if you don't like what you see, if you don't like what you hear, you're going to break your heart, okay? Because that means the real one connection just wasn't established. But if you hold on to your heart, if you like what you're hearing, hold on to it, because by the end of that real one segment, if you still have your heart, that means it's a real one connection. And we're going to treat you to your first date, a Sizzler salad bar dinner.
A Sizzler salad bar dinner. Lovely. There's a version of Pop the Balloon where they have everybody turn around. And then once the contestant gets there, they turn around. I wish they would start doing that on all of them.
None of these women are in a position to pop a balloon.
Sponsor us, please. So, ladies, are you ready? Yeah. Wonderful.
Hey, can I point something out real quick
let's
here?
Get ready for our first real one. Let's get ready.
So, Roller Skater Texas Girl just said, I still have analog and smart. And I would like to point out, if you want a really great TV and you don't have a ton of money, you can still find on Craigslist and probably eBay and places like a really great Sony Trinitron, old school Sony Trinitron, big one. And then all you do is get this little box that decodes the digital signals into analog. And that's when they made the switch from analog broadcast to digital back in, I want to say, 2008 probably or so. The FCC, if you wrote the government a note, would send you a credit for $45, and you could go down to Best Buy or whatever and get one of those boxes. I still have 2 of them. So that if you have an old school TV, you just get the little box, run your antenna into it, run your line out from the box to your TV. You've got a very good television that you probably picked up for nothing. I'm just saying. So I don't know if that's what Roller Skater Texas Girl did or not, but if you're looking to save a few dollars and you watch TV over the, broadcast or even streaming, there's a way to input your line into that box for streaming. You can still have a great TV.
But she just skated on down to her to her local Best Buy.
There you go.
Can I find, John? I don't know that you saw these.
Yeah, John needs to see these.
What's that?
Roller Skater Texas Girl is incredible on skates. You're not going to believe this.
I've heard it. She sent videos or something of her?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, if I can find them.
We gotta get her up on the panel and narrate it. She should narrate it.
Well, there's short videos. Tell you what, let me go ahead and start this, and then I'll find those.
Her skates are all her skates. She says are over 50 years old.
So she's on 4 wheels?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. She's definitely on 4 wheels.
Wow.
So you had them since you were a kid? Roller skater?
I don't know, but they're
they
both.
Do they have skate keys?
No. She's got the shoe model. She's got the for real model.
You know what? I literally have never owned a pair. Anytime, one of the few times, or the few times I went to roller rinks, I usually just rented them.
Yeah, that's the kind she has. Oh, she buys what they call NOS, new old stock, on eBay. So what they are is, skates they made back in the day and never sold. They're in a warehouse somewhere, or somebody's got a ton of them and they sell them. So they're brand new. They were just manufactured a long time ago.
All right, well, I'll play this, and then let me see if I can find.
We are ready for our first real one. Well, my first real one, come on in. First real one, where are you at? I'm ready for you. Hello there.
Hi there.
How you doing?
Good. How you doing?
Wonderful. Well, I'm so happy to have you here. Would you share with these lovely ladies your name, your occupation, and what you like to do for fun?
Well, my name is Kelly. I'm retired, and I'm a car enthusiast. So I like tinker with cars and working with restoring old cars.
Beautiful. Okay, tell me this. What makes you a real one?
Oh my God, that's a hard question.
It is?
A real one. I like to speak matter of fact, without any, how would you call it? Without any filters.
Mm.
And
keep it real.
Yeah, I like to keep it real, and people either hate me or like me.
Mm. Okay. Now tell me this. What are you looking for in a real one?
A real one. Someone just give me as it is, without a filter. Just tell me as it is. Because I'm a grown adult, and I like to have a direct answer.
You remind me of a guy I went to
Okay.
ACS.
Well, you haven't got any broken hearts yet, Kelly, so you're looking pretty darn good. The ladies must be feeling you. Okay, so let's go for a few more questions before we start to narrow this thing down. But it looks like one heart was just broken. So let's walk on down, Kelly. You're going to walk with me, and we're going to stop at this lovely lady right here and figure out what happened. So name, occupation, and why you broke your heart.
Hi, my name is Dorrit. I'm a former nurse, and I like to wear high heels, and he's a little bit short for me. So the height is not.
So you can't do the short kings.
The short king.
Okay. We did have the short king special, but besides the height, is he someone that's your type?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. What makes him your type?
Well, he's clean cut, not bad looking, and he likes to tinker with cars, so maybe he can work on my car sometime.
Hey, too bad you broke that heart. He could have been working on it. All right. Now,
I was about to say one.
Okay. So she's someone that's your type?
I would say so. She's very upfront, honest about a lot of things without a filter. I see. She's pretty cool.
Okay, she kept it real. Well, let's walk it on back because you don't have any more broken hearts. I want to say yeah, but maybe not. Maybe they won't break at all, and you'll be forced to break. So let's do this. Let's go a little deeper. I always like to ask questions like this. Now, on a real one, we keep it real. Have you ever been married?
No.
Would you like to be married in the future?
If she's cool and not annoying, I might consider it.
Okay. Cool and not annoying. Might consider it. Do you have any children?
Not that I know of.
Okay. That might be a good thing. Maybe try to get to know it soon. Are you now? I do have to ask this because we had a 76-year-old guest who wanted children on this show. So do you want? I'm telling you, it's a great show. Do you want children?
No.
Okay. All right. We're looking pretty good. What I have to do then is to see if you have an essential question you'd like to ask the ladies that could determine your real one connection.
Okay. Do any of you ladies have children?
I do. Great.
Home and determine. Okay, let's go down and ask each one of them. So we're going to get to know them. So name, occupation, and do you have children?
My name's Tamara Mary, and I have 3 children. I'm a stand-up comedian, and they're grown.
Oh my Lord.
Are you okay? And then
she's
yeah,
a
we'll
mess.
figure out things as we go. Name, occupation, and do you have babies?
No babies, no. My name is Mary, and I have one son who's grown and out on his own.
All right. All right. Name, occupation, and the children.
Neptune, I'm a positive vibe queen, and I have a grandson and 3 grown kids.
Wow. All right. You already broke your heart. I'm actually going to ask to borrow your heartbreaking device because he just may have to use it if he hears something he doesn't like. But we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Name, occupation, and answer to his question.
Hi, I'm Basha. I'm a singer-songwriter, and I have a 1 grown-up daughter, and I don't want to have a children. No way.
Okay. You're retired. You're retired from the
It's like
from the baby.
Charo's
Name,
sister.
occupation, and answer to his question.
Hi, my name is Elena. I am an executive chauffeur, and I do not have any children.
All right. All right. I think you like that one. I saw a smile there. Name, occupation, and answer his question.
Hi, how do? I'm Rosemary, former physical therapist and personal shopper, and I have no children.
All right. All right. Next real one. Name, occupation, and answer to his question.
My name is Trina. I'm a retired school teacher. I have no children, but I love children, and I appreciate a man who likes children too.
And I'm a member of the Lollipop
Well,
Guild.
after those responses, Kelly, do you feel that you have a heart or 2 that you want to break?
You mean one that breaks?
Yeah, because that means you weren't feeling that response. That doesn't really work for you because you got to make a decision here because it's a real 1, not a real 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh. So you got to make a decision. So we'll go in stages though. Do you have maybe 2 hearts that you would break based on those answers?
God, you really put me on the spot, don't you?
But you keep it real though. I'm trying to be like you. I'm trying to be like you.
Right.
So do you have you got to go, you can walk down and break 2 hearts.
Okay.
See, just not.
Okay. Okay. All right. And then you have 1 more heart you can break.
One more. No más.
Oh no.
Okay. Let's stay down
He does
here
it with
and figure
such-
out why this heart was broken. Now you had your heart not broken. So tell us why.
Well, he's nice looking, and it's really nice to have a man around who knows how to fix cars. You do know how to fix cars, don't you?
Of course.
Great.
Okay. Now tell us why you broke her heart. Besides the fact that I forced you to.
Well, I had a trauma dating a school teacher when I was about
When he was
I would probably
13.
have to say in my 30s.
Oh,
I love this guy because he's kind of put
Not
out
you,
to be
but
here.
She was a control freak.
You know, he said,
I
"Dude,
know,
could you break a couple
but I
hearts?"
just-
and he's
I
like,
just can't get out of that.
"Oh
realm of
God,
dating a teacher."
why are you ragging my ass?"
Yeah, I
walked in.
don't understand that. I'm assuming he came there voluntarily.
Oh gosh, I really just want to hang out in the garage. I don't really want to have to deal with this.
All right, here's let's see.
Oh, this
This
is
is,
look at
one
this,
of
John. Check this out, John.
Watch. Oh, there's the indicator. Wow.
Show that again, because she's moving. She's going backwards. She does a little footwork, and then she does that power slide. Look at this, man.
Wow. Yeah, she's flying too.
She's going so fast you can hear him go.
One-legged stop. That's that's skills.
Yeah, it's very skilled. Yeah.
Wait, I got one more here. And this is the other one.
I heard the opening of
Get into skating. How did you get into skating, roller skater, Texas girl? It's just a passion of yours. And you turn it into a living because she does that for a living, right? Doesn't she skate for a living?
I don't know. I think she said she does.
Yeah, I think she skates for a living.
roller skating girl. There's 2 roller skating rinks near me. One has the word West in it. The other has the word Texas in it. You tell me which one you're at. When she's doing the skating, all I can hear
the opposite.
All I can think of is the opening to Disco Inferno by the Tramps.
Volunteers.
It's, dun 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 dun. Oh, she works at Texas. Okay.
I thought she delivered food or something on the skating on the skates. Yeah.
Let me see here.
You thought she worked at Sonic?
Well, yeah, that's kind of under the impression like she delivered food or something. I guess she could deliver at a skating rink on skates. Yeah, yeah, she
Now, is that skating rink mask only?
That was maybe during COVID.
Oh yeah. Damn, going skating with a mask on.
No, that one's further away from me than the other one, but that's okay. It's only like 12 miles.
Oh my Lord, you could run there.
Just a little jump in the Jag,
You had to mention
she always wears a mask.
Who?
Why do you wear a mask? She said she always wears a mask. Why? Why do you always wear a mask? People coughing or something.
I do too, but it's at the request of other people.
You to cover your face, huh?
Yeah.
You want to see.
First, I thought it was just help, but now it's
well, it kind of.
Who wants to look at that? Nobody. Wear a mask.
Yeah, I want to keep my lunch.
Yeah, I get a lot of pillowcases as gifts. Burlap sacks.
Trauma. My apologies.
Okay. Well, I do understand that. But besides her being a school teacher, could she be someone that's your type?
I think so.
Okay. All right, very good. You broke one more. So let's take a few steps back and figure out why you broke this heart right here. Now, let me ask you first. You had your heart not broken for this real one. Tell us why.
I like his hair, and he has really kind eyes.
Okay.
Oh,
That's
I
why
can
you
tell
broke her
she is a mess.
She has what? How many children? I'm sorry.
I have 3 grown children.
Okay.
And 1 grandson.
Yeah, I just don't really like dealing with children, whether it's grown or not. And I know you love them dearly, but I just can't fathom that part about having dealing with the children.
This guy reminds me of
Well,
myself.
I have a 1969 Carmagia, and I fix cars too.
Of who?
This guy reminds me of myself. Yeah, I don't care if they're grown. Yeah, there's going to be Thanksgiving. There's going to be, no, thanks. That's fine. You're going to be Christmas. I'm going to be the guy. I'm going to have to hear all the old stories. I'm going to have to learn about them. That's okay.
Well, how about just tell, hey, even your grown kids, tell them to eat at the kids' table. Don't bother the adults.
You got styrofoam hair.
So you broke her heart. Besides the
yeah,
children,
that is
she be your type?
problematic.
I like that eccentric look.
Kimmy says he should
That's
just
her
say
real.
you
She's
look
keeping it-
ridiculous.
Yeah. Oh, all right. We got a broken one. Let's walk on down and figure out why.
And she drives a
you already shared your
limo
name
or
and occupation.
something.
Why are you breaking your heart?
I wanted to hear you out.
Yes,
I do like the
he
fact
does.
that you said that you're a direct communicator. The height thing was, I was trying to put that at the back of my mind because I really wanted to hear more. But saying that you don't like to deal with children was kind of the deal breaker for me. I don't have children, but I am an auntie extraordinaire. I raised my nephew, who is now 22.
She's
and
still
I still
raising
have
him.
small nieces and nephews who I'm always around. So it's a deal breaker for me.
Okay. Besides, before he said that, could he be your type?
I would say, yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Very good. Is she someone that's your type?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, wait.
Okay.
Hold it.
All
Did
right,
you see
all
that
right.
message
Just a
at the
difference
top?
of opinions.
Difference of opinion, yes, and that's okay
Yes.
because as you keep it real and she keeps it real, that's what happens. You still have
regretted it.
4 hearts that are beating for you, Kelly. So you're still looking really good. I'm going to throw it to the lovely ladies. Do any of you real ones have a question for Kelly?
Yeah, I do.
Wonderful, wonderful. Let's walk it on down. You'll get in a little exercise today, but that's okay. Did you already share your name and occupation? I believe you did. What's your question?
Question is, how often you cook or buy organic food?
Rarely.
Okay.
Does that work for you? Oh, okay. She dropped the heartbreaking device, but oh wow, what was going on there? Okay, interesting. Tell us why you're breaking the heart.
Because I like to eat organic food. And like Trita said, Wilbin said, I don't have any kids, but I also enjoy other people who have kids, adult grown kids, and share the family.
Sure. Before he mentioned the kids thing and stuff, is he someone that's your type?
Yeah.
Awesome. Is she someone that's your type? Yeah. Okay. Very good. Let's walk it on back. Because you still have 3 hearts. So we're narrowing it down, which is what the show's all about, because we got to get to the real one for you. So let's see if. Oh, okay. We just got a broken heart. Let's walk a little forward. Tell us why you're breaking.
Brings up an excellent point here. That actually didn't make sense. Where just feed the man and he will eat what you like. So true.
You know, and he does seem like the kind of like, I don't care, man.
Yeah,
whatever,
exactly.
you know.
Exactly. As long as it's good, I'm good.
I love children. I don't have any small ones, but I love them and I love being around them. Yeah.
And I don't like people who don't.
Before he mentioned that, is he someone that's your type?
Yeah.
Is she someone that's your type? No. Okay, tell me why.
Well, I'm sorry, you have children, right?
I have a grown son.
Okay.
Okay.
Like I explained to the other ladies that I just don't really like dealing with children. I don't know, something I just really can't.
Well, I understand.
So that makes her not your type because she deals with the children or something?
No, it's perfectly fine. She deals with children. Yeah, I just can't dealing with other people's children.
Okay. Understood. All right. Well, let's walk it on back, Ellie. You still have 2 hearts that are beating for you. I want to see if they have a question, perhaps.
Do you like dogs?
Yes, I love dogs. In fact, I had a 17-year-old dog that passed away 2 years ago.
Oh, yeah. I just lost my 20-year-old Christmas Eve.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, I understand that.
It's a tragic way to bond, but it could build a connection. It could.
Feel bonded with you and everything, but that children thing, and I have 3 grown children, so I'm wondering if I would be your type at all, because I have the 3 children. And
let's see. Let's just cut to the chase. Is she someone that's your type?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, he already has one. You could break her heart. Okay. Now I gotta ask. Give me 1 second while we finish this up. Tell me why she isn't your type.
Well, I mean, we do agree about the bonding part about the dogs.
Mm-hmm. She's a mess.
For me, dog is like my children.
Okay.
And my cat too, because I just recently lost
pet
a cat.
dad. Oh man.
So I'd rather be with pet dad because they love you for no matter who they are.
Okay.
Right, unconditional, exactly. And sometimes I've experienced. I'm sure you experienced this, but they had that rebellious type, right? When they're like teenagers, and they say, "I hate you, mom," or whatever.
Oh my Lord!
And even though your love for your children doesn't go away no matter what.
Yeah.
I don't know if I could really face that.
Yeah, I agree. Mine are grown, but my dogs are like my children now. I love them.
Is he someone that you were holding on to your heart for a minute? Is he someone that's your type?
Well, he's a nice guy. Yeah, he'd be my type, but like it's a children thing, and me not being his type is really the deal breaker for me.
Understood. Could she have been your type?
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. Well, it looked like we had a question down here, and it turns that's the surviving heart. We're not going to rush anything too crazy, but at the same time, love must connect in some way. So you had a question. So what is your question?
I have a question. Since you don't like children, but I am childish myself and quirky and a funny character, and if you will be able to survive when I'm practice a music.
Can you handle it? Can you go there, baby, with her?
I think so.
Okay.
No, it's okay for her to act childish to some degree.
You just really are against the taking care of.
Right.
Oh.
I don't want to take care of other people's kids.
Okay. Does that work for you?
If she's acting childish manner, which is fine as long as it's within a what's that word I'm looking for?
Reasonable amount of childishness.
It's not like embarrassingly kind of thing.
You would make it embarrassing. He's not saying you're embarrassed.
She likes
No
embarrassing
embarrassing,
people.
but I'm very quirky character, and then some people will not able to handle that.
Quirkiness I can handle. It's just a matter of appropriateness.
But I guess you don't want to be censored. You just want to.
Yeah, I don't want to be his censor.
You look like a dude, so just.
Was he
stop
someone
it.
that's your type?
Yes.
All right. Interesting.
Is she someone that's your type?
Yeah.
Okay, could have been a connection, but the quirkiness or the child, whatever the case. Let's walk it on back, Kelly. I tried to make it happen for you. Now, it turns out all the hearts were broken, but ladies, there's one thing we got to do. We got to clap it up for this guy because he's a real one.
Yeah.
Clap it up for him.
He dodged
we tried
the
to make
bullet.
it happen for you. We appreciate you for coming out. I'll take that.
Yeah,
mic.
you're probably
Thank you so
right.
much. You can walk on off that way, and we'll see what we can do for you in the future. But clap it up for him one more time as he exits. Thank you so much, Kelly. We appreciate you for coming out.
He's going to
Thank
be
you
a
so much.
prime candidate for Big
let
Brother
us get
house.
ready.
In
for our
5 minutes,
next
he'll be
real
back
one.
home cracking a beer.
We
out
are
in the
ready for
garage.
our next real one.
Working
my
on
next
his-
real one. Come
working
on
on
in.
his
Come on
car.
in. My next
Yeah.
real one. Hello there.
Hello there.
How you doing?
I'm great, and you?
Wonderful. Thank you for joining us. These
Oh
lovely,
boy.
These lovely ladies want to know your name, your
Damn.
occupation, and what you like to do for fun.
Mel Hampton. I'm a business owner. For fun, I like to play tennis. I ski, and I like to dance.
Beautiful. Okay, we love a dancer.
In
Tell
that
us this:
shirt.
what makes you a real
He's
one?
short.
Calypso?
I'm a trusted friend through good times and bad. But if you're fake, I tell you, I speak the truth.
Tell it like it is.
Yeah.
I love that. Okay.
I think
like
there's
this
a song
guy.
about that.
It sure is. By an OG, Mr. Aaron Neville. Now tell us this. What are you looking for in a real one?
Sensitivity, good looks, athleticism, somebody who's not afraid of the truth, and realness.
Love that. Okay. Everyone's ready to keep it real today. As you see, I'm going to ask you this. You saw a heart got broken. In relationships, there are heartbreakers. We call them red flags. What are some things that you're not going to tolerate in a relationship?
If I'm in a relationship, cheating.
Guaranteed.
And then what defines a relationship? Some people, a relationship is because we have coffee once a week. Other people, a relationship is because we make love once a month. It depends on what the relationship is.
Okay. And we may dive into the diversity of relationships, but we did get a broken heart. So I want to figure out what happened there. So let's walk on down to this wonderful real one and figure out what happened. Hello, lovely lady. Name, occupation, and why you broke
Elf
your
costume.
Sure. My name is Dorrit. I'm a former nurse, and I broke the heart because I have a problem with height.
And what's the issue?
He's even shorter than the former guy.
Sorry, short kings. All right. If he was taller, could he be someone that's your type?
Yeah, we could hang out together because from what he was saying, we have certain things in common.
Understood. Is she someone that's your type?
I'm not insecure about being tall and short at all. I think height is people that are tall sometimes are more insecure about their own feelings. So it's all good.
Okay. Understood. All right. You only got one broken heart. So let's walk it on back. Let's walk it on back because you still have every other heart available to you. So you're still looking great. What I want to do is dig a little deeper. These are questions that are only really pertinent on this very show. Have you ever been married?
Yes.
Okay. I'll ask how many times?
Just once.
Oh, okay. Okay. Dare I ask why that relationship didn't see it until death do you part?
Because I wanted to live in California. She wanted to live in Utah.
Okay. Understood. So that distance is no joke. Oh, okay. Share with us this. Do you have any children?
Yes.
Okay. How many?
2 very successful children.
Oh, beautiful. Okay. So they're grown children or?
Yeah.
Okay.
One is a tenured professor at a local university and the other is a head of psychology at a major hospital in New York City.
Goodness. Congratulations. Wow. We did get a broken heart. So let's come on down and figure out why this heart was broken. This lovely lady, name, occupation, and why you broke your heart.
My name is Elena.
Hi,
I'm an
Elena.
executive chauffeur. Hello. And I broke my heart. I broke the heart because you left your marriage because of geography.
She didn't want to move and I didn't want to stay.
Yowzers. That's deep.
People know what they want. I mean, I've learned at a very early age that once a woman's mind is made up, there's no need to try and change it because she's going to do what she wants to do because she has that right.
I mean, the vows are for better or for worse. Like, is that really better or
Yeah, well,
worse?
why
How
is
long
it
were you married?
worse for
They're,
you?
they're not for Utah or for California, though.
I mean,
The vow's a vow, though.
a vow is a vow.
Yeah, but isn't that up to the belief of the person? Freedom. You have a freedom of choice. We live in America, so you have freedom of choice.
Yeah, absolutely.
But that just, oh, you were getting ready. Was that just, okay, okay, we'll get to you. We'll get to you. But I want to ask you this, though. Before he mentioned that, is he someone that's your type?
I was willing to hear him out. Not necessarily my type, but I was willing to hear him out.
Okay. What makes him not necessarily your type?
The height thing.
Okay. So you want a tall brother.
5'9".
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. With flats on.
He's like, I own a business. You'd be driving me around anyway.
Type?
No.
Okay. What makes her not
That's
your
right.
type?
He should hire her to drive him.
I like athleticism. So I like figures. I like the appearances that you're athletic.
Okay. All right. Oh.
And
okay. We're getting some broken heart. So let's move forward then and figure out why this one was broken, and we'll slide to the back. But first, name, occupation, why you broke your heart.
Rosemary, and I'm a former physical therapist.
Why'd you break it?
Oh, let me think here. I think he's a very education-filled gentleman here.
Thank you.
I like what he has to say. He seems very generous and wise in terms of, what he wants and why he does what he does. I think that's fabulous.
Why'd you break?
I can't really say.
Okay. You just weren't. Was there not the
Can't say
chemistry?
or you won't.
Right? Yes. It wasn't that. It wasn't that kind of chemistry.
Okay, you were admiring more of a
Addle-brained,
professor
okay,
than
huh?
a lover. Maybe.
No, more of a good friend.
Okay. Good friend. Okay. All right. Is she someone that's your type?
I like what she said about friendship because friendships have tendency to last through good times and bads, where relationships have tendency not to.
Okay. So she could have been your type based on the friendship.
Based on
Okay.
friendship.
That dynamic. Okay. Very good. Let's take a few steps back. We did get some broken ones right here. This lovely lady. Name, occupation, why you broke it.
Hi, my name is Basha. I'm a singer, songwriter, composer, and I broke my heart because I think, first of all, he's not willing to compromise, and also we are from the two different worlds.
What world is?
I'm a kind of like music world, and he's more in sport. I'm not ski, so when he takes me to the skiing, I'm gonna break all my arms and legs.
Got it.
Retired instructor, so I would teach you.
He would teach you. He's ready to teach. I could tell. That's why I said professor. I could tell.
You cannot sometimes play a cappella.
I sing.
He sings too? Oh man, there's a real one. Okay. But before those things, and you kind of, felt that, could he be your type?
It could be. Yeah. Yes, I have nothing against, the different people and types.
You're open. Your heart is open. Is she someone that's your type?
I think not.
Okay. Do you want to tell us why, or?
Oh man, he's clearing the
She
room.
seemed to be a little bit pushy and determined. And if being an artist creator, if she doesn't get her way, things don't go well. So no.
Okay, understood. Let's take a step back to right here to this lovely lady. Now, name, occupation.
To you too.
Well, name, occupation. Wait, hold up. I gotta give you the mic. Name, occupation, and why you broke your heart.
My name is Neptune. I'm a psychiatric nurse practitioner. And the reason why I broke my heart is because chunky girl, there's more cushion. That's all I have to say.
For the pushing.
He knows. He finished it. So before, could he be your type? Is he someone?
Well, we're both very colorful. You and I, yes.
Personality.
Right. So could she be your type with the personality?
Could have been, yeah.
Okay.
Fun loving.
Yeah, but where are you looking? You're supposed to be looking at me.
You told me to look down here.
Yeah, honey.
Interesting. All right. We'll take a step back to this real one that broke their heart. Name, occupation, why you broke your heart.
My name's Mary, and I'm retired. I like gardening and e-biking and swimming and hiking and
Athletic.
yeah, I am. Yeah. I just wanted to ask, are you a very religious person? I see you're wearing your cross.
I'm spiritual. I believe in God. I believe that my life is controlled by Him, but I don't go to church every Sunday. But I say my prayers every once in a while. But yeah, I'm spiritual.
You broke your heart, though. Tell us why you broke it.
Well, I'm afraid of that. I thought with the cross, wearing the cross, because I'm not a very religious person. I was raised the Baptist church, Southern Baptist.
I'm Southern Baptist.
And I have a lot of Christian values.
I do too.
Which a lot of church-going people don't have. But I...
That's why I don't go to church a lot.
Yeah.
More crime in the church than there is outside.
Yes.
I like
grew
this
up in a
guy.
town where the
I like
minister-
this guy.
We had two ministers, and both of them ran off with somebody's wife and the church's money. And they were Southern Baptist preachers.
Right. I just don't like the proselytizing, you know? Just, I like spiritual people.
But it seems I was on that connection. He's saying he's kind of on the same vein as you. He doesn't go to.
Wearing a cross.
Okay, so that's still too much of a statement.
Or anything.
Okay, it's still too much of a statement. Could he be your type aesthetically?
He seems like a nice guy and well-spoken and raised kids to be very successful and apparently has a successful business. Very athletic. I like that.
Could she be your type? No.
I don't know, that old cross thing, is that kind of like if it's a vampire and you're in front of a mirror, you can't see him? So that would probably turn me off too. That's a lot of energy put into a small something and not even know the reason why I'm wearing the cross, judging a book by its cover.
Maybe
he's
no
giving
connection
it
here. So let's
back.
take a step back. You still have your heart. Okay. So let's see what happens. You have two hearts on both bookends that are still open for you. So you're saying you're speaking their language to a degree. I'm going to throw it to you. Do you have a question you'd like to ask each lady to narrow down this real one search?
Ask each one?
Mm-hmm.
Sure, why not?
What's your question?
Are you an open person or are you closed off emotionally?
Let's do name, occupation, and...
My name's Tamara Mary, and I'd say I'm a comedian, and I think I'm open to love.
Okay. I'm going to borrow your heartbreaking device. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. I'm just going to borrow that. Does that response work for you? Can we go down to the... Oh, you're at... Oh.
I think she said love.
Okay. Okay. You had your heart not broken. Tell us why.
Oh no, he's a nice guy, and he said that he liked to tell jokes, and I'm a comedian and I have a show, so I was thinking I could book them, but
you can put me on your show.
He's a nice guy though. He's very nice.
He's someone that could be your type. Why would you break the heart?
She said love.
You're not open for love?
I don't believe that when people say they're in love, they're willing to sacrifice for the love. Well, let's just say I haven't found that, and I've been in California since '83. So when people say love, I go, yeah, okay, right.
So not to make it an
maybe that's just my insecurity.
No, that's okay. But what would you prefer them to say? What would be the right way to answer the question that was asked of her?
Love could be earned. It's just like when you meet people, and then you do a show, or you sing a song, and then the person says, "I love you." You don't even know me. How do you know you love me?
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Interesting. I don't know. Let's move on down to this one. Let's ask. Let's find out, because we want to see what this lovely lady's
This one
name
in the
is,
end
occupation,
is
and then answer
probably
to his
the
question.
best of the bunch for
Hi,
me.
my name is Trina, and I'm a retired early ed school teacher.
And answer to his question regarding, are you an open?
I open, yeah, I'm pretty open as
He's
far as
height-wise.
I'm pretty honest and forthright. Hmm.
Does that work for you?
She said no. Honest in terms of your emotions, honest in terms of situations, honest in terms of life, just general, or?
Well, I try to be as articulate as I can be about the way I feel, and I wouldn't say people have to earn my love. They have to, because I have pretty much unconditional love for most people. It's just something that exists within me.
That's nice.
Does that work for you?
Do you play any sports?
I do cardio dance twice a week. Sports, pickleball. Yeah.
Damn.
Oh my God, he's got some against pickleball. So you were holding on to your heart. Is he someone that's your type?
Well, maybe he's a little too critical.
Just maybe. I don't know. Is she someone that's your type? How'd you break the heart?
Possibly, yeah. As time went on, I played tennis. Like I said, and I teach skiing. Pickleball wasn't really my thing.
So you broke over pickleball. That doesn't work for you.
Yeah.
You've tried it.
So she has to play his sport.
I'll still play tennis until I get too old.
Well, that's great. You can play tennis. Pickleball is a lot easier. I got tired of running around so much.
I still like to run around. So.
That's great. You can do that.
Yeah.
All right. She could have been your type, you said. So let's walk
Pickleball
on
is
back.
the most
It appears
popular
that
of the
our hearts were
vegetable-related
broken, but
sports.
ladies, there's one thing we got to do for this real one. We clap it up for him because he still is a real one. So let's clap it up for him. We thank you for coming out. I'm going to take that mic and you can head on out that way, but we thank you for coming out. Thank you so much. We appreciate you for coming on a real one. Let's get ready, wonderful ladies and gentlemen, watching for our next real one.
At his age and in his condition.
We are ready for our next real one. Will my next real one come on in?
The
Come on
last
in for
two
the
guys,
win.
I kind of
Real one,
wonder
where
why
are
they
you at?
agreed to come on.
Real one.
Right.
Oh, okay. He's doing a little surprise. Welcome. How's it going?
Good.
Wonderful. So glad to have you here. Would you?
Came in to ask directions and wow.
And you ended up here. Make sure you use that mic. Use that.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Welcome to a real one. Would you share with these lovely ladies your name, occupation, and what you like to do for fun?
Well, my name is Glenn, and I'm a retired carpenter, and I like to hike. I like to swim. I like to work out, and I like to socialize with good people.
Beautiful. Okay. Tell us this. What makes you a real one?
A real what one?
Whatever that may be.
A real one. I'm true to myself. I'm true to other people. I'm not a liar. You ask me a question, I will tell you the truth, no matter how brutal it is. And that's just what I'm about. So once you start lying, then you have to remember your lies.
True.
And so it's just so much simpler to tell the truth because then you know the truth.
True. That's true. Now, tell me this. What are you looking for in a real one? We've got some real ones here.
I'm looking for someone who is also a truth teller, someone who likes to be active, likes to get out, not sitting around watching the boob tube all day, and someone who can, I don't know, just kind of get me excited about something.
Beautiful. Okay. Now tell me this. In relationships, even though this hasn't happened to you, there are heartbreakers, there are deal breakers, there are red flags. What are some of those things that you're not going to tolerate?
Whoa. Well, if you say you're going to do something, you do it. Or you say, oops, I can't do it because. That's all right. I mean, there's always an out, but don't make up an excuse. Have a reason. Or if you say, no, the deal breaker is, well, I can't stand your guts. Thank you very much. I appreciate
You want
your
honesty. Yeah, you want honesty, transparency. Understood. You don't have any broken hearts, Glenn. So you must be doing something right. You're doing something right, which is a great thing. So
Come on, we're all going to my place.
no, a real one, not a real 8. So let's go a little deeper then. We're going to start to go a little deeper. And I want you, as I ask these questions, think about an essential question that matters to you that could determine whether you even break a heart with these ladies. But let me ask you this. Let's just go right into a crazy one that I haven't asked yet. Religion or politics? Do you want someone, you don't have to go too deep, but do you want someone religious, someone political, or not religious, not political?
I don't want somebody religious because I think that that leads to magical thinking. If if you deal with reality, then we're on an even keel. But I've known all kinds of people with all kinds of religion and things that say things that like, are you like, oh, it didn't rain until it rained for the ark. Somebody told me that. I go, are you kidding me? Oh yeah, it just oozed up out of the ground. It was right there. And I said, whoa, who fed you the Kool-Aid? You know.
What about the political side?
Oh, okay.
We don't have to get crazy.
Yes.
But what about?
Thank you for your honesty.
Yeah, we're about to find out what happened. But politics. Do you want someone political, not political?
Well, if they're political, I think if they go with, okay, here's my idea of the two parties. We're going to talk politics.
Oh man.
There's the one side that preaches fear. And then there's the other side that preaches help. So, yes, we're here to help you. And the other one, no, you have to watch out for those people and we're going to take care of those people. You know what I mean, right? So, if you're with yes, politics should help us, then that
works
great.
for you.
That
Okay.
works for me.
Understood.
But if it's like politics tells you who to trust and who not to trust, then I'm saying, well, that's our government should not be doing that. Those are my political views.
Okay. Well, that might answer some questions, but let's figure something out. Oh, okay. We got 2 broken hearts as of right now. So 3 broken hearts. Walk down with me, kind sir, because we're going to figure out why these hearts were broken. So I want to talk to this wonderful woman right here.
Yes.
Stephen, just a little more. Would you share your name, occupation, and why you broke your heart?
Sure. My name is Dorette, and I'm a former nurse. And I have 2 things that bothers me. First of all, I'm not athletically inclined because I run out of breath quite easily. So the hiking and the swimming and the gym would just floor me.
That makes me so sad because you're so pretty, and you've got a very nice voice.
Thank you.
But I want to get out. I want someone I can get out and be active with.
Right. And the other thing is that I'm looking for someone who I can read the Bible with, can study the Bible with. We have conversations about the Bible.
I'm the wrong person for that too. So
yeah.
Before that was
Literally.
mentioned, though, could he be your type?
Quite possibly. It's very dapper.
He came fresh, my man. Get a full shot. Get a full shot. My man came fresh for sure. Me and him are twinning right now. We're twinning. Yeah. Is she? You already made it clear. She's someone that's your type.
No, I like her, but she's not my
Aesthetically.
type.
Okay.
Yeah.
In terms of some of the more philosophical
Yes.
reasons. Understood. Let's move forward because we did get another broken heart from this lovely lady. Name, occupation, why you broke your heart.
Hello, my name is Elena. I'm an executive chauffeur. I was really excited when you mentioned swimming. I'm an avid swimmer, so I was like, "Oh,
Most whales
okay,
are.
Might be something we can do together."
Oh,
wow! It was a God thing for me. I'm a believer in Jesus Christ, and I have a firm grip on reality as well. I just think that people have to allow the opportunity to exercise their beliefs and to know where the fine line is between their reality and their spirit.
I agree with that. But I've seen a lot of bad things done in the name of goodness. And I
That's
believe
right. The road to
I
hell.
believe in good.
Yes.
Awesome.
And I don't need an invisible man to tell me what's good or bad, So when
Shots fired.
and I
We
get
don't have to go too.
no, we don't have to.
That'll-
Claude Rains.
Was that on purpose or was that accidental? Oh, we'll get down there.
Just does a lot of things.
But let me ask you this. So could he be someone that's your type?
I would say no.
Okay. She's gonna tell us why.
Because
Because he's going to burn in hell.
dapper dresser is definitely a thumbs up. Swimmer, thumbs up. Height and religious belief, thumbs down.
Is she someone that's
That's
your
right.
type?
Thumbs down on your physical
She's a
attributes.
very nice person, and I believe that she also believes in good, but she's not my type.
Okay.
We could be friends.
Okay. All right. Let's move forward to this.
What are you
lovely lady
swimming
that
in?
broke their heart.
Butter?
Name, occupation, why you broke it.
I'm Rosemary. I'm a former physical therapist.
Swimming in that mood.
And, I'm not a religious person. I don't believe that there's a man in the heaven, man any or woman anywhere. It's more of a spiritual thing. I get there's the universe we control ourselves and what we do and what we think. Second thing is, I like a clean shaven man because beards, I have a very sensitive face and beards scratch my face.
I wondered if somebody was going to say that.
Your intuition was on point. Besides the beard and things like that, could he be your type?
No.
Okay. What would make him?
Not really, because of the beard.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's not, and I can't ask someone to change who they are. I'm not, by all means, shave a beard. I'm not me.
Okay. Yeah. Is she someone that's your type?
No, she's not. But I really appreciate her for her honesty.
Okay.
Yeah.
That could make her kind of your type. The honesty. You like honesty.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's move forward to this lovely lady down here that broke their heart on accident, but then maybe on purpose. Something happened. Name, occupation, and why you broke.
Well, there's so many things that I like about him. I like that he's sociable, that he's athletic, and I even appreciate your skepticism about religion because sometimes the atheists make the most spiritual people because they don't have all these preconceived ideas that get in the way of really experiencing.
One of my friends is
joy.
an atheist, and he is one of the nicest guys. And he's always, he's always
These
been
two
a
would
good
make
friend
a
to me.
cute
Like
couple.
when you need a good friend,
I was thinking the same thing.
So I believe you're absolutely right there.
But tell me why you broke
but there's a but.
Well, let's figure out why she broke her heart. Why'd you break?
Well, it was an accident. It wasn't.
So do you want your heart back?
Balloon back.
Yeah, I want my heart.
Do you want her to take her heart back?
I want her to take her heart.
Oh, okay. Let's get her. Let's get it. Okay.
Oh, come on, you
Now we got
kids.
some other
You
heart.
crazy
No,
kids.
okay.
Come on.
We got some
there's
other
still a
heart.
lot of
So we don't
balloons
want to
down
establish
there.
something too yet.
Everybody
Unless
gets a second chance.
Okay, that's
Come
beautiful.
on.
That's beautiful. Second chances are great. So we're going to get a second heart going. But as we wait, we'll just pause really quick then as we get that second heart. And then, all right, that works. Heart transplant. Yes, we got a heart back. So we'll kind of pause on that then, and we'll focus on some other things. So walk back with me, kind sir. We didn't get any other broken hearts. So, we just did. Wow. Let's talk to this lovely lady and figure out why she just broke. Name, occupation, why you just broke.
My name's Mary, and I'm retired.
She's
I'm a
religious.
poet and a storyteller.
And you know it.
Yes. I like a lot of what you said, particularly about helping people, about the spiritual or religious thing. But the lady on the end likes you and you like her. So I got my vote.
Hey now.
He can make choices for himself.
She took one for the
I say
team.
Everybody needs a second chance. I'm not. I didn't commit. We haven't exchanged any rings or anything.
There was connection. Yeah, so I want her.
I bet you're right. I like her way better than you.
Wow. Okay, she's doing my job too. Okay. But could he be someone that's your type?
Yeah, we could be friends. Yes.
Okay. Is she someone that's your type?
No, thanks.
I don't know. She's giving me away.
All right. But that's her choice. She's a real one. She kept it
But
real.
but she seems to have a really good energy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Understood.
I always
Let's
tell
take a
them,
step
yeah,
back.
I'm full
because
up
now
on
we're at a
friends,
point where
thanks.
you have 4 hearts remaining.
Okay.
So you're still looking pretty good, but we got to get to a real one.
So we're
So
down to
have you
50%.
exactly? Have you formulated a? Let me borrow your heartbreaking device, wonderful woman. Thank you so much, because you may have to break some hearts. Okay, but I want to see if you formulated an essential question.
I
that you'd
wonder
like to
why
ask
they
these
don't
ladies
wear
that
name
could determine
tags.
your connection with them.
Yeah, that'd be smarter.
Okay. Here's it. Now, I've never been married. All right. Now, I'm a pretty nice guy, at least on the surface. And so people ask me, why have you never been married? And I
Scared
said,
me.
well, because women, I always thought that this is how a relationship would work, that it's kind of like, well, we talk about it and we decide together, and then, but I've always found that most women, they either want me to be in control or they want to be in control. And I think it should be a give and take, you know, come see, come saw kind of thing. So
your
I don't know.
question, what's your question?
So the question is, how do you think a relationship should work?
That's deep. Let's go to this wonderful real one right here. Name, occupation, and answer to his question.
Tamara Mary, single, gringo. I like to play bingo. And I think a relationship should, looking for a bingo daddy, should have something in common. And for that reason, because you like to work out and the only amount of exercise I get is my lift recliner chair at home while I watch TV, I'm probably out for you.
Yeah, I would think so.
So who's okay. Now you held on to your heart for a minute though. So is he someone that's your type?
Well, he's very handsome.
He's breathing.
And very nice, but it's that workout thing for me. I don't do it.
Okay.
No shit.
Okay, you're a real one. Is she someone that's your type?
She's very correct. That I want somebody who can keep up with me.
Okay. Okay. Let's move forward because I still want the other real ones to answer your question because that's a fantastic question. So name, occupation, and answer to his question.
Hello, my name is Neptune, and I'm a psychiatric nurse practitioner.
Beautiful. And answer to his question.
Could you repeat that? You're a psychiatric?
I'm a psychiatric nurse practitioner.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
And I'm a client.
So mental health
And
awareness.
patient,
I mean,
yeah.
I'm crazy too.
And he wants to know about how do you view a relationship? How should it work? Is it,
I think having a lot of sex and having two different houses with one in the middle, that's would be the best relationship. So two separate places, and I go to you or you go to me, or we could go in a house in the middle. Yeah, but we always need space.
And sex for you.
Yeah, always.
Interesting.
Why do you live? Besides spending money, my own, by the way, and sex. And I've been over 300 concerts. So, like, can you keep up with me? That's the question.
Can you keep up, Glenn?
Shit.
Concerts?
And festivals. But my concerts are the best, the oldies but goodies, you know, Beach Boys.
That is something I don't do because, yeah.
This was a great question you asked. You're fine.
This is, the reason not is because we have a lot of deaf people in my family, hard of hearing. And so I've managed to keep my hearing, and I want to keep keeping my hearing.
So having a lot of sex helps your hearing?
What?
Oh boy.
All right.
Oh,
let me just ask
boy.
these questions before we get a little too
What
crazy
is
here.
up with
Is he
her?
someone that's your type?
He's nicely dressed, great smile, and he's a good conversationalist. Yeah.
That's a yes.
I see his dance move though, but other than that,
Hey, we broke the heart, so we won't see that. Is she someone that's your type?
I like her, but I don't do concerts. You know,
that's the
but
connection,
she's funny.
All right.
That counts for a lot.
It really does. Let's move down to another real one because that is a great question you asked. So name, occupation, and your view on how a relationship should function.
Hi, I'm Basha. I'm singer, songwriter, and composer, and I'm former kindergarten teacher, music teacher, of course. And answer your question is loyalty, honesty, and respect.
Okay. Now, and he's wondering specifically in terms of
My question would be, do
making
you speak
decisions,
English?
maybe. Are you going to make all the decisions? Is he making it, or is it a mutual?
Might be better if she doesn't.
It's hard, to compromise to people when we are in a certain age. And I learned from, all my existence, like religious and political subject is always a war. So it's better do not talk about this. And I think we should
come
give
on,
the freedom
baby.
for the other person, whoever beliefs are. And for example, when he doesn't like church or something, and I'm singing in the choir, is going to be the problem. But, I will not expect him to attend, my performance.
Your compromise.
Is not belief. Okay. If he wants, I will be happy. But if he doesn't, it's okay.
Okay. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's move down to this lovely lady that got a heart transplant. Let's see. You already shared your name and age, so answer to his question.
No, she didn't.
Well, the biggest decision is what program you're going to watch
It's
on
a
TV.
balloon,
So, because I love YouTube, and I you don't watch too much TV. It sounds like, and I watch a little too much TV.
Deacon
So if
Dave,
you
I
can
would
help
pick
me-
this woman here on the end that's talking right now.
because sometimes I really
Yes.
want to see something.
have to go
and,
to psychiatric or
yeah,
the lady
so
next door to
there's
it
sometimes
on her
I
right.
really want to do something. Like I need a lot of time to be by myself. And I need time to meditate and meditate. You may even want to pop my balloon because I have a great deal of faith in God. But I'm willing to discuss things. I love to talk about religion and
But Deacon Dave, that's if I had to pick one.
Yeah.
I likely wouldn't pick any.
If people like each other, if there's a basic chemistry there, then you have a lot of respect, and it's not a problem about decision making because you really want the other person to be happy. That's what you really want.
Got it.
Them to be happy.
Does that work?
Yeah,
for
that's
you?
a
Does that
great
answer your question?
answer.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you got to make a decision. You have a heartbreaking device, and there are 2 hearts left. Or Tomer, did you pop? Okay. So you have 2 hearts left.
Yeah.
After those responses, you got to make a decision. Unless you have a final question, that could just something.
I actually I like the crazy woman best. Even though she could go to
Oh, bad
she
answer.
could go to the
Say this word. Say this word. Yeah.
No, she could go to the wouldn't have to go to the concerts. She could go to the concerts, and then whatever. But
So are you going to break that heart?
I'm going to break this heart.
Okay. So
And
Oh.
I'm sorry to do that.
But you
He
said
just
he's
fucking-
someone that you're type.
Well, the singer lady might as well pop
And
too.
she was someone that you're type, but now you want what you called. I would never call her crazy lady. You
Crazy
say crazy
lady.
lady. You kind
Yeah, no, crazy lady,
Okay,
because
but-
everybody knows
but the-
that psychiatric practitioners
So are you going to
are
break?
the craziest.
Are you going to break this heart too?
I'm gonna.
Like I'm gonna give her.
Well, we have to wait. You can break this one. No, wait. This is what I'm gonna ask. Do you want your heart back? Do you want a heart back, Neptune? Maybe.
Do you have a car?
I have a car.
Come on back.
Let me see some dance moves. I need.
Let's make this clear. Are you? Oh, I was about to say.
Well,
you,
that's the end of that.
You were gonna break her heart, though, correct? Because you said you preferred her over these 2.
I did because she I don't know, she's the funniest.
Okay.
Trying to give my heart to her. But when I was
But
shaky,
then-
shaky,
yes.
shaky,
So it all ended up being
The heart
Yes.
broke
You
of
were
its
shaky,
own.
shaky.
it broke of its own accord. Okay, so
You were
let's go to
shaky
this
to
one now.
begin
Let
with.
me just make sure before you get a heart back, potentially you want to see some dance moves.
Yes. Is that okay?
You're
Oh
gonna sing?
God!
No, but I can dance first.
Oh, okay, you dance. I'll join in.
You ready?
Be
Okay.
careful. Okay, as we dance. Oh.
Oh my God!
That's a dance.
It is actually.
Okay. All right.
Like it.
Did you like his dance moves? Do you want him to get a heart back?
I'm sorry.
Okay.
No, she is.
Step it on
she
back.
is
Step it on back because
that
we did some
psychiatric
dancing.
ward.
Ladies, he
Man,
just
that
showed
was
us his
so
hot dance moves. He's a
easily
real one. Can we
played.
clap it up for him? Can we clap it up? We weren't able to get him a real one connection, but I'll take that mic. Thank you so much for coming out. You can go on off that way. Thank you so much for coming out. We appreciate you, Glenn. After that great dance, little whatever just happened there, let's get ready for our next real one.
This is actually a pretty good episode.
We are ready for our next real
Yeah,
one. Well, my next
I
real one,
like
come
the
on in.
senior
Real one, I'm
edition.
ready for you.
What
How you doing?
amazes me is these people, even though there are blips here and there, they're just so chill. It's like, hey, you know what? You popped my balloon. Nice talking to you.
Yeah.
There's just not that much drama.
If because there have been episodes with women that I was, you remember the one gal, I was like, oh, count me in. This is an episode I would come out there and go, hey, Pointer, you better just give me 7 toothpicks right now, brother, because, it's not going to happen.
So, Phoenix Fish says she did the Cabbage Patch.
I thought she was doing the Running Man there for a second. I couldn't tell what she was doing at first.
Deacon Dave says the seniors need to make a quick deal. Well, yeah.
Well, and some of them,
the parking meter is running.
some of them, the balloon pop could be life threatening.
Yeah, I know.
Hello.
See how they
Welcome
react?
to the
Oh
A
my
Real One
God,
experience.
what
Come on in a little more for me. I
Oh,
want you close so the
Jesus.
ladies can see you. Would you share with these lovely ladies
that
your
a
name,
Nazi
your occupation?
Is,
and what you
is
like to do
he
for
a
fun?
Civil War
My name
ski
is
instructor?
D'Angelo Curtis. My
That's a Nazi
occupation
symbol.
is I'm training at the Los Angeles Maritime Institute to be an onboard crew member. I'm so nervous as a sailor.
You're good.
But
Okay.
I
Did
saw
you
him
see-
in Glory. Never mind.
Well, I'm looking at that symbol on his hat. That's like some Nazi or German symbol, like
Is it?
one of those eagles.
I'll have to take a look
yes,
at
my
it.
hobbies are
Oh, they need to all
bodybuilding,
be popping their balloons,
fitness, wellness, and
except maybe for the sight
being a better
nurse.
person.
Beautiful.
No, it's
okay.
oh yeah,
The broken
that
hearts.
is
Oh,
a
just one broken heart. Oh, just
What
two broken hearts,
in
but you're
the
looking good. Let
oh
me
my
ask you this: what
Lord.
makes you a real
Maybe
one?
it's a biker. Maybe it's a
What
biker.
makes me a real one, I would say, is my empathetic heart.
jeez.
Beautiful. Okay. What are you looking for in a real one?
What I'm looking for in a real one is the same. Someone with an empathetic heart, someone that has love for humanity, someone that's
knows how to click their heels.
trying to make me a better person.
Someone that can goose step.
Okay. I got a few more questions for you. As you saw, there are heartbreakers in relationships,
can't
things that
believe
you
all
may not
the balloons
tolerate.
are-
What are some of those things that
Someone that
make
believes
you
in
throw
a
red flag?
1,000-year Reich.
Disrespect to others, especially in the service industry, and just not treating your fellow
Knows how to
man,
handle a Panzerfaust.
Okay, was that on accident? Oh, okay, we'll get you another one. Okay, we'll get
these
you another
women
one. That's
frighten
okay.
me.
Sometimes the balloons get excited, but that's a great response. Okay, we did get some broken hearts, so let's come on down
Yes,
and
sir.
let's figure out why these hearts were broken. Let's stop at this
Have
lovely
order.
lady. Name, occupation, why you broke your heart.
Sure. Hi, my name is Dorette. I'm a former nurse.
Yes.
And the outfit scares me.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Honey, your outfit
Okay,
looks
okay,
like you're an elf.
You should take your glasses off so you can see your eyes.
Actually,
You
she
have those
looks like
glasses.
she's on an
ma'am.
episode of Lost in
Oh,
Space.
okay.
Yeah.
But the
Yes,
outfit,
yes.
That's
Yes,
a no.
ma'am. I am so sorry.
What scares you about the outfit?
Maureen.
Well, the pentagram and that and
Let's face that camera. Maybe they want to see what. Because I think you look pretty fresh.
Oh,
but
Jesus
scared some.
criminy.
Okay.
Oh, my God.
okay.
Yeah.
But besides the outfit, could he be your type?
I don't think that he looks a little bit too young for me.
Okay. You don't like the youthful energy?
Energy is good. Youthful energy is good, but he's a little bit too young for me.
For this case, and I was trying to refrain from age. Some of you will hate me for it. Some will love me. Share your age.
I am 61 years old.
Okay, don't look it.
Black don't crack. You know that. Look at how good you look. Look at how good you look.
That's true.
Does that change anything or still the wardrobe?
The wardrobe.
Yes, ma'am. I'm
Is
sorry.
she someone that's your type?
She
He's
would
my
be.
age.
Okay.
She seems like a kind lady, very warm, and she should be scared of someone wearing an outfit like that.
Okay.
I would expect that from a lady like that. So.
Okay.
Oh
All
my
right.
God.
Let's move forward to this wonderful real one right here.
Oh,
Name,
you know
occupation,
what?
why you broke your heart.
That's an
Hello, my name is
interesting
Elena. I am an executive chauffeur, and it was the pentagram, the Baphomet, the skull and crossbones. It just doesn't work for me.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Yes.
If he wasn't wearing that, could he be your type?
I would say no because of the height. Otherwise,
I got to get you a tall king. A tall king is coming for this one. A tall king is okay. Another yes. Okay.
5'9".
We're gonna make it work. Okay. Is she someone that's your type?
Totally. I like the way she dresses. I like the way she puts her jewelry together. She's respectful.
Moo
Her
chic.
face is beautiful. And, I just don't measure up, but,
You're
I
still real.
saw her
and
at
she knows that, too.
SeaWorld.
Let's move forward. Let's move forward to this wonderful real one down here. Name, occupation, why you broke
jumps
your
on the
heart.
side of the pool.
My name is Trina, and I'm a retired early education teacher. It's hard to see your eyes because of the sunglasses,
Yes,
and
You went
and
full
the-
Satan
the eyes
appeal apparel.
communicate so much, and the lady asks you to take the glasses off, and then you put it
Put 'em
right
back
back on.
on.
It just shows maybe you're not as compromising as one could be.
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Besides that, could he be your type?
He seems to be an intelligent person, and he certainly keeps his age well.
My man right here. Now, is she someone that's your type?
I mean, yes, she could be. You know, she's a nice lady.
He
She's very
indulges himself.
Okay.
A beautiful smile.
Okay.
So, you know.
Oh, wait,
she's
hold
fantastic.
it.
Okay. All right.
Deacon
Let's
Dave.
take just a step back, really, as we just got a broken heart. Fresh. Name, occupation, why you broke.
Deacon Dave, these answers by these women are actually fairly mature, measured. I don't get where you're coming from there. If the young women could answer questions the way these women do, well, a lot of young men would be better off.
Broke the heart.
Rosemary, and I'm a former physical therapist, and I broke his heart also because of the garb, which I love. It's cool, it's boss, whatever they say. It's just not vibing with me right now, but I like his eyes. I like the fact that his glasses are off, and I like his spiritual nature.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Spiritual in nature.
But
You worship
I
Satan.
understand.
Do you see
younger people
the
sometimes-
back of his
yeah.
jacket there?
Yes.
They say, hey, ma'am,
Oh,
this,
yeah.
but
I
I,
wonder
don't
if
need
it's
to be called
Mike.
ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so
Maybe
much.
he's into heavy metal or something. I don't know.
Is she someone that's your type?
Yes. I mean, I could have a nice date with her. You know, a walk in the park to the beach. You know, I think it'd be a nice date. Just you know, she's a smart lady.
Cut the head off a goat.
And for the record, I do have a change of clothes, so this is not my only attire here.
Good,
So-
good. Okay. All right.
Maybe
That's okay, though.
she could,
Let's take a few.
do
Did we
that
get a broken
sacrifice?
heart? I think we did. Yes, we did back here. So let's take a few steps back, D'Angelo, as we talk to this lovely lady. Name, occupation, why you broke.
My name's Mary, and I am a poet, a storyteller, and I like working in my garden, and I like riding my e-bike and taking hikes and swimming.
Wow.
And you're a little young for me. A little young. And this,
Yes.
You didn't even finish that. You just okay. Is she someone that's your type?
You know, she totally, I think we would be great friends. She does poetry. I would love it. I love poetry and just being creative. I think we would, you know, hit it off with a cup of coffee and watching the sunset. I think we'd have a great time.
Okay, that sounds beautiful. Well, let's take a step back
I'm
because you
guessing a
still have
bonfire would
3
be
hearts
included.
that are beating for you. So some are feeling the stuff you're rocking. Okay, so you're still looking okay. So let's do this. Let's go a little deeper
Oh, I'm
as we start
sorry,
to narrow
that's
down the love
a
search.
pyre.
Religion or
Funeral pyre.
politics? Always an
Yes.
essential when determining a relationship. Do you want someone religious, political, not religious?
I'm open-minded to anything. You know, we all have our beliefs, you know, and, you know, I'm open to your beliefs, you know, and, you know, everybody has an opinion.
Okay.
You know,
Okay. I'm gonna throw it to you. Do you have an essential question you'd want to ask these ladies that could determine? Let me borrow your heartbreaking device. Thank you so much, Mary, because you may have to. You might want to, maybe put the glasses away. Because you won't put them back on. Okay. All right. All right. So, do you have an
With him
essential
and these
question you'd
damn
like to ask either 3? Well, you can ask all 3, but something that really matters to you that if that wasn't an alignment.
You know, I mean, the vibes feel good. You ladies look nice, you know. I have no negative
see your
things to say
reflection
about
if you want.
anybody. I wish, you know, you all still had a balloon, but
Good thing.
you know, but you know,
It's a real one, so you're narrowing it down. You're about to have one, perhaps. So I'll do my job a little more than how's that? Married? Have you ever been married?
I have been.
Okay. How many times? Just once?
Once.
Okay.
Yes.
Any children?
I do have children.
Okay. How many?
I have a
Someone.
boy and a girl.
Okay. Are they older children or?
They're older in Washington D.C. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And they're
Okay.
taller.
All right. Ladies, do you have a question for this real one?
I do.
Wonderful. Let's come on down. Name, occupation, and your question.
My name's Neptune, and I'm a positive vibe queen. And I want to know, what is that on your belt buckle?
Oh,
Face that camera, lady.
yes. On the belt buckle, it is Eisenhower. It's
Okay.
one of our presidents. So yes.
Nice. To be honest, I love your getup. I see that you go to concerts or festivals. You probably drive a motorcycle, and you look like a badass.
Thank you, ma'am.
Are her assumptions correct? Do you go to concerts?
I do.
Do you drive a motorcycle?
I did.
Oh, you
Well,
good.
Yeah, I've been to No Values. It's a punk rock concert. So like, I like You Look Fly.
Yes,
I don't understand the glasses though. Are you gonna go? I mean the gloves. I'm nervous. Are you gonna go scuba diving?
No, I'm just nervous. Just
Oh, you're good. No, you came out. You're rocking the house.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Let me see now, Basha or Tamara. Do you have a question for this real one?
Yes.
Okay, let's come on down. So name, occupation, and the question.
You knew she.
Yes, I'm Basha. I'm singer, songwriter, and
You know
composer.
who she
and
reminds me, and she's dressed as Gretel. She and she ate the gingerbread house.
You remember Witchy Poo from HR Puff and stuff?
Yes,
who she
I
looks.
do.
That's who she looks like to me in the face. She's got that big nose and that chin that doesn't stop, and she just looks like her face looks like it was carved out of an apple and left on the back porch. You know.
I have a question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you smoke or drink?
No, I don't.
You don't use any other form of some kind of suspicious activity.
Suspicious activity. If it's clean air and good food, that's my suspicious activity.
With that, that's a good answer. Yeah.
Mhm.
We can
Yeah.
see you
Tamara,
like.
do you have a question?
See you like
Are you
food.
just taking it all in? Okay.
He said he
D'Angelo,
didn't
you're
like
going to have
food.
to make a decision. You have a heartbreaking device. I'm going to need you to break one heart. Based on what you just heard from that answer to your question,
Yes.
what you going to do?
If I had to break a heart because of the lack of interaction, I don't know. I would have to go this way.
Okay.
And
Okay.
I am so sorry, but yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. She helped him with it. Okay. Now step back some. This way. Yep. Now you had your heart not broken for a pretty long period of time. So name, occupation, why you didn't break.
Oh, he's a nice guy, and I don't care what a person wears. I almost bought an outfit with skulls on it. It was on clearance the other day at Walmart, but it was so cute.
Sponsor us.
It was so cute, but then it didn't look like it was going to be my size. So anyway, getting to
He
the,
might
I
be a
didn't have to
comedian.
interact with him anymore because when he said the clean
didn't
air,
come in
I was just
5XL,
like trying to breathe because I understand that. I just went out for some clean air, so it hit me, you know.
Is he someone that's your
Food and the good food.
Is he someone that's your type?
The roller skater girl
Yeah,
says,
totally. He's a babe.
my mom would carve those apple heads
So why?
and leave them
So
in the closet.
why'd you break the
dry.
heart again?
Yeah.
It was
It's
just
one of the
a
white.
lack of
It's
interaction.
one of the white arts.
It was nothing, you know.
Really?
Yes, it was nothing
Oh, yeah.
personal, but I
Okay.
had to choose.
Okay.
All right.
Yes.
Okay,
And I'm sorry.
okay. No, I'm okay.
You've got 2 hearts left, D'Angelo, so we're getting closer to a real one. Do you have a question you'd like to ask either one of those real ones? We got to narrow it down.
I do have a question.
Okay.
If we went on a sailboat, would it be a problem for you climbing up a ladder and getting on a boat?
Let's go to both of them. Answer to that question.
Hi, I'm Neptune, and I'm a psychiatric nurse practitioner. And I used to be a
Neptune.
lifeguard and swim instructor to the stars. Just this morning, I was at a spa floating in the jacuzzi. I could swim, I could snorkel, scuba dive, and water polo. What's up?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I think that answers
Wow.
yes. Then she can do that. Let's go right here. Can you
Don't
do what he
know
needs you to
say
do?
about that woman?
Absolutely not, because I'm afraid of ladders.
I think you may have to break her heart if that answer requires. a
Not
yes.
as afraid as they are of you, my dear.
I don't wanna break her heart.
Oh, so he doesn't want to break your heart, yet you're still holding on to it. So, do you want to hold on to your heart, even though he's wants a ladder but no ladder? What's going on?
Ask
You
him
good?
if he
I'm
actually sailed.
afraid of heights.
Okay. So, are you gonna? Oh, okay.
There is no.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let's just cut to the chase. Was he someone that was your type?
Yeah, he's cool guy. The only thing I don't like it is he has a constantly sunglasses on him. When you speak to the person, you are supposed to see the eyes because eyes
Are
reflect
the window
soul.
of the soul.
Ladies have told you
yeah.
that now.
Yes.
I don't know if you want
That's a bunch of
okay.
crap.
Good lesson.
Okay, and you still have them on. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Eyes are the window to the retina.
All right. But he is someone that's your type. Besides the glasses, you saw his face.
Yeah, as a musician, you know, I'm kind of weird too. So It could be, but when he's gonna sending me, up there, then no.
That's a no for you.
I will have a heart attack over there.
Yes,
Is she someone that's your type?
she would be my type.
Okay.
I love her dress. I love the color. She has nice style. She has a open attitude. I mean, she's
Except
okay.
for ladders.
All right.
Are fear of ladders actually a thing?
Let's take a step back because you are here
yes,
with
it is.
Neptune.
Yes,
a
definitely.
real one that is
Okay.
shining today. So I want to see if we have any essential questions we'd like to ask each other. Because if not, I'm gonna have to pull you back and maybe make a real one connection. So do you have another question for him?
Yeah, I just want to see you do a dance move.
A dance.
Yeah, something.
Uh-oh.
So I know can dance with me. Oh, okay. I like it.
That work for you?
Yeah. Can I have a Malibu chicken at Sizzler though?
Let's see well, now do you have any questions for her?
Malibu.
I have no questions.
Oh, all right. Well, step over with me. You step over this way. You step over this way. I got a final question. I'm going to ask the both of you. Let me ask you. I haven't asked you yet.
Yes.
Is she someone that's your type?
She is my type.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. And I already asked you. You said okay. My final question. Do you feel this could be a real one connection?
Maybe.
Oh, do you feel this could be a real one connection?
Maybe.
Well, clap it up because a maybe is okay. Clap it up. We got a real one connection.
Wow.
We got it.
Who
So,
knew?
okay, very good. Let me take
Oh
that
my
mic.
God.
Let me take that mic. Y'all can head on out that way.
Sex
Go on
for
out that
her
way and go
tonight.
plan your date. Watch your
It
step.
makes me
Okay.
so
Oh, you're okay.
sad
You're okay.
that she
All
was
right.
asking if
Awesome.
she could
Clap it
have a
up one more
certain
time. One more time.
entree
Clap
at
it up.
Sizzler.
Beautiful. All right. Well,
I'm impressed there still is a Sizzler.
Yeah, I didn't know they still had those, but it's like,
I didn't either.
honey, it's a game show. You can have anything you want at Sizzler. Is that an issue in your life that come on? Yeah, you can have Malibu chicken at Sizzler.
I swear the shoes were cobbled. She's the daughter of a cobbler.
Pinocchio's dad made him. Geppetto made those shoes.
Exactly.
if that is the case, let's get ready for our next real one. We are ready for our penultimate real one. Would my handsome gentleman come on in for the win? I need a real one. Hello there. How you doing?
I'm doing excellent.
Wonderful.
Oh, man,
Would you
check
share
him
with
out.
these lovely ladies your name, your occupation, and what you like to do for fun?
Whoa. My name is Paul Johnson, originally from Tennessee. I moved to California 30 years ago, and I've been in sales. I represent a large manufacturer, and I have customers all over Southern California.
Or game
Very
show
good.
host.
Just maybe one of his customers. Maybe. I don't know. Now tell us this. What makes you a real one?
Whoa. Honest, tell the truth, am who I am.
Okay, wait, hold it. He's giving
I am
real Andy
Yes, you
Griffith
are.
from the
vibes.
heart out.
I love it. Okay, now tell me this. What are you looking for in a real one?
Looking for love and
In the right places.
in the right
In the right places. This is the right place.
No, I think relationships are cool for every way. Being connected to other human beings and have a special person that, and I like intimacy. I like to be close. I like to share and have people share with me. And
Oh, God, I hope it shuts
So
up.
in that special person, what are some of the attributes you would want them to have? There's like 3.
a great heart, somebody that you can see, has their kindness, and even in the little things, how they treat people, from the smallest job to the best job, not just playing up for whatever, wealth and that part, but somebody that's real.
Okay,
I like the word real now.
It's a beautiful, it's a beautiful thing. Yeah.
I
We
like
keep it
the
real.
word real.
Yeah.
And somebody that really loves me.
Okay.
You got to find that, because if they're turned off by me, then I don't want them with me, because they're not like glad to see me, glad to be home, glad to go out, glad to talk. So
especially glad to talk.
Yeah. Well, you want someone with a good heart. You've got all these good hearts ready for you. Okay. So you don't have any broken hearts yet, which is a great thing. I'm going to ask one more thing before I might force you to break some hearts, because it's a real one. But let's get there, because in relationships, there are heartbreakers, deal breakers. We call them red flags. What are some things you're not going to tolerate in a relationship?
Let's go to lying. I don't like people that, if we can't be real, we can't be honest. If you can't, tell me what's up. And I can handle the honest truth. If I'm not the guy, then we go on. Or whoa, yes. So
Adderall.
Anything else? Just lying? That's the main one. We'll say that's the main one.
I don't. You got to be attracted to me, and I got to be attracted to you.
Very
so I'm
true.
not saying like looks are the most important thing, but you have to be attracted.
Yeah. God gave us eyes for a reason. He gave you it. Yes.
So I have
yes.
feelings. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you only got one broken heart. So let's go figure out why this was broken. So take a step with me. You're perfect there. Name, occupation, why you broke your heart.
My name's Mary, and I am a poet, a storyteller. I like working in my garden. I like e-biking. I like swimming. I like hiking.
Wow.
But you remind me of my ex-husband.
In what way? You don't want to get specific.
Oh, he kind of looks like him a little bit, but he talks like him a lot. And he's like he was a salesman.
Yeah.
What can I say? A nice guy, but
No more to say, except I will ask, could he be your type? Well, because of the ex-husband, must have been good for a minute. So could he be your type?
Well, not since my ex. No.
Okay, so that's just threw you off. Is she someone that's your type?
She sounds wonderful with being a poet and being an e-bike and hiking, and that sounds fun.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So that could be your type.
Yeah.
Okay.
I haven't ridden
It'd
an
be funny
e-bike,
if
but
it
I've
was
been on
her
a
ex-husband.
scooter.
Okay. Very good.
Fun.
Yeah.
But, sorry. Yeah.
Oh no, you're good.
Scooter was good.
All right.
Yeah.
So you still have take a step back because we still have some hearts that are beating for you. Everything looking okay.
They're
So
beating?
I want to throw it to you. Do you have an essential question that we could walk down and ask each lovely lady that could determine your connection with them?
Oh wow. Oh wow. Who likes to dance?
We could just do that by a show of hands.
Okay,
Or a show of balloons. Who like? Well, if you're already broken your heart, you're okay. You just
raising
chilling.
your
So hold
hand.
on, one more time. Balloons up if you like to dance.
Okay.
Oh, so if they don't like to dance, do you want to break that heart?
Let's do that.
Okay.
Let's do
Can
that.
I borrow your heartbreaking device? I want you to go and break the heart of the not dancer.
I don't remember who that was.
I think that's the lovely lady Dorette. Yeah, she
right.
the only one. Okay, that's okay. It's okay. She had a good heart, but you broke it. Now let's do this. Now you had your heart not broken. So name, occupation, and why you didn't break it.
My name is Dorette, and I'm a former nurse. And I kept my heart because I think you're very handsome.
Thank you.
But the dancing part, I'm not a good dancer.
I know you got rhythm though, you guys.
A little bit, but when it comes to dancing,
All right, but you kind of made it clear he was your type, so you broke her heart because of the
Can't
dance.
really dance in those hip
That's
waders
something I'd
she's
want
wearing.
to.
Okay, could she be your type?
Oh, definitely. Tall,
Okay.
thin, beautiful.
Oh, okay, very good.
Interesting accents. Yeah, I
All
have
right.
my own accent.
Yeah, that's a
Originally
beautiful
from
cultural
South-
mix. I love it. That's what it's all about.
Right.
Let's take a step back because we
Okay.
didn't get any more broken hearts, so we got to start to narrow it down. So you have some dancers.
Uh-huh.
We have a question. Wonderful, lady. Start to formulate questions. Let's walk down to this lovely lady. Name, occupation, and your question.
Hello, my name is Elena. I'm an executive chauffeur and an avid swimmer. I was wondering, since you mentioned that she was your type because she's thin, do you have a preferred body type? And if I can ask, I'd like to know how old he is.
Sure.
Okay.
I am 71.
Okay.
You look great.
Yeah.
You look great. Wow.
I'm starting to see the mirror though. I'm like, who's the old man? You know, a little wrinkles, a little gray, a little all that. You know, I will say this on the body type. I shouldn't have even said that, but she's beautiful and she has to, but I like a lot of different body types on different people. So like
Got it.
sometimes I like curves. When I was young, I definitely somebody curves. Right. No, I
Understood.
like it. I think you're beautiful.
Well, thank you.
I do. Yes. Yes.
Wonderful. I
think it's more how we carry ourselves, you know, and just how
Absolutely.
we feel about ourselves. Because I'm not thin either right now. I'm not, but
Yeah.
so you might be turned
You're
off.
diverse.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Do either of you lovely ladies have a question? Okay, let's walk it on down.
Is how often do you buy or cook organic food?
I will say this, and this might be a deal breaker, but probably never. Even when I shop, sometimes I'm like organic or that, I go like, I'll go cheaper. And I don't even know if organic is really better for me. So that might be a deal breaker. But I would eat organic food.
If somebody else cooked it.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't mind buying it. You know, if it looks better, if the blueberries look better and they're organic,
So
I
you
might buy them. As I've gotten older, I definitely cook.
Okay.
I grill. Well, it's how good you. I'm not really a baker, but I do my own pancakes. I like to put nuts and berries and fruits on them.
Okay.
I like to do my own steaks. Either
Because hungry. Okay, we get it. Okay, but anyway, he can cook. This man will throw down.
Sometimes take care of myself. I don't always have that. And I will say this for me: a lot of men are different.
Oh my God,
I would rather have a good, friendly lover than the best chef. As my best.
I kind of agree with that.
I can go.
Yeah,
I
we
can
can go
cook for
take out.
myself,
Yeah, but
but
we
I
can
can't
also get. Yeah.
I can't kiss myself.
Right, that's
and
true.
those other
That's
things,
true.
so
Okay,
go,
makes sense.
"Whoa."
Oh, we've got okay. They want you to kiss yourself or something. I don't know. Okay, let's see what happens. Let's take a step forward and figure out why this lovely lady broke her heart. Name, occupation, why'd you break?
My name is Trina, and I'm a very active physically person.
This way. I'm sorry. Like
Yes, and I like to dance. I do cardio dance twice a week, but I am a vegetarian pretty much, and I do like to grill, and I love to cook, and
grill vegetables?
yeah, maybe more so than make love too often.
Is he someone that's your type?
Yeah, I don't know what you sell, but blueberries, just for your information, if nothing else is organic, blueberries should be organic because they spray a lot of pesticides on
See,
it.
I haven't been taught any of that. Like, don't know which one.
You're open. I wish.
I definitely am open.
Sorry.
But I do like blueberries.
Is she? Oh, you gotta love him. Is she someone that's your type?
I think she could be great. Yeah.
Okay. Could have been a connection. But let's take a step back because you have hearts that are remaining. So you're looking good. We're gonna go to this lovely lady right here. Why'd you break your heart?
I was calculating my father's age, and I think you're a year older than my dad. So, I love your spunkiness. I like your energy. You wore a pink shirt with a collar. I don't know any man over 70 or over 60 who would dare to wear a pink shirt. So I love your personality. I think that's amazing.
It's a Southern
But
thing.
dating someone my dad's age or older would be a no-go for me.
Okay. And you made it clear she's someone that's your type. She's
definitely my type. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. All right. Well, let's see if these other Basha, do you have a question for this real one? All right, let's go.
Jungle fever for her.
As always. Do you smoke?
I do not.
Do you drink?
Yes.
Occasionally.
Occasionally.
Oh,
I'm not a hard drinker. I'm not like liquor, and for a weird reason, I don't like beer. So I drink wine and champagne and Kahlua and Bailey, all these kind of. Some people might say we're girly drinks, but I love all that. I don't. It's just me personally.
All right. Maybe a little connection. We'll see what we got. Two connections. We got some cooking connections, some beer connections. Tamara, do you have a question by chance?
Yes.
Okay.
Tamara Mary. I'm a stand-up comedian. I have a show every other Monday night at Universal Bar and Grill, 4093 Lankershim, North Hollywood, California. Just to throw that out.
Better go to her show.
Yeah. And I have music at the show, and I was wondering what kind of music you dance to and what kind of dancing you like to do.
You know, I love a lot of music, and I wasn't a real rocker for my age group. What I really liked was Motown. So if you go back to Motown. Temptations and all
this,
this,
my boy.
Oh, I love Marvin and Gaye, all that. And then
64 Motown. I got you.
Yeah. So I love all
amazing.
that.
Paul, you a brother. I could tell, man.
And then as I've gotten older,
said the magic word.
Yeah, and as I've gotten older, I didn't like the country when I grew up. Country music, it was kind of twangy. But there's some cool country music right now.
Yeah.
So a lot of times there's some country
Yeah,
music
it's called
I like
shit.
right now.
All right. Well.
So I could do the
Hey, I was looking at a country song yesterday. They got rap in the country now.
Yeah,
He ain't
it's pop
71.
country.
You are not
It's
71. You
I
ain't
love it. I love it.
All right. Well, I think those.
We got a
responses
chance.
And yeah, you got
Damn,
three.
Dave.
So, do you have a heartbreaking device? Did I give you one yet?
Yeah, he
You
just called
did.
me a
Okay.
liar earlier.
And I put it.
I might have to give you another one.
You might.
Okay,
I
thank
still
you.
got
No,
it.
you may end up
It's
breaking
short.
yours. Okay,
Dave
great.
got up
So,
on the
oh
wrong
my
side of the
goodness.
bed
I'm sorry,
today.
but I think I'm gonna have to make you break one. Based on you just had great interactions with each of these three, but it's a real one. So I need you to make a decision. You got to break one. That's one that you don't connect with.
Oh gosh. Okay. Hey, you just got to make decisions, don't you?
You just got to go for it. You got to go for it. Oh, it doesn't want to break. Oh, okay. It didn't
Take
want
that
to break.
organic
Okay,
food lady.
now come up a little more for me because we're going to find out. You had your heart not broken. Just tell us why.
Oh, because I like his personality again, like she said, and the friendliness, the warmth, and the dance moves. I like the Motown moves. That that's
We might have been a good connection. Yeah.
So why'd you end up breaking hers? I know you had to. I forced you
couldn't
to,
decide.
but
I just
okay. All right, but she is someone that's your type.
Yeah.
He didn't look very hesitant.
Oh, I'm sorry to make you break, but it's a real one. I'm trying to get you closer to your real one. So you have 2 hearts left now. So I'm going to see, ladies, do we have an additional question that we'd like to ask this
You're
real one?
arugula
Paul, do you have a
eating
question
old
for
bitch?
them that you'd ask both of them?
Is it okay to ask where they're from?
Yeah, let's go right here. Where are you from?
California for a long time?
I'm from Long Beach, California, born and raised.
Wow.
Carmelitos Projects. Can I get a shout out?
Beautiful. Let's go to this lovely lady. Where are you from?
I am from Europe. Actually, I'm a mix Polish Norwegian.
Oh, on my father's side, it's all Norwegian.
Wow.
My mother's side is a little Dutch or something in there. Yeah, but
yeah.
Beautiful.
No, I was just like,
Very good. All right. So that works. Now, did that determine a heart you want to break, or do you still need?
You know what I think, and I like the comedian thing. That could be a lot of fun, joking around and all that.
So do you kind of have an idea of whose heart you want to break?
But you know what? For me, and I think it's true for a lot of guys, sometimes it's just like who you feel attracted to.
Where's the chemistry? Yeah.
So I think I'm going back to Norway to California.
Oh, so get that heartbreaking device. You got to break a heart. You got to. Oh, okay. Take it. And,
All right.
Take it and break it. Go ahead.
See?
There's
There's someone for everyone, Dave.
Okay, there we go. Okay. Now you had your heart not broken, so I'll just ask: is he your type?
He's a nice guy, and I really like him. I would probably be good friends with him and invite him out to every one of my shows because he's a wine drinker.
Yeah, okay.
And we have wine there at Universal Bar and Grill.
Understood.
Yeah.
And you broke her heart, so
sometime I'm going to rehearse and have
My
5
question
minutes
for
to
Dave
go on
is,
stage.
when did you lose your
It's gonna take
eyesight?
some work for me, but
at least you're going
it's got a dream. It's a dream.
So you broke her heart. You just said you didn't
Come
feel
on
as
now,
much
Tom, there's
chemistry as you
someone
did
for
with
everyone.
Miss Norwegian Polish.
Maybe
All right.
closer to Miss Norwegian Polish over there.
Well, come get closer to me. Come get
All
closer,
right,
because I'm going to ask a question. Let me ask a question really quick. I'll just go for the straightforward question. Do you feel this could be a real one connection?
It could be.
Do you feel?
Oh, he's cooking.
Yeah.
He loves to dance. He seems to be spontaneous. So I love spontaneity.
Okay.
So
Do you feel this could be a real one?
Didn't-
Are you ready to
didn't-
dance? Okay,
couldn't
clap it
make
up.
out a
Y'all
word
ready
of
to
it.
dance? I'm gonna take that mic. Y'all go on off.
I'm wondering,
Y'all go on off.
how long she's been in the
yeah.
country.
Okay. They getting it. Okay. Hey. Oh
That
wow.
show was
Y'all
on
going
the
off
good
that way and dance.
Christ,
Go
get
dance
her
the
off.
night away.
Please get
clap
her
it up
off.
for him. Clap it up. Y'all clap for him. Clap. Do something.
Jesus
Okay.
God,
Oh, they're going all
please,
around.
stop
Okay.
it.
Oh my
Stop it.
God.
Y'all going off that way. Going off that way. Go do your thing. Okay.
They're doing a jig.
How
Get her
excited.
back in
Well,
her
after that
stable.
joyous dance party. Let's get ready for our final real one. Let's get ready. We are ready for our final real one. Well, my final handsome gentleman, come on in.
Week
Come on in for
121
the
with the
win.
manager finished.
How's
I
it going?
went to work another
Wonderful.
day.
Take
Thank
that
you,
mic,
Jack.
and would you tell come on in a little more for me. Tell these lovely ladies your
Oh,
name, your
boy.
occupation, and what you like to do for fun.
And my name's Tony Soprano.
Savona. I'm retired. I like to cook,
Skip
watch
to my work.
movies, and exercise. Go to the gym.
Very good. Okay. Share with these ladies this.
I was gonna say, I hope my little girl on the right finds love, but not this dude.
Correct and no bullshit.
Okay. Very good. Straight to the point. Now, tell me this. What are you looking for in a lovely lady and a real one?
Someone who's fun, sexy, exciting,
If,
Can
maybe a
handle
little
a-
crazy.
Can handle a getaway
little
car.
Just a little bit, not too much. Right?
Could be a wheelman.
They didn't break their hearts, so they got a little crazy for you. Okay,
Okay,
there's
great.
a little there
Like
sprinkled
crazy.
in.
Crazy's
Okay.
good.
I need a
Now, tell me
driver.
this. In relationships, there are red
Someone's
flags. There
gonna
are
crack
deal
a
breakers. There are
safe in
things
under
you're not
5
gonna
minutes.
Tolerate. What are some
Sure.
of those things?
Physical and psychological abuse, like dirty insults and emasculation.
Okay. Understood.
Jesus.
Wow.
God.
Okay. Any others, or are those the primary
I've
ones?
never.
Those are primary. I
Wow,
mean,
I
I'm sure
don't
there's a
wanna
whole
be
litany of them.
He'd have
but,
done better
I
without
can't
the
think of it all.
That's
jacket.
okay. No, that's
Just
all
done
good.
the
Yeah,
You
shirt.
haven't got any broken hearts, so they must be
Okay.
failing you. There's
Okay.
something going on here.
Gotta
So
get lined up here.
yeah, we really do some lovely real ones. I'm gonna have to do it like this.
He looks
Let's
like
go
a
right into
war
a crazy
criminal.
question. So this normally gets some broken hearts. Religion or politics? Do you want a partner,
He
a
looks
real one
like
that is
a-
religious or political?
a,
Not religious, not political.
Neither.
So you don't want them religious,
Jack
don't want them
Nicholson
political.
wannabe.
Okay.
He looks like the
Ain't no
manager
broken
of a
hearts. Okay,
bad
all
strip
right.
club.
Normally they start breaking over that.
I don't want
yes, he
any
does.
political stuff. I'm over it. I think everyone is.
Burn it all down and start over. Yeah, it's getting pretty messy. Now, okay, what I'm gonna have to do is see if you have an essential question that could determine a connection with one of these real ones.
Does anyone like to cook? Okay.
Put a balloon up if you like to cook.
Yeah.
If you like to cook.
All
Okay.
right.
If you don't like to cook, should they break their heart? That means they're not feeling that you're not connecting on that.
I mean,
To narrow it down, no.
You ever roll a
Oh,
body
okay,
up
so you're
into a
saying don't break your
carpet?
heart if you don't
Can you make
mind
a
not
good
cooking.
Sunday
just like a whole
gravy?
harem of women.
It's a real one. It's a real one. It's a
You
real
got any
one.
gabagool, you know?
I wish they're all so lovely, but we got. Oh, okay. Well, one was broken. So just take us one step forward, a small
Okay,
step, and let's
okay,
figure out name, occupation, while you broke.
Tamara Mary. I'm a stand-up comedian. I have a show every other Monday night at Universal Bar and Grill,
we
8 to
know.
12. And I don't
It's
like
called
someone
an
who
open
is
mic,
into
honey.
every woman. I just want someone who's into me.
What if I'm in your comedy show?
You can come and you can be part of the comedy show if you'd like, but I'm not interested in someone who's into every woman and not me.
Okay.
Oh,
I'm
Right.
greedy.
Come
I'm
check out your
selfish
show.
like
That
wait,
sounds
that.
interesting.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No worries.
Would he be your type?
He probably would have been if he wasn't into every other woman. But I was listening to Bruno Mars on the way over here, and I don't want someone who's into everyone.
Got it.
Now, could it be he just appreciates beauty and diversity?
No more smoking out the window.
All right. Is she someone that's your type?
yeah.
Probably not.
Okay. Why
Yeah.
not?
You know, too blonde.
Too blonde. All right. Hey, you kept it real on a real one.
Did he
you
just
don't
call
have
her
any
an
other
airhead?
broken hearts
Yeah.
yet? Look-
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
that
Okay,
was
let's take a step
brilliant.
forward and figure
Okay,
out why that heart
okay.
was broken. Name,
Okay.
occupation, why you just broke your heart.
Okay, my name is Dorette. I'm
He
a
just
former
went up in
nurse.
my estimation.
And first of all, I love the height. That's perfect for me.
I tried to end out with a bang.
But I'm into politics.
Boo.
Deep
No
into
bueno.
politics.
Okay. So besides the politics, could he be your type?
He could have been,
Okay.
yeah.
You like that height.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Now, is she someone that's your type?
No, she just told me she's into politics.
Okay. I mean, like the aesthetic, like her style.
Dude, I like her style.
Yeah.
Very fashionable.
Okay. Queen for sure. All right. I'm gonna throw it to the ladies. Do either for you, the four of you, have a question for this tall, real one? Okay, let's walk it on down. Come on down with me. Name, occupation, and answer to. Well, what's your question?
Hello, my name
Hi.
is Elena. I'm an executive chauffeur. Just wondering, do you have children, grands, great grands?
I have a 14-year-old.
14.
Great question.
Yeah.
Tell me why you're breaking.
I would prefer to establish a friendship relationship, eventual relationship with someone who has adult children already.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah. There's still a lot of time and commitment that has to go into rearing children who are
Yeah, 4 whole
not
fucking years.
Yeah, who aren't adults.
But he's almost as big as me. He's about his height.
Gosh, that's a big boy. Goodness gracious.
He looks adult.
He could be someone that's your type.
Yeah, I definitely like the height. Yeah, I'm 5'9", and I'm telling you, it's been a journey.
We tried to end out. Is she someone that's your type?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. We got a
5'9",
broken heart back
5'9",
here.
about 5'9".
And one. Okay,
Yeah,
so we'll do a
exactly.
little zigzag. But name, occupation, why you broke your heart.
My name's Mary, and I'm a poet, a storyteller. I like gardening, riding my e-bike. No teenagers.
Oh my goodness.
No, I can't do it.
Besides the teenager, could he be your type?
Yeah. He's tall, energetic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Is she someone that's your type?
No, she rides an e-bike.
Oh.
Oh.
The reasons people come up with are insane. But okay. So is she or no?
No.
Oh, okay. All right. You've got one heart left, but let's figure out why this one heart was broken.
Okay,
it was
let's
there
see.
for a minute. So name, occupation, why you broke the heart.
Rosemary, and I'm a former physical therapist. And since most of my family is not around, would like to be with family, and adult children as well. So I kind of like the idea of
I like
family
him more
coming
now,
over
by
for
the
dinner,
way.
you cooking,
Yeah, I do
us
too.
eating.
Yeah. Okay.
Not the
Okay.
schmuck I
Yeah, I
thought
like
he
that
was.
idea.
Very good. Is she someone that's your type?
Probably not, but in another world, maybe.
Another
right?
world. Okay. Interesting.
We'll meet again.
All right. Now it looks like one heart is remaining. So I don't want to rush anything, but at the same time, we got to move. So step up a little more for me,
sir.
because I'm just going to ask some questions here. So you're still holding on to your heart.
She's
So
gonna
name,
need an
occupation, and
e-ticket
why
to
you're
ride
holding on.
that ride.
My name is Trina, and I'm retired, and I
Hope she's not
work
afraid
out
of
twice a
ladders.
week at the gym. Yeah, and doing a lot of other things. I'd like to ask you what your 14-year-old is like.
He likes to play sports. He plays basketball. He's a little bit cocky, but he's a teenager. That's why they all pop
A
the
little bit
balloons,
like his
right?
dad.
Uh-huh. Great.
So yeah, he's a nice kid.
Uh-huh. And what do you like to eat?
Italian food. I'm Italian. Yeah,
Italian.
pasta, pizza, steaks.
We called it.
I actually eat a lot of stuff. Actually,
He's
a
a
lot of
vegetarian.
Mexican food too, and Chinese.
She's
First,
gonna-
you're going all over the globe.
know, man.
You're doing it all. I don't blame you, man. It's good.
Down the rabbit
It's
hole.
like,
But I
hey,
think you have
I
something you
didn't
wanna
get this
follow up with.
big eating bird seed and crackers,
Well,
sweetheart.
I like all those different kinds of foods. Italian, I use miracle noodles because the white flour and I'm a real health nut. The white flour and the pasta, I use miracle noodles made out of yam, but
Oh,
it's
come
the
on.
sauce
No,
really that
no,
makes the
no.
difference. Well, how do you
No,
feel
I
about your-
must stop you there, ma'am. Okay. If you don't want white flour in your pasta, what you need to do is get semolina, which I guess is still kind of white flour. There are ways around the white flour. You can use whole wheat to make your. What the fuck does she know? You got me on my pasta box now.
People get
Or
too
the
deep in
women.
the weeds in this stuff. They get too
I mean,
detailed.
yeah.
It's like,
Oh my lord! Ugh, that's so annoying. You can do whole wheat pasta,
yeah.
and you can actually make it yourself.
Pretty tough.
All right.
So, woman, all right.
Yeah.
Okay. So let me just ask some essential questions right here. You're holding on. Is he someone that's your
Bill
type?
Murray had a baby with Steven Seagal.
I have opinions politically, but I'm not political. I mean, I think people should have opinions, but not necessarily impose them on other people, which I
Very
do
good.
too.
Let me ask you, is she someone that's your type?
No.
Okay. Let me get a heartbreaking device from this lovely lady.
Oh,
if she's not
Jesus.
your type, you got to break the heart.
Okay.
All right. Now tell me what makes her not your type.
She makes pasta with yams. No bueno.
That's a very valid reason because I love my yams, but pasta.
Oh, I love
Okay,
this
cute.
guy.
Very attractive.
Okay.
And I'm sure. Yeah.
Yeah, but as a foodie, you want pasta, regular pasta.
Exactly,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. Let's back it on up.
Oh, this
because it looks
motherfucker
like
is
all of our
brutal.
hearts were broken, but
I
ladies, we
gotta
got to do
tell
something
ya-
for this gentleman. We got to clap it up for him because he is a real one. So let's clap it up. We thank you for coming out, Thomas.
And you know what? He was the best out of all of them.
Yeah, and I'll tell you something else. To pop a balloon over what you eat, you can
Yeah.
prepare two different things. But by the same token, I do have to say, a real Italian, that's a deal breaker. It just
Well,
is. It's
apparently- Well, you heard what he said.
Yeah.
You made pasta with yams.
yeah, that's a deal breaker. It just is. It's too
Hell,
bad.
I'm not even Italian, and I got offended.
Yeah, but Italians are very particular about that sort of thing, about Italian food. It's not authentic. Eesh. It's like if you tell a real, like, steeped in Italian tradition person that, you go to Olive Garden, they're going to be like, okay, forget it.
Forget about it.
Hey, forget about it.
All right, folks. Well, I have, let's see, where am I? 8.5 hours. I'm going to go ahead. HB is broadcasting, so
I didn't
y'all
know.
head on over there and hang out with HB. I should be back around 3 tomorrow morning. Well, yeah, tomorrow morning. So I will see all of you tomorrow morning. Have a good day. Please make sure you hit the like button wherever you are on my channel or John's. Just hit the like button. Share the channel if you're new and subscribe and all that stuff. And Tom, as always, you make it fun on these here panels.
Well, thanks. It is fun. I get up and I actually get a lot of work done while I'm doing this, so it's
Well,
cool.
good. By the way, the Tom Gully Show. I didn't put it in the chat, but
Yes.
the Tom Gully Show every night. Well, Monday through Friday. Always interesting topics. What's tonight's? Again, I'm sorry.
The Wild Wild West.
Oh, the Wild Wild West. Which
The 60s TV show, not the movie with the guy that slaps people at the Oscars.
it's funny. And I will, if I'm not there, because these days I'm actually might be even asleep at 8. So
it's okay.
I do want to show. I am going to show the Sasquatch show tonight. At least the. I'll probably start off with it. To be honest with you, so I will see you all in the morning. And we'll get news and commentary and all that stuff mixed in there. As always, I had a blast, and I will see y'all later. Go over to HB's show.
Thank you.